Johnny Tattersall continuing batting for Yorkshire.
Good morning, welcome along to day 2 of Yorkshire versus Gloucestershire in this LV.com Insurance County Championship match, the final one of the season. Ed is alongside as he was yesterday, Graham alongside as well as our third voice, and Jonathan Doidge with you. And Yorkshire 80 for 3 when bad light brought a premature end to play yesterday at precisely 5:39 p.m. Tom Kohler-Cadmore not out 21. Jonathan Tattersall had walked in but not faced a delivery at the point they came off. So there are still 4 balls to go in the 27th over of Yorkshire's innings. Gloucestershire's over rate already -2. Of course, they made 190 all out yesterday, having won the toss and decided to bat first. If you're watching, you'll be able to see that the conditions are superb for the time of year. Bright blue skies, bit of cloud around, but sunshine at the moment here in LS6, and it's going to be Tattersall to face his first delivery from Tom Price. And Ed Seaborn, good morning.
Good morning.
It's good if I turn your microphone
There we
on.
go. It's almost impossible to see from this angle with the sun glinting off it. Anyway, it was quite an entertaining finish to yesterday's play with Tom Kohler-Cadmore going on the attack. So I'm curious to see how he's going to bat this morning, whether he's going to continue in the same vein, because it could be some exciting cricket with Kohler-Cadmore out there. It'll be Tom Price then to bowl the first ball of the morning. There's 4 balls remaining in this over, and there's going to be a run first ball for Tattersall as the ball was deflected by the third slip fielder, Chris Dent, towards backward point, and there was another little minor mix-up there between Kohler-Cadmore and Tattersall. We saw a couple of near misses last night with running between the wickets. It was, well, Zappa Gohar had one opportunity to effect a run out, and then a horrible mix-up between Hill and Lythe, which could have seen the end of Hill earlier than it turned out, with I think it was Ben Charlesworth at backward point eventually getting a throw away, and the batter's basically mid-pitch. Down the pitch comes Kohler-Cadmore to Tom Price. The first time he's done that this morning, didn't take him too long, but he just left the ball alone through to the gloves of Bracey.
Yeah, first ball. So intent there as usual. I was ribbing him about his running between the wickets last week, actually, saying he was making 3s into 2s, that sort of thing. And he just said, well, Doidge, what's the point? You know,
just
hit
smack
boundaries.
it out the ground.
Smack it out at park. If he spoke with an accent like that.
Yes.
Which of course he doesn't.
Here comes Tom Price then, in and bowls short and wide, and it's flayed away for 4 by Kohler-Cadmore. You're going to hit those for 4 if you get them. That's not a delivery which Tom Price will look back on with a great deal of fondness as Jonathan Doidge boots something down below him in frustration. No, not in frustration. And it's 4 runs to Kohler-Cadmore onto 25, 85 for 3.
This has the potential for being one of the most exciting individual innings, if he hangs around for a while, that we've seen a Yorkshire player play this season, with the intent that Tom has shown since he went out there yesterday, and that he's picked up on again straight away this morning.
Price bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, edged and short of second slip. Ollie Price manages to stop it, but from this position anyway, it looked as if that was a pretty genuine edge, and it just didn't carry and come close to carrying. Actually, it was a good couple of yards short of Ollie Price at second slip. So that ends the over, which was carried over from last night. There are 97 overs remaining now in the day, and Tom Price's 10 overs bowled so far, 5 maidens, 1 for 24, but from memory, at one stage he had 6 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 4. 1 scoring shot in his first 6 overs yesterday, but it was in his second spell where he picked up the wicket of Adam Lythe, had him caught at third slip off the bowling of Chris Dent. That would have given Gloucestershire a big boost overnight, because 80 odd for 2, only 190 to defend. That would not, I think, have been a great position. But not only to get that wicket off what turned out to be the last ball of the day before the umpires went off a bad light, but for it to be Adam Lythe as well. I think would have given Gloucestershire some hope for this morning.
So here we have David Payne, left arm over the wicket from the Kirkstall lane end. First ball wide of off stump. Tattersall happy to watch it go by. I'm trying to get the definitive playing hours for the day. Have been informed that it's 12:30 for lunch still, 3:10 for tea, and 17:32 or whenever 97.4 overs have been bowled. But there was time to make up from yesterday, so that would seem to be a little out of kilter.
I'm confused, but there's obviously that has to be right, I think, because it's gone up as 97 remaining on the board and on the system here. But I thought we lost about 11 overs last night.
Yeah, here's Payne, wide of off stump, and Tattersall happy to leave well alone. Unless there's some... this is where cricket just is a killer, isn't it, for idiosyncrasies and rules and timings and all those things. Is it something to do with the fact that it was after 5:30 when they went off?
I was wondering about.
So you just forget those overs, isn't it? Just throw them down the toilet.
Yeah.
They're gone.
You could only add half an hour onto the close. I reckon that's probably what it is.
Payne in. The rules are a bit of a pain in that respect. Tattersall turns it backward of square leg, and there is no run.
It's been shown a bit in the paper. 11.4 overs lost last night, but I think you're right. I reckon because we closed at around about 20 to 6, it's effectively sort of 15 minutes or so that you can add on only that number of overs worth.
Just forget it and get yourselves off to the sky rack as Payne's in. Nicely played by Tattersall, just lent on that. That's a nice way to celebrate receiving your Yorkshire cap with your first boundary since doing so. Lovely push through the covers for 4 to the east side of the ground. So yes, thanks to Howard Ferguson, of course the golden voice, PA announcer here at Headingley. He says 12:30, 3:10, 5:32 close, or whenever 97.4 overs have been bowled, and tea will be taken 3:10 or when 32 overs remain, which I think is going to be the latter, isn't it? Payne in again, short of length. Tattersall cuts that to point, and there is no run. So positive start for Yorkshire. A couple of boundaries already so far. Deficit now 101 at 89 for 3. And, well, conditions, they look good. It looks a good pitch. But there will obviously be some moisture around this time of year. There was some rain last night. Payne's in again. And Tattersall pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run. There was some rain last night because the three of us went off to a local hostelry to eat, didn't we, and have a little chat together. And as we came out, which was about half-time in that football match between England and Germany, it was raining, and it looked like it'd been raining quite a while. So rain here in Headingley last night. You can see that little bit of damp on the wickets on the outfield, the wicket ends. We would have stayed longer, I think, Ed, wouldn't we? But Graham said to us both that it had got to a certain time and he needed to get home and get settled, get the curtains drawn and get his hot water bottle out and his slippers.
Yeah, it was a fine establishment with a sort of a Tolkien-inspired decor. As in comes Tom Price, bowls a short ball, it's pulled away, hammered through mid-wicket by Kola Cadmore, but the fielder out at deep square leg will get round to it. Zafar Gohar is out there at deep square. It's a long boundary, meaning that Zafar did actually have time to get across to that at deep mid-wicket, even though it was hit pretty firmly by Kola Cadmore. But it's 2 more runs, and it means that Yorkshire are on to 91 for 3, and so the deficit for them is down into double figures. It's 99. Yes, and contains such great Tolkien quotations as "not all those who wander are lost," etc. Price bowls down the pitch, comes Kola Cadmore and thwacks this over mid-wicket, and that is going to go for 4 runs. I don't think he got, actually, by Kola Cadmore standards, a massive amount of that.
No, neither of those last 2 shots. But when you said he hammered it, I think he tried to hammer it the one before, didn't he? But he caught it higher on the bat. So there was power, but not the timing there.
Yeah.
But he's got that one away. This could be exciting, couldn't it? If he stays around for a while, Gloucestershire supporters will obviously be hoping that this ends pretty quickly. Yorkshire supporters will be hoping that they see a couple of hours of this, something like that, and TKC could rack them up pretty quickly here.
Yeah, It didn't exactly fly over the boundary rope in the end, but it was still more than effective to do the job for Kola Cadmore. He's on to 31, 95 for 3. Gloucestershire are going to put a mid-wicket in place now. I think this is a conundrum for Tom Price about where to bowl here. He's in now and bowls wide. It's looped over the head of mid-off and is going to go for just about 4 runs. It was a bit of a teaser for Graham Van Buren running back from mid-off, but this is the problem, really. He fired it wide of off stump, but he'd moved an extra fielder across to the leg side, so I mean, in the end it wouldn't have mattered because he'd hit it over the fielder anyway, but it's difficult for Tom Price at the moment to know where to bowl, and he's gone for 10 runs in his first 3 balls this over. Yeah, and this could get messy for Gloucestershire. If TKC actually times one, then it might disappear out of the park. I don't think he got all of that either. He's got 35 from 32 deliveries now, 6 fours and a 6. Tom Price bowls to Kola Cadmore, punches off the back foot, just a controlled shot that time out towards Charlesworth in the covers, and he won't get a run this time. So it's extraordinary figures that Tom Price has got in terms of spell of 2 halves, pretty much. I mean, 6 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 4, and then his next 4.5 overs have gone for 34, but he's picked up the 1 wicket that he's got in that. But he's certainly not had this kind of treatment lately. Reminder, 8 for 27 for him in the last innings that he bowled in against Warwickshire. As Kola Cadmore pushes that one into a gap in the point area and will get a comfortable single, and that brings up the 100 for Yorkshire. Kola Cadmore on to 36. Just intelligent batting there. He created that gap by looking to hit the ball hard in front of square. They weren't imagining it was going to be a opening of the face and guiding the ball away on the offside for a single. That's exactly what he's done. And Jonathan Doyle's if I can say your name's Jonathan Doyle this morning. For the rest of the day, you shall henceforth be known as Jonathan Doyle. Here comes Tom Price, bowls shorts, pulled away by Tattersall. More runs here, and I fancy 4 more of them. There's no fielder out at deep mid-wicket for Tattersall, and Tom Price banging it into the pitch, and not particularly effectively that time to Tattersall, especially not with a fielder out there. Again, it wasn't timed perfectly, but the outfield is, well, particularly with the square being in that position, the outfield's going to be quick over in that side of the ground, and Tattersall picks up 4, moves on to 9, and the score up to 104 for 3. What Joyce was pointing out on the board was that extraordinary discrepancy between the number of balls for each 50 for Yorkshire. Unfortunately, it's disappeared now as I was busy mangling your name, but it was something like 147 balls for the first one, and 30... whatever adds up to 29 overs.
It was
for the second 50.
First 50 I was bowling and they took 142 balls to get to 50. The second 50 they took me out of the attack and 32 balls. Marvellous batting. Good job I wasn't bowling. Around the throat by now. 104 for 3 then. Tom Kola Cadmore very positively this morning has moved on to 36 from 21 overnight in quick time, and it's David Payne to continue, and TKC steps back and just plays a measured pull shot backward of square leg. Didn't try and whack it, just guided it round the corner and picks up 2 more, and it sort of feels like it was rubbing off on Jonathan Tattersall as well with the shot he just played. He is very strong through the leg side, square on the leg side in particular, Johnny, and he got that sort of delivery, didn't he? As we welcome listeners from 5 Sports Extra with the news that Yorkshire have moved things on pretty quickly this morning. 26 runs already added as Payne, left arm over the wicket from the Kirkstall lane end, is in and bowling to TKC, who shoulders arms. Tom Kola Cadmore began the down 21. He's on 38 and hasn't really timed it quite as well as he does normally, but has still managed to hit some boundaries. Taken on Tom Price in particular, and winning that little battle in the early part of day 2. Payne in again. TKC right behind this and pushing back up the pitch. Jonathan Tattersall on 9. So Yorkshire resumed this morning on 80 for 3.
And they've moved on to 106 for 3 in 3 overs and at 1 ball so far. Payne has 1 for 34. Started well yesterday. He's halfway through his 12th over now. And he's coming in again past umpire James Middlebrook. Kohler Cavmore again advances down the pitch and smashes that one over the top of mid-off. Van Buren, no chance of reeling that one in. Middlebrook just checking as to whether that bounced before the rope or not. And I've got to say, my reactions were not quick enough to get out of the seat and check myself. Did you pick it up, Ed, from your angle?
I did, yes. I thought it was just short, but it was closer to the kind of speed off ball off bat that Kohler Cavmore can generate. He still obviously could have got more of it, which is scary enough, but that absolutely flew to the boundary. It was there in seemingly less than a second.
Yeah, it was a 4. So 42 now to Tom Kohler Cavmore. 2 slips in place. Full length delivery this time. A little bit of shape in from the left armour to the right hander, but dealt with that one okay. The field has dispersed quickly this morning. 2 slips, third man point, cover. Van Buren has now dropped himself back a little deeper at mid-off. He'd be probably about 20 yards deeper than you'd normally expect. Mid-on is that much further closer to the stumps, and then there's a deep backward square leg and a long leg who's round and fielding this on the slide as Kohler Cavmore picks up 2 more from another controlled pull shot. So 44 to him, 112 for 3. You can get in touch on at Ed Cricket 6 for my colleague from BBC Bristol, or at Jonathan Doidge for yours truly, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you have points to make, of which we have 1 or 2 early on today, Ed. Graham Ward wasn't happy with the capping, the event, if you like, of the capping of the players yesterday morning. Thought that was pretty ordinary. I've got to say, I thought it was okay. Looking down from the com box here, both families of both Matthew Fisher and Jonathan Tattersall involved.
Tom Price starting a new over from the Howard stand end in now and bowls, and Tattersall has risen up on his toes there and has punched that one down into the ground, and it's gone down to mid-on. I thought for a moment it had just gone straight down into the ground. It was a strange illusion of the foreshortening from this height. I thought it had gone straight into the ground, and I was wondering where the ball was going to go after that, and in fact it was perfectly calmly punched up to mid-on for no run. As a wasp, irritatingly, bangs its head repeatedly against the wall in front of me, which is extremely off-putting as I'm trying to describe the next delivery. In comes Price and bowls it short and wide again, and it's been cut to backward point. He's got away with it as Miles Hammond does the fielding.
He's gone now.
He's gone.
Lily's on her way to Headingley this morning, so good morning to you, Lily. Forever Dormo says, without wanting to impersonate Sir Fred Boycott, Yorkshire really need to dig in today. This could be a season-defining couple of sessions, he says. Safety in Division 1 next season or relegation hanging in the balance. We can do this, but few would bet their mortgage on it.
Tom Price bowls now to Tattersall, who drops that one away out into the offside. Be picked up by Charlesworth coming in from cover, and there is no run to be had there either. Even Tattersall, 9 off 11 deliveries. This has been a dream start for Yorkshire so far, and you go back to the problems that we were talking about last night with Gloucestershire's attack being as it is, with only 3 seam options and an awful lot of spin. So they can't afford for bowlers to be hit out of the attack, particularly seamers. Price in now and bowls, and that's a delivery which just hints back into Tattersall, who was able to leave it alone pretty comfortably in the end, though, through to James Bracey.
Yeah, there were some comments about the pitch yesterday as well, which leaves me scratching my head because it looks a good pitch. I think it played well. It's a little bit on the slow side, according to Matthew Fisher in his post-day interview last night. But I think you can expect that this time of year, and there's going to be just a little bit of juice in it because of the time of year and a bit of moisture around.
Price in now and bowls to Tattersall. Works that one firmly through mid-wicket. That is 4 runs from the moment it left his bat. Right in the gap between the mid-wicket fielder, and mid-on through straight mid-wicket for 4, and Tattersall moves on to 13 from as many balls, 116 for 3, and I just wonder already this morning, yes, it's partly because both Kohler Cadmore and Tattersall, particularly Kohler Cadmore, has looked to put the Gloucestershire bowlers under pressure, but I also wonder if it's just a little bit of the effect of the number of overs which were put into the Gloucestershire seamers' legs in quite a short space of time last night, having to bowl pretty long spells because it was clearly a seamers' evening. Price bowls to Tattersall, pushes up to mid-on off the front foot for no run, and that is the end of the over. 116 for 3, Yorkshire now trailing by just 74 runs.
Yeah, I think you said that shot by Tattersall was probably shot of the morning so far for all those boundaries that TKC has hit. Well, maybe the one that hit down the ground, it'd be a tight one between those two, but Johnny well in control of that. And the noticeable thing for the first time today, a ball that's travelled across the surface here at Headingley still was travelling as it hit the rope. One or two of them have got to the boundary, but just on their last legs by the time they've hit the rope. That one really did travel, timed it well. Obviously, again, a little bit of moisture on top, probably a bit of dew out there, and so just slowing things down slightly if you're playing along the carpet. Here's David Payne bowling to TKC, who plays it just in front of square. Incoming sweeper will keep them to 1. 45 to Kohler Cadmore, 117 for 3.
And this is where Kohler Cadmore could just pick these singles off, and especially if Payne bowls a delivery there, he now doesn't actually have to go over the top. So then, when comes the point when Gloucestershire actually feel as if they've got to put some fielders back up again, because they can't just make it easy for Kohler Cadmore to pick off these runs of their deficit in singles.
Payne in, a little bit of shape in, and then just skips in its original angle past Tattersall, who is happy to watch it go by. Peter Dixon says he's hoping for a big score today from TDK. I like it. And wish him all the best at Somerset. He will be missed, and I think you've got to say he will.
I like those short boundaries there.
Yeah. He liked them when Yorkshire played down there, and he got 100 in his first game back this season. As Tattersall drops this latest one out into the offside. Yeah, sometimes players leave and you think, well, okay, you know, it's sad to see them go, but maybe somebody might be able to come in and contribute more. But in Tom's case, not sure about that. As in comes Payne again, and Tattersall pushed back up the pitch. No run. Could be wrong. Somebody might come in and be devastating, but he's got a good record. Matthew Fisher was saying last night when paying tribute to him, he's a great team man.
Yeah, he's going to face a fair bit of competition actually for top order spots at Somerset. They've signed Sean Dixon as well for next season.
Yeah, as Tattersall pushes his latest Payne delivery into the covers. Well, for me, I've got to say, I know Tom's opened the batting, and he thinks that's where, well, he's said in the past at least, that's where he wants to, to bat. I'm not sure what conversations have taken place with Somerset or where they're going to play him, but I'd be still thinking that this is about spot on for me. Let somebody else take the new ball, get him in at 4. I think he'll still score plenty of runs in red ball cricket, and clearly will score them in white ball cricket. As that one just kicks off the pitch, doesn't it, from David Payne? And Tattersall played it quite nicely in the end. Not in total control of it, but with soft enough hands, and directed away from the cordon to get through for a single to complete that over. 32 complete in this Yorkshire first innings then. They're trailing by 72 at the moment. Gloucestershire making 190 all out yesterday. Matthew Fisher 4 wickets. Yorkshire 118 for 3 in their response.
Speaking of Somerset, already safe Somerset, they were bowled out for 202 by Kent. Kent have just started their reply. They have yet to get off the mark, just a few balls in. So Kent with a chance to wrap their Division 1 status up there. Warwickshire again frustrated by rain at Edgbaston. The The weather gods are not being kind to Warwickshire as they have got to get out there, and they've got to win, really. Warwickshire 138 for 2 overnight, so they're in a bad position, but they just can't get out there on the park. 11:15 that is due to start. Tom Price in and bowling to Tattersall, who drops that one away parallel to the crease line. It's fielded at backward point for no run.
I think you need to go and see somebody about getting some those false teeth sorted again, don't you?
Well, you'd think that we'd been to the pub this morning rather than last night, the way I'm slurring the speech this morning. Promise you that's not the case. Lancashire 430 for 6 against Surrey. In comes Price, bowls to Tattersall, works that one down towards mid-on, and there is no run. Keaton Jennings fell 1 short of his double century, out for 199 LBW to Jamie Overton. George Balderson is 60 not out, but Lancashire have secured maximum batting points. They did that probably some time ago. Quite an effort from them with the bat. Start delayed at Northampton as well. Essex 220 for 8 overnight. That's the tail of Division 1. Price bowls. A little bit of in movement again there as he bowls to Tattersall. Tattersall, though, rides it well, defends it out towards mid-wicket, where Chris Dent is fielding, and there is no run. Derbyshire 77 without loss in reply to Leicestershire's 249. Rees and Godalman opening up the innings for Derbyshire. Notice there's no place in the Leicestershire 11 this time for Michael Finan, who, I don't know if you saw this, it was an extremely amusing incident at the end of the last round as Tattersall has inside edged that one right over the top of his stumps. Was looking to chop that one away, probably down towards third man, because there is no third man in place and only 2 slips, but ended up getting the inside edge straight into the ground and it looped right over the top of the stumps. So bit of fortune there for Tattersall. The first real false shot that we've seen this morning from memory.
Yeah.
But Michael Finan walked to the crease at number 11 for Leicestershire against Middlesex last week without a box. In comes Price and bowls to Tattersall. It's full. Tattersall on drives, doesn't time it perfectly, and mid-on gets across to stop it. And then he had the ignominy of having to signal to the dressing room that he'd forgotten his box. And what else could he do but point to the offending area? Just, yes. Sometimes village does meet county. That was fantastic. Middlesex pushing for a desperate victory, you know. Division 1 status beckons for them, and out walks number 11 without his box. Price bowls back of a length, and Tattersall doesn't really have too much of a think about playing at that one, just withdraws the bat from it, and Bracey takes behind the stumps. End of another over. Yorkshire 118 for 3, and Yorkshire trail by 72.
And did he manage to conquer the opposition?
Well, he scored a few runs, actually. It's been the case, I suppose, with a lot of teams, but Leicestershire seem to have got an awful lot of runs, actually, from their 9, 10, 11. They've proved difficult to finish off this season, although actually Derbyshire did a pretty decent job. Nottinghamshire 283 for 3, still going against Durham. Glamorgan 238 for 4 against Sussex. They've lost 1 wicket, that of Billy Root for 21. Shubman Gill, though, is still there, 99 not out. And Worcestershire 189 for 8 against Middlesex. So Middlesex not quite finished the job off yet this morning, with Josh Tongue and Dylan Pennington at the crease at the moment, facing Murtagh and Roland Jones, who has been superb for Middlesex this season. It's been a terrific season for Toby Roland Jones. 22 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 39 in this innings. And you can, among other people, and I think we'll try and do ours as the day goes on, you can vote for Roland Jones, among others, among Several Yorkshire and Gloucestershire options for your county championship team of 2022. Just got to get yourself to the BBC Sport website. The cricket section is under features, and you can pick your best 11. The voting closes today.
Here's David Payne bowling to Colin Cadmore, who drops that out into the covers, and there's no run. The little extended word there from Ed was accompanied by some administering of treatment, maybe, or something like that, or might have been extra strapping to TKC. Couldn't quite see what was going on, but one of the Yorkshire backroom staff was out there in the middle at the same point. The Yorkshire ground staff were out there with those sophisticated pieces of equipment, such as brush, spade, and whatever you call the flat thing that tamper, is it? Okay, and a bucket. Another dot ball from Payne there to TKC. Graham Orange in the com box alongside as Ed takes a break. 118 for 3. Cola Cadmore 45 and on strike as Payne comes in again past umpire Middlebrook. Opens the face, runs it down to third man for a single. So good start to the day by Yorkshire. 80 for 3 at the outset. They've added 39 since then, and they've done that in pretty quick time.
Yeah, morning JD, morning everyone, and what a great start by Yorkshire this morning. When play started 80 for 3, I thought, you know, the game was evenly poised, but Yorkshire taking this match away from Gloucestershire at the moment.
Payne in again. Tattersall gets the ball wide of off stump and climbs on him a little bit, but he gets over the top of that, plays it out to point. And there is no run. Yorkshire lad says great to be at Headingley yesterday to see Johnny Tattersall get his county cap. A very happy day for the Tattersall family. Hope he kicks on this morning. As Payne takes his time to get his feet right, and then in he comes. Just wide of off stump. Tattersall shouldering arms again. Yorkie Yippee says, was just wondering why Yorkshire have released Harry Sullivan, the left arm spinner, considering he took 43 wickets, including 4 fifers in the twos, I think you mean in there, Yorkie Yippee. They're like promising James Logan go to Kent the other year too. Is there some demon spinner coming through perhaps? Not I'm aware of. In comes Payne, nicely flicked off the legs by Tattersall. There's a fumbling dive at mid-wicket, and the ball's not going to quite make the boundary because there was some hand or some part of the body on it. They're back for 2 to complete that over with Tattersall on 16. Partnership now worth 41, and after 34 overs of their first innings, Yorkshire 121 for 3, 69 behind the score set by Gloucestershire. And Joe Cameron says, hi JD, can I ask which the Tolkien-esque pub is, please? I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan, so I wouldn't mind checking it out. Yeah, that was the Sky Rack, just up the road. If you know Headingley, Joe, then you'll know where the Sky Rack is. Just up on the main road between Leeds and Otley.
Yes, we had a very pleasant evening.
Mm.
And then it was back to my slippers and bed, as you rightly said.
Well, for you.
Well, for me. Yeah.
Seabourne was clubbing. He was obviously going off ever the professional to do some preparation for today's play. Zafar Gohar is going to come into the attack at the Howard stand end. He's bowled 2 overs for 23 so far. Quite expensive when he was tried yesterday. Left arm spin. Cola Cadmore on strike. Will take him on. I think you can be assured of that.
This could be very interesting. The deficit's now only 69. Yorkshire wanting to get on with this. And Cola Cadmore's on 46.
So here's Zafar. TKC just pulling out of that first delivery. He wasn't ready. Slip in place. Man backward of point. A man of 45 backward of square leg. A sweeper at square leg. Long on and long off are both dispatched. Long on is just about on the boundary. Long off a little bit closer in. Now then he's got right underneath this one and he could go. He's taken him on and he has gone. Caught at mid-wicket First ball he faced by Zafar, so the change on this occasion works, and the catch taken by Graham Van Buren, and it was a good catch as well, backpedaling. There's plenty of bright sunshine around. It would not have been easy by any stretch of the imagination, but TKC has played one shot too many, and he's gone for 46, 121 for 4.
Yes, Tom Kohler-Cadmore there, not waiting to see what the spinner was going to do. Just he was pitched slightly short, and he went for the pull, but he didn't get hold of it at all. Went straight up in the air, more or less, and caught it mid-wicket. Good catch, sort of going backwards by Van Buren, the Gloucestershire skipper. So that's Yorkshire's first wicket of the day they've lost. 7 fours and 1 6 by Tom Kohler-Cadmore in his innings of 46. So 121 for 4 Yorkshire now. And it'd be interesting to see what happens. I mean, obviously Kohler-Cadmore was on a mission to get as many runs as possible in terms of in a relatively short period of time, and but he's gone down fighting there, and it's Harry Duke coming in now to join Tattersall. So 2 Yorkshire wicket keepers at the crease.
Yep, TKC, another useful contribution. It's been a reasonably, well, a good return, hasn't it? Got 100 first up, a couple of 50s since then, not far short this time as well. On his way, as we've said, to Somerset for 2023. So Harry Duke is the next cab off the rank, back in the side here, having not played as much first-class cricket in the second half of the season as he did in the first. In fact, left out following the defeat to Hampshire at the Ageas Bowl back in June, and this is his first game of the second half of the campaign, the very last match of the lot. He's batted in 7 previous matches this season. 34, 17 not out, 22, 8, 12, 40, 9, 48, 27 and 17. So yet to get a first class 50 in 22. But he's capable. We know that from what we've seen of him before. Not got the keeping gloves in this match, so he's playing as a batter. Field closes in on him as Zafar's in, and Duke punches that one to extra cover, and there's no run. So now man under helmet at short leg plus slip, straight mid wicket, mid on and mid off have both come up. Extra cover, backward point in the ring, all walking in as Duke is right over the top of this delivery. And there is a man down that fine leg who's, well, he was on the boundary edge, David Payne, and he's now been brought up about 25 yards or so in from the boundary. 3 to come from Zafar in this over, and Duke gets that away backward of square to David Payne, and they're through for a single. So Harry Duke off the mark, 122 for the loss of 4 wickets. Touch player Harry. You wouldn't see him bludgeoning the ball to all parts, but he'll work it around.
Yep.
We talked about his enthusiasm in the field yesterday. Very much one for taking on the field for the runs. In fact, this pair will both do that. Tattersall back, and that's a lovely shot by Johnny Tattersall. Takes that on the back foot from Zafar, and he's flicked it away in front of square to the east stand side of the ground. Said he's very strong off his legs, and there's another case in point. He's into the 20s then, 126 for 4. But what you'd expect to see between these two, Graham, is, you know, push and run, try and put the bad ball away, but they'll be rotating the strike, they'll be taking on the field. Absolutely, yeah, and that was a very good shot by Tattersall. It's the last ball of the over by Gohar. He comes round the wicket again. Tattersall again sweeps, and he's got it just behind short leg, and 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. Once again, timed it so well. 24 to him now, 130 for 4. Yeah, strange sort of over. Yes, a wicket with the first ball of the over.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore holding out, and then a couple of fours and a single. So Yorkshire's momentum continues really, 130 for 4, so they only trail by 60 runs. And I suppose the plan is to bat all day and get as big a possible lead as possible, get some batting points obviously, and then maybe just bat the once. Having said that, the 4 down, but they've got attacking intent, there's no question about that, trying to make up for a little bit of the time that was lost yesterday.
Forever Dormo says, well, that was hardly a dig in, was it, by TKC? You don't have to try and smash the first ball by the new bowler out of the ground. It is permissible in 4-day red ball cricket to have a look at the bowler first. Maybe white ball's got a lot to answer for. I just think, Forever Dormo, that's the way that Tom plays. He backs himself, doesn't he? And he, you know, at times like that, player gets out, playing the same sort of shot as he'd done that got him some of the runs. There's criticism. He'll take that on the chin as Harry Duke gets a short ball from Payne here and pulls out straight mid-wicket for a single. 131 for 4, Duke on to 2. So if you're going to live by that one, you know, you'll often die by it as well, won't you?
Oh, of course you will.
Taking on the bowler.
Absolutely.
It's great when it comes off and the ball disappears over the boundary.
Yeah, he tried to impose himself on the bowler, and it didn't come off this time.
Payne switching to over the wicket then from this, sorry, round the wicket from this Kirkstall Lane end, and Tattersall just easing that ball out to point. There's no run. They've kept the 2 slips in place. Long leg, third man. They've got fielders on the 1 square on either side of the wicket, plus a cover. Van Buren is at mid-off, mid-on also. Beautiful sunny morning at Headingley. And Payne in again round the wicket once more, angling it towards Tattersall's off stump, but too wide to interest him in playing.
It's certainly been a quick start by Yorkshire this morning. The intent is clearly there. And already Tattersall's on 24. Of course, he was on 0 this morning. He hadn't faced a ball last night when the players came off.
Here's Payne, and nicely chopped into the deck by Tattersall. There is half a hand on it at second slip, down diverting it to third man, and Tattersall through for a single. 25 to him, 132 for 4. Don't think Adam Lyth was best pleased with the decision to come off after bad light, after he was out. What turned out to be the final ball of the day yesterday. I kind of put that to Matthew Fisher, maybe unfairly, in the interview I did with him, but he said, I said, what was Adam Lyth's reaction when he got back to the changing room? He said, yeah, there were a few choice words ending in one of the umpire's names. As Payne is in, it's wide of off stump, and Duke shouldering arms.
The umpires get all the criticism, don't they? And but yeah, I can understand his reaction, absolutely.
These umpires, a couple of lovely lads, James Middlebrook and Ian Blackwell. Some, unlike some officious, it's all about me type umpires.
What are you looking at me for?
One to come in the 36th. It's Payne round the wicket, and Duke again plays that nicely over the top of it, running it down to third man. You'll see him do that quite a bit if he's out there for a while. He's on to 3, and Yorkshire 133 for 4 at the end of the 36th over. Your points of contact, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or at Jonathan Doidge on Twitter, or at EdCricket6, my colleague from BBC Bristol. Haven't asked for your correspondence, I better have a look and see if we've got some. Here we go. Andy with a lengthy one that I'll have a quick look through before I read. Out there in Cottingham. A couple in last night as well. One from Norman Eastwood that I'll come back to in a moment, because Zaffer is bowling left arm around the wicket. Harry Duke pushes that out square on the offside, and there is no run. And yeah, Norman asking, having missed the morning session yesterday, surprised to see that Finlay Bean was not in the side. And do I know why James Wharton was preferred to him? As Duke pushes nicely off the back foot into the covers and picks up a single. Well, he wasn't preferred, James Wharton. Finlay Bean has a finger injury, and so they didn't want to risk him in this last match of the season, understandably. So that is why he's not out there in the middle, or hasn't been. 134 for 4 Yorkshire. Tattersall back on strike. Short leg has been taken out. They've got plenty of fielders in the eye line encroaching in the ring, keeping things tight. Saying to Johnny Tattersall, hit this over the top then, is Zaffer. But on this occasion, Johnny drops that in front of him, just into the leg side. Dot ball. 3 to come in the over. Zaffer at the Howard stand end, where there's a fairly sizable shadow cast. It'll be pretty juicy down there, will the outfield, as Tattersall turns this latest one towards mid-wicket. And another dot. Zaffer again. Takes a bit of pace off this. Tattersall still manages to get it wide of straight mid-wicket for a single. Interesting email coming in from Rupert as well. An analysis of Yorkshire's success 100 years ago. Didn't have any batsmen in the top 10 of the averages, but dominated the bowling list. I think we mentioned something like that yesterday. Good delivery here from Zaffer. There's an appeal and he's gone. Harry Duke has been given out by umpire Ian Blackwell. And Yorkshire 135 for 5, and that first batting point is looking a little bit further away. Duke, LBW for 4 from just the 9 deliveries, and Yorkshire losing wickets.
Yes, Harry Duke was pinned on the back foot there. It looked pretty adjacent to me. I think the ball, we're behind the batter, but the ball seemed to keep maybe just a touch low. And but he's on his way now for 4. And so Yorkshire lose their second wicket of the morning. 135 for 5 now. And Gloucestershire making some inroads into the Yorkshire batting. So their momentum has stalled a little bit. And of course the best way to stall momentum from the bowling side or fielding side is to take wickets. And that's exactly what they've done. And of course that's Zaffer's second wicket of the morning, having got rid of Cola Cadmore and now Harry Duke. So he's doing pretty well with his left arm spin from the Howard stand end. And Yorkshire spinner Dominic Bess comes in now to join Johnny Tattersall. And they need to do a little bit of rebuilding now, because if they keep on losing these wickets, the lead that they were wanting may not transpire.
Yep, 55 behind at the moment, 5 down. And as Graham says, Dominic Bess makes his way out to the middle with still to come for Yorkshire. Jordan Thompson, Matthew Fisher, Ben Code and Stephen Patterson. So it's getting closer to becoming a 1 innings match, but they've still got those 5 wickets for 55 runs to still try and build something. Dominic Bess can of course bat. He's made contributions again in that respect this season. But he's at the non-striking end, because that was the final ball of Zaffer's over, and so it's David Payne to continue at this Kirkstall Lane end, round the wicket to the right-handed Tattersall, who turns that one into the leg side, and there's no run. Quick look round elsewhere at Canterbury. Somerset 202 all out. Kent 31 without loss, trailing by 171 in the early part of their first innings. And Edgbaston, Warwickshire 138 for 2. There were weather issues there yesterday, so they've only played 42 overs in the match so far. Payne bowling to Tattersall, shouldering arms to one wide of off stump. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 458 for 6 against the champions. Surrey having chosen to bat first. Start delayed because of rain in the match between Essex and Northamptonshire, who are at home, and put Essex into bat yesterday. Payne in again. Gets through his overs pretty quickly for a seamer, doesn't he, David Payne? No messing about. Tattersall blocking that one. 220 for 8 Essex when they resume at some point. At New Road, Worcester in the second division. Worcestershire 216 for 9 against Middlesex, who put them in yesterday. Payne turns again. And in he comes in the Headingley sunshine. Nicely played by Tattersall. Once more, just languid, lays his bat on that, runs it down to third for a single. At Hove, Glamorgan 273 for 4 against Sussex, having chosen to bat first yesterday. Nottinghamshire did the same, and now 305 for 3 against Durham at Trent Bridge. And at Derby, Leicestershire were bowled out for 249, and at the home side, 91 without loss in their first innings response. So you're up to date with what's going on elsewhere at this moment in time. Dominic Best just taking his guard. 3 slips have been brought in here as Payne is in and bowls, and Best drops that out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yes, interesting part of the game now, isn't it? Yorkshire trail by 54 runs, and but they're 5 wickets down. And I think a lot may rest on these 2 in the middle now.
Payne again. Best just has a nibble at one wide of off stump, and it's through to James Bracey. End of the over, 136 for 5 after 36 overs. Then Dominic Bess's card this year, as it were. He made 36 against Gloucestershire in his only knock at Bristol early in the campaign. A duck against Northampton, his only innings there. 89 here at Headingley against Kent back in April. He made a few lower scores before a 51 not out against Hampshire at the Ageas Bowl in that defeat down there. And then again couldn't get above 29 until in the return fixture against Hampshire at Scarborough. He made 67. That was his most recent first class 50, back end of July. Here's Zaffer bowling to Tattersall, runs it out backward of point. There's no run. Since then, Best 7 in the second innings of that match, 27 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Made 4 against Surrey, as Zaffer's latest delivery is dropped into the offside by Tattersall. There's no run. 4 and 43 in last week's defeat to Surrey at the Oval. Yet to get off the mark here, and standing at the non-striking end at the moment, because Johnny Tatt, the Yorkshire captain, on strike, uses his feet to come down the pitch this time to Zaffer. Bit of bat, bit of pad involved as it balloons out square on the offside. No run.
Yeah, I mean, Dom Bess is a very useful lower order batsman. He's made runs for England in the past, hasn't he?
Yeah, here's Zaffer again, left arm round the wicket. Tattersall gets that one away. There's a fumble from point, and he's going to get through for a single. 28 to him. 137 for 5. Best back on strike. Yeah, Dom Bess, 18 innings this season, been not out twice, 416 runs, with the highest of 89, as I mentioned, 3 half centuries, averaging 26. I think that's a pretty good return for somebody going in where he does.
Exactly, that's the point that I'm making. You know, very useful batsman coming at number 7.
Just going to bring in short leg under the helmet to add a little bit of pressure on Bess, who is yet to get off the mark in this particular knock. Here is Zaffer. Looked like he might have been shaping to sweep that Dom Bess, but it was a bit too wide of off stump, and there's a little bit of a nothing sort of a dab. But he's okay. And on seeing that, Zaffer has immediately brought mid-wicket round to 45 behind square. So Bess with the intent to get the ball away backward of square leg, and the move's been covered. A chess out there between the pair of them. Zaffer wide of off stump, and Bess happy to let that one go. 39 complete in the Yorkshire first innings, 137 for 5, trailing by 53.
Yes, that last delivery by Zaffer was wide of the off stump, shouldered arms by Bess, but I noticed it just got up a little bit as well. So I just wonder if there could be just a little bit of variable bounce for Zaffer bowling from the Howard stand end. As I say, when he got Harry Duke LBW, he seemed to keep just a little bit low. Although I think Duke should have been going forward to the ball.
Aye. Here's David Payne continuing. Fairly lengthy spell this morning from the Kirkstall Lane end so far. Tattersall dropping that out into the offside, and there's no run. Graham Colley, good morning to you, Graham. Disappointing TKC dismissal, he says. I guess your record over the course of the season will determine if that attacking style of play has been successful in the longer form. You win some, you lose some, but if you're losing out more often, then something to consider. Payne round the wicket, angle in towards Tattersall, just holds its line off the seam, and there is no run. Yeah, and that's the way that Tom plays, I think. He will always back himself, and I think when he goes off and plays at Somerset, it'll just be the same.
I think so, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've obviously signed him because of that, you'd have thought.
Payne in, wide of off stump, beautiful shot by Johnny Tattersall. Takes the ball, top of the bounce, and there's just, when he's playing well, there is something superb about the way that he just lays his bat on that ball, as he did then. Timed it impeccably, square on the offside, and brings him up another 4.
You said it, JD. For me, it was the timing there, timing and placement, and a lovely shot from Tattersall. And he's batting well. He's 32, and yet it doesn't feel as if he's 32, does it? He's batting really well.
Here comes Payne again. Johnny solidly behind this one, pushing back to the bowler. No run. Martin Rowe says your colleague, I think he's referring to Ed here, not you, Graham, doesn't sound like a Bristolian.
That's because he's not.
No flies on Martin. 141 for 5. That's Payne's in again for the penultimate ball of the over. That is very rare to see David Payne stray down the leg side. Bracey having to make a bit of ground across to take that. But I think that's probably just about the only one he's dragged down all morning. With one ball short of having completed 17 overs now, David Payne. He's taken 1 for 53. Number 14 on his back, tall figure. And he comes again past umpire Middlebrook. And Tattersall turning that one to mid-on. End of the over. And that is 141 for the loss of 5 wickets, Yorkshire. And it's been a reasonable morning in terms of, well, it's been a good morning in terms of the rate at which they've scored. But they have lost those 2 wickets. TKC caught Van Buren off the bowling of Zaffer, his first ball of the morning, for 46 off 45, 7 fours and a 6 for Tom, and then Harry Duke LBW to the same bowler for 4 off 9.
Yeah, it's been very entertaining on this glorious September morning here at Headingley, with a smattering of spectators, maybe a few more in yesterday. Man, it's a better day, isn't it, I suppose? But Zaffar's going to continue with his left arm round spinners from the Howard stand end. And it's Don Bess facing, who has yet to score.
And steps back to open up the offside, but punches it to one of the 4 men in the ring on the offside. An extra cover, no run, still a short leg in place. Still got that sweep covered by David Payne. 45 behind square on the leg side. Bowls Bess one wide of off stump, turns further away. Bess was stepping away to leg, and then ended up having to stretch for that, and pushes it to square cover. Yet to get off the mark, the former Somerset man, and trying to turn this one to leg, and gets a leading edge on it back to the bowler. So not looking entirely comfortable just at this moment in time, Dom Bess, as he's trying to make his way into this innings. He's faced just the 7 so far. Here's Zafar again. This time Dom Bess playing that more comfortably into the leg side. 2 for 35 for Zafar. Began the day 2 overs for 23 against his name. But buoyed by that wicket first ball of TKC. Dom Bess, that slightly open stance. Zafar in and bowling again. It's straight, makes best play, pushes it back up the pitch to the bowler once more. Smattering of spectators around. It's pretty similar in terms of number to yesterday. Those who hold a membership card and haven't turned up, then they're missing out on a lovely day to watch cricket. As Bess turns that into the leg side. Final ball of the over, and is still on the mark. 141 for 5, maiden from Zafar.
Yes, that was a good over from the Gloucestershire left-arm spinner, and Yorkshire trailed by 49.
And we'll have a change in the com box as Ed, who's looking rock star-like at the moment, with his mane of blonde hair and his shades on. Rock and roll. Ed Seaborn is coming back into the chair. Graham makes a switch, and I'll take a breather.
He do know how to G me up, just as always. So, Payne out of the attack. Sort of felt as if Payne was probably coming towards the end of his spell, and I think he's actually, no, he hasn't gone off the field. I thought he was going to go off the field, and actually he hasn't. He disappeared out of sight, maybe just to get a sweater, and it will be, for the first time this morning, Ajit Dale into the attack.
Has he bowled from this end before?
I was just thinking that. I don't think he did. I think he bowled his 5 overs all from the Howard stand end.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So it will be a first go from this end. He bowled well last night. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9 from Ajit Dale. Got the wicket of James Wharton. LBW without scoring.
He generated a fair amount of pace yesterday. I thought so anyway.
Yep. Let's see what he's got this morning. Dale is in and bowls. Delivery with a hint of in movement to Tattersall. At least it looks as if it was a little hint of in swing from here.
Yes.
And Tattersall forward in defence.
I think so, and it was on the money there. And Gloucester should be hoping to just nick another 2 out, and that'd be very interesting, wouldn't it? As Yorkshire still trailed by 49, with half their side out.
Yeah, it's the prize wicket at the moment, standing at the striker's end. Johnny Tattersall, 32 not out. Here comes Dale, bowls to him. Back of a length, it's driven off the back foot by Tattersall, almost one-handed out towards backward point. Doesn't pick up a run for it. I said one-handed. I mean, he did take a hand off the bat in the follow-through.
He did. He didn't time that at all, compared to some of the shots he's played today, where the timing has been quite exquisite, really.
He's looked pretty comfortable against Zafar Gohar, and that doesn't come as any surprise to Gloucestershire supporters, because Johnny Tattersall had a 2-game spell with Gloucestershire last season. Dale bowls, another good delivery, full and straight. Tattersall well forward and sends it up to Van Buren at mid-off. There is no run. In those 2 games, he got 2 turning pitches, one at the Oval and one at Grace Road, and he really did stand out. Him and Miles Hammond, they just looked a cut above, I have to say, on those turning surfaces. In both instances, Gloucestershire lost the toss. The side batting first piled up a big first innings score, and Gloucestershire were defeated by an innings in both matches, as Tattersall again gets a full, straight, speedy-looking delivery from Dale, and it's defended back to the bowler.
I presume he kept wicket in those 2 matches, did he?
Yes. So that was when James Bracey was off with England.
Of course, yes.
And so it was either a case of, do we get Tom Lace to keep wicket? Potentially. He did keep wicket as a sort of an emergency in that same period. But they got Tattersall in on loan for those 2 matches. Dale is in and bowls, and once more is right on the money, but so is Tattersall with his defence as it goes out to Charlesworth at cover. There's no run. He made 86 not out at the Oval against Surrey, and
that's a good effort,
was in the
yeah.
second innings as well.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You know, the worst of the conditions against Moriarty and Verdi, who were bowling superbly in tandem. And then 51 also in the second innings against Leicestershire at Grace Road. And I mean, that pitch really was turning sharply. Callum Parkinson is an underrated bowler, I think.
Absolutely.
As Dale bowls on the hip of Tattersall. It's flicked down towards long leg by Tattersall, be a single, and he is on 233, 142 for 5. So Tattersall will keep the strike, but a good start to the morning for Ajit Dale. 6 overs, 1 for 10, and he looked in as good a rhythm in that over as he did last night.
He did, and he's got a fairly slingy action, hasn't he? And he looks a strong boy.
Yeah,
he does.
Yeah, he's tall. He's not necessarily tall in his action.
No,
but actually that skiddy pace can be a point of difference as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you don't necessarily have to be hitting the pitch hard, bowling at pace.
No.
The skiddy pace, especially on certain types of surfaces where, like they do say, the ball skids on. You know,
you think of someone like Darren Gough. He wasn't all that tall, but a great fast bowler for Yorkshire.
Yeah,
very skiddy.
Zafar Gohar to continue. And he is in to bowl to Tattersall, who pushes off the back foot firmly, but straight back to Zafar, who fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. So Zafar's tightened things up a bit the last few overs after Kola Cadmore in particular got after him. Bowling now to Tattersall, forward in defence. Ball rolls back up the pitch for Zafar to pick up.
I'm trying to look as if there's any turn for him. What turn there is fairly slow, I think. He got one ball in his previous overs just to jump a little bit outside the off stump.
Zafar in and bowls. Tattersall defends into the leg side this time, fielded by Charlesworth at mid-wicket. Yeah, I didn't get the impression that either of his wickets were really to do with turn.
No.
And it's highly encouraging, really, to see Zafar taking wickets that way. Zafar bowls now, and punch to mid-on by Tattersall for no run, because it's easy to take wickets when the ball's turning.
Yeah, I think it was fortuitous that he got Kola Cadmore out, because it wasn't a great delivery. It was a bad shot, really.
Zafar bowls. Oh, he had to think about sweeping that one, did Tattersall, and then changed his mind at the last minute and blocked it back maybe onto pad the way it trickled off. It's a bit difficult to see with his back to us, but it was certainly a ball which made Tattersall change his mind mid-path of ball towards him. Zafar bowls to Tattersall. Edge taken at slip, is it? I'd have to say that one also looked as if I think they might confer, but Tattersall's walking. Umpire Blackwell's staring at Johnny Tattersall. It doesn't look as if they are really going to confer.
No.
It looked actually quite similar from this angle to the non-catch, as it turned out, off Wharton, I think it was, or was it George Hill last night? I think it was Wharton.
I think it's Wharton.
And Jack Taylor at first slip, and they stood around. Eventually, Wharton was starting to walk off, and then the umpires conferred. But this time, the umpires actually were just walking towards each other to have a discussion. So clearly, James Middlebrook, at point as he was there, was able to see it pretty clearly. So it's a third wicket this morning for Zafar Gohar, and it is the big one as far as Gloucestershire were concerned. Johnny Tattersall caught by Ollie Price at slip down low, can only have been a little bit off the floor, and Tattersall goes for a well-made 33, but Zafar was causing him problems that over and gets the wicket.
That's right, absolutely, and a good sharp catch there at slip, and Yorkshire lose their 6th wicket, and Jordan Thompson comes out to bat now with Dom Bess, and I would suggest that Yorkshire are in a little bit of trouble.
How do you think Thompson will approach this? Will he go on the attack, or
well,
will
he does like to hit the ball, absolutely, and you've got, obviously, Dom Bess out there, and you know, he can just push it around for the ones and twos. But I think Yorkshire have got to be careful here, because if they, you know, if they don't watch out, as it were, they could end up with a first innings deficit. And who would have thought that just, what, half an hour ago?
Yeah, and it's Zaffa who's done the damage, because there hasn't, in truth, been a massive amount on offer, seemingly, for the seamers this morning. Certainly, I don't think as much as there was last night. Not that it was hooping round corners or anything, but I just think there's been a bit less this morning.
I mean, that delivery just seemed to climb a little bit, and that's what spinners need, as well as turn,
yes.
bounce. He bounced a little bit, and he might have played down the wrong line.
So 3 for 35 now for Zaffa. Dale continuing bowls. That's a gorgeous drive from Bess through extra cover. It's running out towards the boundary and will make it. And so Dom Bess gets off the mark in very pleasing fashion. 146 for 6.
Yeah, well, that's that's the way to do it when you've just lost a wicket. But yeah, a shot full of authority by Bess there. A lovely cover drive. And yeah, that's what Yorkshire needed. They trailed by 44 runs with 4 wickets left in this first innings.
That thing of 2 batters on naught, but not for very long. Dale up to the wicket and bowls. Back of a length this time, but not exactly a short ball. Bess gets up onto his toes and blocks the ball out towards backward point. There is no run. And I think for Dale, first over, he bowled full, but he didn't bowl too full. That first ball was probably just a bit too full.
It was a half volley, wasn't it? I'm just going to say that, absolutely, and taken full advantage of by Dom Bess.
Oh, he's not going to like that. Your tall fast bowler lunging after throws like that. Graham Van Buren was the man who tossed the ball to Dale and then apologised to Dale to lurch away to his left to catch it. Dale bowls, it's a short ball, it's down the leg side. Gloucestershire think there's something on this, and so does umpire Middlebrook. It's a wicket for Dale. Dom Bess is strangled down the leg side. We were talking about those yesterday. It was a short ball. He's tried to help it round the corner, and he's got something on it. According to umpire Middlebrook, I think Bess is more annoyed at the dismissal than the decision.
He was out there.
146 for 7.
He was disappointed by lingering at the crease. He was out. And Yorkshire, the batters, are finding ways of getting out. I mean, it wasn't a great delivery, was it, when he strangled down the leg side? But yeah. At first I thought he'd just got hold of it and guided it to fine leg, but no, it's too fine and taken by Bracey behind the stump. So Dom Bess goes for 4 in this over, having hit a glorious boundary, and Yorkshire are making a mess of this.
Yeah, so they've gone from 121 for 3, and less than 10 overs later, they're now 146 for 7. And you see those strangles down the leg side, they're so much more common with a bit of pace. I know that you're not bowling for them, but it's another thing which pace can do. You've just got less time to react.
That's right.
And you're so much more likely to get some sort of an edge.
I suppose, yeah, with more pace on it, there's less time, as it were, to actually guard it wide of the keeper. But still, being strangled on the leg side isn't great, is it? And he certainly didn't bowl for that. But,
no.
you know, I always think sometimes batsmen do get themselves out. They'll find a way. And Yorkshire batsmen have found a way to get themselves out this morning. It's been fairly entertaining, both with the bat and with the ball. And, you know, you've got to give a lot of credit to Gloucestershire. They're hanging in there. And the way it's going, Yorkshire still trail by 44 runs. Gloucestershire could just get a first innings lead here.
Yeah, I think I was speaking to James Bracey last night. I think they felt that, I mean, you would understand why they would project this sort of thinking. They would have liked to have got more runs, but you certainly didn't get the impression that they were massively infuriated by the score that they got.
No,
I think, you know, so I don't think, this is the problem having to think back now, I don't think I'd expressly asked the question of what would be the good score. And to be honest, a lot of the time you don't get a straight answer to that anyway, not at this stage of the match where Gloucestershire are trying to project the thoughts of, you know, we're still in a good position here. Dale bowls. Oh, that's a nasty delivery first up to Matthew Fisher, who's come out at number 9 for Yorkshire. He's dug that one into the pitch. It was sharp. It was attacking the ribs, and Fisher knocked it down into the ground, played it down, which was good, but still good ball.
I thought he played it very well, actually, to be fair to him. The only thing about Gloucestershire's innings yesterday is that it folded very quickly, didn't it, as I recall? Because I thought at one stage they were going to get over 200. I actually said that on air. And then George Hill got those 2 wickets in an over, didn't he?
Yeah, Tom Price and James Bracey were going on quite nicely with that partnership until Bracey was out for 71. It's another delivery from Dale, which is using the middle of the surface, but Fisher plays that one with even more ease. Actually managed to open the face on that one and push it out towards backward point off the back foot. Yeah, I mean, just going back to Gloucestershire's first innings, they had 4 players make double figures. All of them made 25 or more, and then the others all single figures. It was a slightly odd innings, and then we had several different occasions where wickets were taken in the same over.
Yeah.
In comes Dale. Now bowls, that's down the leg side. Lightning has not struck twice that time, and it's just been allowed to pass through to James Bracey by Matthew Fisher. But the end of a over from Dale, which has brought him his 2nd wicket. He's bowled 7 overs now, 2 maidens, pardon me, 2 for 14.
Yes, I mean, you look back on certain incidents in any match, and at the time you may not think too much of them, but I just wonder, last night when Live was out, and then the umpires came off for bad light, that could have been a turning point. It really could, as far as this innings is concerned.
Yeah, very much so. Especially, you know, I said it first thing. It's just the timing of it, and the fact that it was live as well.
That's right.
It could not have worked out much better for Gloucestershire.
Correct.
They were the other thing is that they were tiring.
Yes.
Their attack was tiring, and they had to bowl Zafar, and Zafar was getting pummeled by Kohler-Capmore at that stage.
Yeah, just imagine if Live had started the morning batting.
Yeah, you never know how different it might have been. It's Zafar bowling over the wicket now to Jordan Thompson, who plays that one off the back foot out into the leg side, picked up at mid-wicket for no run. So, yeah, you know, they certainly understood the importance of that wicket, and I think to go off then, I think Gloucestershire would have been pretty pleased and get back out, get rested, come back out this morning and take some wickets, which is what they've done, albeit Zafar's been the one who's done most of the damage. There'll be runs here for Jordan Thompson as the ball just turned a bit, turned down the leg side. It was helped on its way by Jordan Thompson, and the outfield's pretty quick, and so he is off the mark with a boundary as well, and that's the 150 up for Yorkshire, 150 for 7. Not a massive amount of mirth in the Gloucestershire, in the Yorkshire crowd because of that 150. Been plenty of applause if it had been 150 for 4, for example. Zafar bowls, flicked by Thompson to mid-wicket, stopped there by Miles Hammond, I think that is, and there is no run.
Yes, he bowled down the wrong line there when Thompson just flicked him for 4 down to fine leg.
He does have a short fine, but not that fine.
No.
Zafar bowls to Thompson off the back foot. Again, it goes out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Ben Charlesworth under the helmet at short leg, and Ollie Price at slip. Cover is open, although there is an extra cover, as Zafar bowls to Thompson, who drives off the back foot up to mid-off. Nicely timed, but the Gloucestershire skipper Van Buren can do the fielding and prevent runs. Yeah, I think you mentioned the bounce that Zafar was getting, and that's, you could argue in English conditions, often that's your number one weapon. Zafar bowls to Thompson, who flicks at that one as well down the leg side, but this time he's not quite got it fine enough, and Dale stops it, and then will keep the ball because that's the last ball of Zafar's over. Dale will, in fact, no, he won't keep the ball. He'll throw it away now. Never mind.
Still
it will be Dale to bowl, though. Yes.
Absolutely.
But you think of of Simon Harmer, the kind of the pinnacle of county seam bowling at the moment, and
spin bowling.
Spin bowling.
Yep.
Yes, sorry,
Yep.
I meant to say spin
Yep.
bowling. Yeah, just didn't get the word out. And actually, there's a lot made of Chelmsford pitches and how much they turn, but they don't always turn that much. It's the bounce. Dale bowls, that's edged but kept down by Fisher. You might get 4 runs here. Third man comes round, does manage to stop it. And that's good work on the boundary there. And it's just the single, in fact, for Fisher. So he's off the mark, 151 for 7. Played that one nicely.
Yes, I mean, part of a spinner's armoury is the bounce. And you could say that if you're playing in Australia, that's the Australian spinners like the bounce, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a real weapon for a spinner, absolutely. Because you're not just talking about catches to slip, you're talking about, catches at short leg and silly mid-off or whatever because of the bounce.
I think in the past, maybe in the past season or so, the pitches have really turned more at Chelmsford actually than they did in the previous couple of years. Dale over the wicket to the left-handed Thompson, who drives at that one in flashing fashion, misses it, and in fact so does James Bracey. Actually rare to see Bracey fumble the ball like that. I can't remember the last time he did that. He dropped the ball.
It's a good job he didn't get an edge there,
Exactly.
as far as Gloucestershire is concerned. Dear me.
As I say, this season Bracey's keeping has been near flawless, but that time just a bit of wobble. The ball sometimes can kind of get caught in a position where it doesn't rotate very much, and it kind of knuckles on Bracey as there's another play and a miss from Thompson. He's not really moving his feet yet, and Dale's bowling quickly enough that he's not really having much time to get these flashing drives away and get into position to play them, and that was actually less conviction in that one than the previous play and a miss.
Yes, he likes to play aggressively, Jordan Thompson. That's the way he plays. But is a decent bat, is Thompson, and these two have got to sort of get Yorkshire into a decent position.
Keen contest this, and Thompson drives into the ground, and Dale rises up to his full and fairly considerable height and plucks the ball out of the air above his head to his right-hand side. The only reason why, and I'm sure there'll be some people saying, well, what are you talking about? Pitches do turn at Chelmsford, etc. But there was that statistic going round.
It also seems there as well, doesn't it?
Certainly does that. But there was that statistic going round that since Simon Harmer joined Essex, I think it was over his first 3 seasons, no opposing spinner had taken a 5-wicket haul at Chelmsford. Dale bowls to Thompson, who pulls at that one, gets it wide of mid-on. Good effort to stop the ball, and in fact actually he's managed to dissuade them from coming back for a second run, David Payne, albeit he had one of those slightly embarrassing moments where the trousers just fall down a little bit as he went into the dive, but he managed to keep it down to just the single, so I'm sure he'll be pleased with that. Thompson on to 5, and it's 152 for 7.
But poor old Simon Hammer got some hammer from the England batters, didn't he, in the Test match?
He did, yeah. I mean, it was great to see him bowl in Test cricket. I mean, it wasn't for his first match back, as it were, but it was great to see him bowl. But they wish they'd played Jansen in that match, as that's a full delivery down the leg side. He tries to flick it at Fisher, but misses it, and that's the end of the over. As Bracey takes 152 for 7, Yorkshire trail by 38.
On the subject of Simon Hammer, of course, there was a sort of discussion or feeling that he could possibly play for England because because of his residency. It'd been so long in this country. There was talk of him possibly representing England. Yeah.
So, you look back on that match, and I think also they didn't quite get their usage of Harmer right. There was a time after, I think it was after lunch, when Folkes was out there, and they built that partnership, when you just felt actually Maharaj probably should have been bowling if a spinner were to bowl, as that's clipped by
Oh, my word.
Thompson, and it's gone. In fact, maybe it's not come off anything. No, it hasn't.
Buys.
It's all buys. So there was turn there for Zafar, but too much, and it's beaten everybody. It's beaten the leg slip who was in place, Jack Taylor and James Bracey, and that's 4 runs, and Yorkshire will certainly take those. 156 for 7.
4 buys. Yorkshire will certainly take those with pleasure, as it were. Only 34 runs adrift now of Gloucestershire's first innings total.
He's moved even finer now at leg slip. And Zafar bowls outside the off stump. There are
must have turned a lot.
enormous gasps from everybody. Zafar has gone on an almost Imran Tahir-esque run out towards extra cover and then back to his mark. But unfortunately, no, from a Gloucestershire perspective, no celebrations to accompany the run. It must have been pretty close, though, as Thompson drives at this one, drives into the ground, and it's fielded by Zafar off his own bowling. There's a big, tempting gap at extra cover for him to find, but he couldn't find it and was rather cross with himself for not having done so to that delivery. Zafar is in and bowls on the back foot. Thompson pushes out towards short leg.
Well, of course, Thompson is a left-handed bat. Zafar is bowling left arm over, so he's trying to bowl into the bowler's footmarks, I think.
Yeah, they look as though they're certainly there to be used, as that's flogged away by Thompson. He certainly had a good go at that and skewed it rather out towards deep mid-wicket for a single, but
flogged for 1.
Yes. There's one way to get a single.
Yeah.
157 for 7 with Thompson on to 6, Fisher on 1. Deficit is 33. In fact, there is still one more ball left in the over. They've done me there by switching over for the right-hander. I think in some ways, actually, it's a good job he did drag it as more towards a normal mid-wicket as he did, because there was a fielder inside, as it were, inside the circle at straight mid-wicket who might have been able to take the catch had he not done so. Zafar to Fisher. Fisher well forward, a studious defence to complete the over. So 157 for 7 remains the score at a sunny Headingley.
Yeah, it's a fascinating contest, this now, isn't it? It really is. Made all the more pleasurable by the sunshine. This is glorious. 27th of September. And as I say, as I said before, smashing spectators. I mean, JD thought there's about the same crowd as yesterday. I think there's a few more in today. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think I'd probably go along with that. I think there's definitely a few more down to our left than there were yesterday. I think it's probably about the same over in the Howard stand and in the East stand, but definitely a few more down to our left. It seems like the prime real estate. Dale continuing. It's jabbed away by Thompson out towards backward point. He won't get a run for it. But it's just great to see. And yes, we've got a low-scoring game, and we're supposed not to be able to get excited about those anymore. But it's great to see somebody bowling at pace at one end and a quality international spinner at the other.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's going to test the mettle of these batsmen. And so far, they haven't done very well this morning.
Dale charges in. He's there now on bowls. Thompson drives, gets better timing on that one, and he's beaten mid-off. It's running out towards the boundary, and as try as he might, Graham Van Buren just can't seem to catch up with the ball. He managed to eventually, but the ball just seemed to be not losing its pace at all as it went out towards the wide long-off boundary. Applause for 3 runs there for Thompson. That was much more like it as far as he's concerned with those drives. He's on to 9. It's 160 for 7. And 30 runs is the deficit. It was a good chase from Van Buren. Managed to catch up with it. Suspect there are a few in the Gloucestershire team who wouldn't have caught us up with that. Van Buren is one of the quicker members. Dale bowls now, and that's turned by Fisher off his pads out towards square leg. It's fielded by Charlesworth with those shin pads on there, and there is no run.
Yes, I mean, Matthew Fisher can certainly bat. We know Thompson can. So, as I say, it's a fascinating stage of the game now. Who's on top? Who is on top?
Yeah, I
think it's on the ninth.
It's pretty even at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
You'd think, but there's still the possibility for Yorkshire to add plenty of runs here. As forward goes Fisher, a nice positive forward press, but finds Van Buren at mid-off, so there's no run.
Yeah, as we've been saying both yesterday and so far today, that the track itself looks all right. There doesn't seem too many demons, although of course Zafar's getting a little bit of turn, and Dale is bowling well. He's getting some pace, but there are no great demons in the track. You wouldn't have thought.
No. Welcome in, by the way, listeners, once more to Radio 5 Sports Extras. That's a short delivery which Fisher just about manages to get his head out of the way of. Dug in by Ajit Dale, who's bowling with some gas here at the moment, and he wasn't afraid to let his fellow fast bowler have a little bit of a taste of his own medicine, I suppose, actually, with Fisher having got those 4 wickets in the first innings of Gloucestershire.
Absolutely, Ed, but I think he'll be taking note of this,
Indeed.
Will Fisher, and because he can dish it out as well.
Very much so. It's been exciting cricket this morning at Headingley, with Yorkshire 160 for 7, trailing by 30 runs as forward goes Fisher and drives out towards wide mid-off. Van Buren does the fielding, and there is no run. That ends the over. Dale has bowled 9 overs, 2 for 19, but the story this morning from a Gloucestershire perspective has been Zafar Gohar, who's claimed 3 wickets, that of Kola Cadmore to the first ball that he bowled this morning. Short ball, which understandably Kola Cadmore tried to pull, but less understandably he hit it straight up in the air. It was a good catch actually by Van Buren at mid-wicket, diving backwards, but still, when it was a catch that had to be taken. He was out for 46. Johnny Tattersall played very nicely for his 33, but edged a catch through to Ollie Price at first slip. Harry Duke was trapped LBW for 4, and Dom Best strangled down the leg side off the bowling of Dale, also for 4. So Yorkshire this morning started off very brightly. We're 121 for 3 at one stage, but in their pursuit of batting points, they've had a bit of a, well, more than a bit of a wobble from 121 for 3 to 146 for 7 as Zafar continues with his left arm spin from the Howard stand end, and that's worked by Jordan Thompson out towards mid-wicket for no run as Johnson Zoyge makes his way back into the box, and Graham Orange will have a breather, an extended one I suppose actually, because there'll be lunch in half an hour as Thompson pushes that one back to the bowler and Zafar Gohar does the fielding. Charlesworth forward short leg, Jack Taylor at leg slip, and a conventional slip as well as they're appealing for LBW here. I thought that was too high, was my first impression there, and I think Jordan Thompson was also signalling as if it were really necessary, because Ian Blackwell had already decided that he was not out. He then signalled after the not out decision had been made how high up on his pad that one hit. You can't appeal for that. Zafar to Thompson, edged and taken at first slip. It's another wicket for Zafar Gohar. A forcing drive attempted by Jordan Thompson, and Ollie Price with another catch down low at first slip. It's the 8th Yorkshire wicket, and this solitary batting point even is looking a fair way away now. 160 for 8. Thompson out for 9. Zafar 4 for 40 as Jonathan Doidge is back alongside myself, Ed Seaborn.
Yeah, and an excellent effort from Zafar this morning. He paid a bit of a price yesterday, didn't he, for when he was introduced. 2 overs for 23, but right on it from ball 1 with that wicket of Tom Kola Cadmore today. And 4 of the last 5 wickets going his way. So Yorkshire, well, I think all you can describe it as is collapsing here. They've lost 5 wickets for 39 runs, and it brings together Matthew Fisher and Ben Code for the 9th wicket, and just Stephen Patterson to come, and that 30-run deficit.
Surprised, really, I have to say, at how much of a part Zafar has played already. I suppose I shouldn't be, because you know what a quality bowler he is, but at the same time it just seemed as if it was going to be seam bowling conditions, and there was understandably a lot of talk of Gloucestershire do lack that kind of batting seamer option, especially with Ben Charlesworth not able to bowl, as he isn't for the rest of the season. Obviously, we hope that the shoulder issue can disappear over the course of the winter and Charlesworth can be back to bowling for next season, but he has had quite a history with that shoulder, and it may be that he, and I hope that isn't the case, but it may be that he kind of has to forget his bowling, so that removes a bit of balance from the side. But the way that Zafar has bowled this morning, it hasn't mattered, and he's got seemingly just enough turn, but I think really all the wickets have come from balls which haven't particularly turned, but there has been bounce on offer for him, and he's taken advantage of that. Ben Code is the new man for Yorkshire. Out at number 10, in comes Zafar and bowls to Code, who leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. 42 wickets on the season for Zafar Gohar now. And bear in mind, particularly at the start of the season, he had some very unresponsive surfaces to deal with, as Code has he played inside the line of that one? Not sure. He's not laid bat on it anyway, and it's gone through to James Bracey with a bit of turn that time, and that ends the over. So 160 for 8 remains Yorkshire's score, and 30 runs they have to make up before they're level.
Yep, so fast becoming that feeling of a one innings game. You'd be very surprised if it went the full 4 days. Very surprised, particularly with the weather as it is, unless that changes. Might drag things out a little bit. Ajit Dale going to continue from this Kirkstall Lane end to bowl to Matthew Fisher. Now then, Doidgy, Graham and Ed, says Andy from Cottingham. I'm sat in the sunshine in the East Stand looking forward to a punishing performance by the Tykes. Oh dear. Here's Dale in over the wicket. Fisher backing away from that slightly, drops it down at his feet, no run. Andy goes on, post-cricket season blues are seeping into me already, but I shall fight them by watching today and probably tomorrow. Totally agree with the comments about reducing the number of championship games, totally out of order in my opinion. Graham's comments about it having a negative effect on the test match team was spot on. Andrew Strauss will probably receive plenty of similar words. I read that the Yorkshire Post piece by Chris Waters, very funny but totally on the mark. Leave our long game alone, he says. And could you ask Graham about his opinions about the fielding position called after the famous Orson Welles film? As Dale is in, and again Fisher just rooted to the crease, that ball ballooning up towards gully. No run. I think he might mean that position known as third man. Graham has a rather sizable bee in his bonnet about whether or not there should be a man in that position constantly.
Well, he's got one at the moment. That's why he's looking particularly pleased out there. We've got a big thumbs up from him.
So here is Dale coming in once again. Right arm over, driven by Fisher. Looked a nice stroke, but unfortunately for him, straight to the man who is wide-ish mid-off. No run.
I understand the end of season blues feeling though, even though there is so much cricket this winter, so much to watch, World Cups galore, Test series, ODI series, T20 series, Big Bash, etc. It's not here though, is it?
No, it'd be fairly cold though, wouldn't it? Ed, let's be honest about it. Here's Ajit Dale again, turned round the corner by Fisher. He'll get a single to the man coming in from long leg. 2 to him, 161 for 8. It would be just a tad on the parky side. It wouldn't be so bad if it was like this. Nice crisp winter mornings of cricket. But there was certainly already an autumnal feel about life this morning as I was getting in the car to come over here. Even though the sun was shining, I think single figure temperatures.
Yeah, I know why it has to end. All good things must come to an end, but it's still sad.
I mean, some of the decks in December might just get a little bit tacky, yeah, for the 90 minutes that they're probably able to play just after lunch, by the time things have slightly dried out.
And in storm force winds as well.
Yeah, before darkness descends. Short leg has been brought in as Ajit Dale, no surprise, bowls one short of length to Ben Code, who's over the top of that and playing it out to point, and they get through for a single. That could be a test if he really does dig a couple in at Ben.
I was at a street fair a couple of days ago in Bristol. It's an annual street fair where they have, I mean, it's great fun. I tried the devil sticks, you know, those things, 2 sticks, and you have another stick kind of thing which rolls on the 2 of them. And you can sort of flick it up in the air, flick it to somebody else.
Here's Dale, punched off the back foot by Fisher. Lovely shot this, Matthew Fisher, 4 runs through extra cover. Right over the top of that. And he moves on to 6, and Yorkshire to 166 for 8.
That was a good riposte, just breaking off from that. With,
Well,
with
I
Fisher.
no idea what you were talking about.
Well,
anyway,
no, that's all right. Anyway, it was a lovely shot from Fisher, and he gave Ajit Dale something to think about at the end of that over. But yeah, the reason I was going to go on to that was they had plenty of live music as well, and it felt wonderful as a sort of, and it wasn't a village fete, obviously, because it was in the centre of Bristol. It was the Chandos Road Festival, but the programmes for the festival had unfortunately printed one of these band names as Storm Force 20, which, if you know your Beaufort scale, obviously wasn't obvious to whoever was writing that it should be Storm Force 10. Zaffer bowls to Coe's a bit of turn past the outside edge there, and so somebody had to go through all, I mean, goodness knows how many programmes they'd had to print off with a marker pen and changed all the 20s to the 10 for the hundreds of programmes that were printed, as again Zaffer goes past the outside edge of Ben Code's bat. He's getting annoyed here, is Zaffer. Might be a spinner, but you can still get riled up over consistent passing of the outside edge. There are 2 slips in place in a short leg. Zaffer bowls to Code, who works that one round the corner to the fielder on the 45. There's a lot of shouting there, but I think it was mostly Fisher telling Code to get back into his crease, which he did. So there was no run. I don't think it would be a sort of a village fete or a street festival or something like that without something like that happening. Fisher has hoiked this one way up into the air, should be caught here, and is very comfortably at mid-off. So the end of Ben Code for 1. It's a 9th wicket for Gloucestershire, and it is another 5-wicket haul for Zafar Gohar. 5 for 40. Code got bored, I think, of just blocking Zaffer and having his outside edge pass, so he tried to go over the top, went way up into the air, and Miles Hammond settled himself underneath it and took the catch at mid-off, and it's 166 now for 9.
Yeah, disappointing, wasn't it? And that, is it going to be? No, it's not going to be lunch, is it? 12:11. Looked like they were walking off for a moment. In fact, no, Guard of Honour here. Guard of Honour is being formed, and we know why that is, because the man walking out to bat for, who knows, possibly the last time in sporting the White Rose will be Stephen Patterson. There is a second innings for Yorkshire to come. But here he comes, Stephen Patterson. Number 17 on his back, just turns and gives a wave to the crowd who are standing and applauding him into the crease here, into the wicket, for what could possibly be his final innings in Yorkshire colours. And lovely to see the Guard of Honour formed by the Gloucestershire fielding side, and both umpires also applauding him on his way out. Of course, Gloucestershire will want to see him back out as quickly as possible. A little handshake from Matthew Fisher, and the old boy walking out at Headingley in his final match in the sunshine, and he will hope to make a significant contribution here, because Yorkshire will need him to do that. They're 166 for 9.
Yeah, it's always a lovely moment when a great servant to the game, to a county, gets that Guard of Honour from the opposition, and Stephen Patterson fully deserving of it. What a servant he has been for Yorkshire over the years. Whether this is his final innings, we don't know, but can't guarantee that he'll be back out for a second time for weather reasons, etc. So get it in now, and I'm sure if he does bat again, as Gloucestershire will hope he does, that we'll see it all over again. Zaffer bowling to Patterson, who comes forward, negotiates his first delivery. I wonder if they're going to applaud every delivery that Patterson keeps out. I mean, it's slightly patronising, because it's not as though Patterson can't bat, but I know why they're doing it. I'm only being silly. Forward goes Patterson, and again manages to defend that one out into the covers. End of the over, and Zafar Gohar, having claimed his 5-wicket haul in that over, 5 for 40, has got his 5th 5-wicket haul of the season, to go with 110 for in the match. I think it's his 5th anyway. It's one of these things with the live table updating. I'm going to remember from earlier on as to whether he had 4 before the start or not. I think he had 4, but anyway, it's another 5-wicket haul, and he's lowering that bowling average for the season down to basically 30 now, which admittedly is not astonishing, but as I say, he got through so many overs on placid pitches.
Here's Ajit Dale bowling to Matthew Fisher, who flicks that one off his legs down to long leg. And it'll be just kept in from the boundary rope, and they'll get back for 2. 168 for 9, the deficit 22, Fisher on to 8. Stephen Patterson is batting in first-class cricket for the 225th time here. He's made 2,693 first-class runs. He might just want to nudge that over the 2,700 mark, a highest of 63. Average 15.3, and has made 4 first-class half-centuries. It'd be a handy time to make the 5th, wouldn't it, as far as the state of the game and Yorkshire are concerned here. Short ball from Dale, and a pretty good attempt at the pull shot by Matthew Fisher. Got over the top of it, but as he did with one of his nice drives earlier, he hits it straight to the man who's positioned just backward of square leg.
Kent off to a good start in reply to Somerset's 202. Kent a 44 without loss, and Warwickshire still going pretty well themselves against Hampshire, 139 for 2, but will they have enough time to do what they need?
Dale, short ball, and a bit of limbo from Matthew Fisher, down on his backside.
They didn't have that at the street fair.
No, pretty good that, wasn't it? Yeah, get a bit of calypso music on round Headingley on the PA system for the next time that one happens. Just swaying those shoulders side to side.
Oh, if they only
underneath that one.
If only there were commentator cam for that. You're wasted on the radio.
Got the face for it. 168 for 9. Dale in. This time it's up there to get Fisher to think about the drive, but he plays a little more circumspectly and just drops it out into the offside. They've got a sweeper out now on the cover boundary. It's a bit of an in-out field set here by Graham Van Buren. He wouldn't want, would he, one of those frustrating last wicket stands that sometimes happens. Yorkshire, the tail wagged against Essex here the other week. Ben Code made 69, his highest first-class score, so it can happen. And Dale trying to finish things off with a 3rd wicket. Here he comes then to Fisher. Short again, helped away round the corner. There's a sprawling dive down at long leg in the shadows of the Howard stand, and a little bit of a fumble ensures they get back for a 2nd.
I've just realised, by the way, that my scores page had got stuck. So I've just given you scores from about half an hour ago. Kent are actually doing even better. They're 105 without loss now against Somerset. Proudly announced scores that are totally wrong. Kent 105 for no wicket in reply to Somerset's 202, so looking firmly in control there. And it's actually raining again at Edgbaston. 157 for 2 is the Warwickshire score. Apologies for that, but there's very little warning about the score page getting stuck.
Final ball of Dale's over. It's to Matthew Fisher. It's short again, and Fisher pulls, and that will be 4. Well played, sir. That's a lovely shot from Matthew Fisher. A little bit of the tennis feel about it, but I think the key thing was he got his body into position and then pulled the bat down over the top of it. And he got plenty on it. 4 runs out to the Western Terrace side of the ground. He's on to 14, 174 for 9, 52 overs complete in the Yorkshire first innings, and they are 16 runs behind. Forever Dormo says, hate to say this, Doidgy, but the dig in I was suggesting earlier does now appear to have been the better option than the one that Yorkshire decided to follow. At least it was good to see the guard of honour reception that Pato received when he came out.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly get where you're coming from, because a couple of the wickets really have been gifted to Gloucestershire, and it was the Kola Cadmore wicket that opened things up, as a new over is started by Zafar Gohar, and Patterson opens the face, guides it towards backward point. There's no run, but there we go. That's the thing about sport. We'll never know what if. Who knows? Maybe they would have lost even more wickets if they blocked it out. But understand the frustrations, as there's a brief inquiry for caught behind there from James Bracey, as once again Zafar goes past the outside edge of Stephen Patterson, who comes forward and tries to defend. Lancashire still batting against Surrey, 512 for 9 they are. Zafar bowls a loopy delivery, which Patterson plays into the ground. It stopped well at short leg, actually, because there's nobody saving the single behind him, so Charlesworth had to get down and stop that, or Patterson would have been able to get off the mark. George Balderson was out for 97. Keaton Jennings gone earlier, LBW to Jamie Overton for 199, and George Balderson out for 97. And in fact, Lancashire have just now been bowled out for 512. Still raining at Northampton. Essex 220 for 8, but they haven't managed to get started there yet. Derbyshire still going well in reply to Leicestershire's 249. They're 133 without loss. Nottinghamshire 370 for 3, not heading, in fact, towards maximum batting points, because 110 overs has passed, but certainly more than heading towards the result that they need to ensure they're in Division 1 next year. Zafar is in and bowls. That's left alone by Patterson through to James Bracey. Glamorgan 315 for 5 against Sussex. Shubman Gill, in fact, 315 for 6, just as I load it. Shubman Gill made 119, as Patterson maybe had to think about playing at that one and then withdrew the bat away from it, as Bracey takes it. So Glamorgan 315 for 6 in the game between Worcestershire and Middlesex, as that's flicked by Patterson into the ground, fumbled slightly by Charlesworth at short leg, but not fumbled enough that they can come through for a single. More applause as Patterson gets through that over. 174 for 9 is the Yorkshire score. Middlesex are 40 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 225. So Glamorgan have picked up 3 batting points. Worcestershire against Middlesex. Worcestershire up for 225. I think it's pretty safe to assume Middlesex have got all 3 of their bowling points. It's 9 points that Glamorgan have to, in fact 10 that Glamorgan have to make up. So yeah, they're still going to need some help from Worcestershire, but 40 for 1 in reply to 225. Middlesex aren't having it all their own way, so we could have an exciting conclusion to the promotion battle, but it does look as if Nottinghamshire at least are doing what they need to do.
Terrific, as Tom Price comes into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. 2 slips, third man, point, cover. It's going to be a mid-off when Graham Van Buren moves to his left. Mid-on, yawning gap through mid-wicket. There's a sweeper out towards the square leg boundary, just wandering up a few paces, and also a long leg. 174 for 9, 16 runs is the Gloucestershire lead at this moment in time. First innings, remember. And Price, right arm over the wicket, as Fisher playing from the crease and dropping into the leg side, and there is no run. It's been a Well, a match where Yorkshire got off to a good start yesterday. You'd say they had the better of the first session. They won the second session as well. Third session was a little more even, 80 for 3. But then very firmly, Gloucestershire's this morning, 6 wickets. Yorkshire on the slide from 121 for 3 at one stage to 166 for 9. Price in again. Tries the Yorker. Well dug out by Matthew Fisher.
It was Zaffa's 5th fifer of the season, by the way, just to confirm that. 43 wickets now, so well, I suppose if he were to take the last one, there's still the possibility that he might manage to get to the 50 wicket mark. Have to bowl well in the second innings, of course.
5 fifers is a seriously good impact in a season where your team have gone down and been adrift, as Fisher works that one to mid-on, and there's no run, and there's no surprise when we were talking about the respective teams here, their player of the season, that you were putting Zaffa up yesterday.
Yeah, I think he would be most people's choice. Of course, he didn't play in the T20, but then he was a big part of Gloucestershire's Royal London campaign, and the Championship really does take precedence in that sort of thing.
Here's Price again. Fisher just pushing into the offside. Van Buren into field, keeping the batter honest by shaping to throw at the stumps. So Patterson yet to get off the mark, but he's been out there for 13 minutes. He's faced 8 balls, the old boy, and you can tell immediately the way he's walked out there that he's set his mind on a century here. Going to eclipse that highest first-class score of 63. Just something about the way he looks out there, lads. It says 100, doesn't it? What are you laughing at? Well, he's taken his guard. He's done the usual fiddle with the thigh pad thing.
I think silence was probably the best thing in that situation.
Are you suggesting I might be cracking up? 175 for 9 then. Price trying to end Pato's innings more or less as soon as it's begun. There's a bit of swing about that as well. Pato just turning that one off the pad towards square leg. If Tom, who clearly was applauding Pato as he walked into bat, if he really did think, great career, let's just send him off nicely, he'd probably throw a few good length balls up about a foot outside off stump, and so you'll see Pato play that square drive. Here we go. He's got one away backward of point with a shorter ball, but there's his strong area, and he gets back for 2 to a standing ovation more or less from the northeast stand. Pato very much plays in the V, except his V is from about 20 yards backward of point to 20 yards in front of it on the offside. He's on to 2. Yorkshire 177 for 9 after 54, trailing by 13.
Well, he obviously was thinking along the same lines as you, but perhaps he was hoping that would be carved to third man for a single rather than a couple of runs. But he certainly bowled one in the area. It'll be Zaffa then to continue. Just going back to the discussion then as far as players of the season go, when you look at the batting averages, and Chris Dent and Marcus Harris, the only 2 players to have played appreciable numbers of games who average over 40 with the bat for Gloucestershire this season, and then you look at the bowling averages, and with these wickets in this innings, Zaffa has lowered his average to below 30 with the ball. It's only Mohammed Amir, who played just the 2 games, and Tom Price, whose bowling average is still under 20 for his 8 matches, who have bowling averages under 30 on the season. Zaffa bowls, forward goes Fisher, pushes into the covers for no run, and yeah, as I said yesterday, I think if Tom Price had been there for the whole season, you'd have seen a very close vote between the 2. But I think because of the fact that, and it's no fault of his own, Tom Price, as Zaffa bowls, played quite late, but in defence by Fisher for James Bracey to go out and field. If Tom Price had been there for the whole season, then I think he'd have maybe had a trickier task deciding, but for me, my vote would go to Zaffa Gohart, as Fisher defends back up the pitch for no run. And then the question is, can you get Zaffer back next season, and on what arrangement? He says, leaving it as potentially cryptic as possible, but Zaffer could potentially qualify for England. He's got an English wife. He's been over here quite a bit before he was playing for Gloucestershire, as that's guided by Fisher. Just a late cut, but only succeeds in finding backward points, so there's still no run. So yeah, he would have, though, potentially, and I don't know how this works. This is the problem. Zaffer bowls to Fisher, he leans forward and pushes into the covers for no run. I don't know how it works with regards to potentially playing in the PSL, because you'd have thought, come back to that, as Zaffer is there now and bowls, and once more Fisher plays it late out towards backward point, but there is no run, and that is the end of a maiden over from Zaffer. 6 maidens now in his 13 overs, 5 for 40. I don't know whether, for example, Dan Worrell becoming a local player, for Surrey, had to give up playing in the Big Bash, or he would have had to have been an overseas player. I don't know whether with the PSL it works the same way, I'm afraid. I don't know, but there's that to consider. If he does become a local player, then you're taking quite a hit, I would imagine, to your yearly paycheck if you can't play in the PSL as he has been doing.
Yeah, here's Tom Price bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. Final of the morning session. Patterson has a little waft at one down the leg side. There's no run.
Yeah, but Gloucestershire supporters would, of course, dearly love to have Zaffer back, because he has been such an asset for them, particularly over the course of the mid to latter part of the season, where pitches have turned more for him.
Price to Patterson again, and Patterson playing in the V once more, stands back and cracks that to point. No run.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know whether they can. Obviously, they've already signed Marchand de Lange on the basis of being a local player for next season. I don't know whether that will be possible with Zaffer. So then the question is, would Zaffer potentially take something similar to what he did this year, where he was sort of on call for the first half of the season and then fully overseas for the second half?
Patterson pushing into the offside, and again there's no run.
But I gather other counties, and it's understandable, other counties are interested. So yep, you potentially fighting off interest from elsewhere. And if somebody were to offer him the full season as an overseas player, then it's hard to see him not taking that, really.
Price turns again, leaves us behind. Coming in past umpire Middlebrook, right arm over the wicket. In dip towards Patterson, who's playing a beautifully correct forward defensive push. There's no run. Stick around, by the way, the other side of lunch, because, although the boys don't know yet, I'm telling you all now, James Carr, Director of Cricket for the Northern Diamonds, is going to just join us for 10 or 15 minutes and reflect on that great win for the Diamonds at Lord's on Sunday. One or two sore heads by the sound of it. In comes Price. Patterson can't get bat on that. Deflects it off the pad down to fine leg for a leg by. 178 for 9.
And that's just from us after our visit to the pub last night. Never mind anybody else.
Yeah. Graham home, pipe and slippers. Hot water bottle. Cup of Horlicks. Last ball of the session. Price bowling to Fisher, who pushes out into the offside. And again, there is no run. Now then, I'm saying that, but at 9 down, it looks as if we are continuing. beyond the scheduled
The umpires have confirmed that the extra half hour has been taken.
lunch break. And there we go. The extra half hour has been taken according to the Golden Voice. So 178 for 9. And we'll do another little revolution in the com box then at this stage. Give Ed an early lunch breather. And Graham will come in alongside. Zaffa going to continue then and try and make this extra half hour a much shorter one. Patterson on 2 is on strike, and Zaffa has him propping forward at this one that he drops at around about leg stump. No run. They've brought in silly mid off now, as well as short leg and the slip, so everyone wanted to get in close to Pato on his final match for Yorkshire, and he pushes 2 silly mid off conveniently after the bounce for another dot off the second ball. They've still got the man 45 backward of square. There's a backward point, there's a man squarish at cover as well as an extra cover mid on and mid off, and Patterson tries to flick this one into the east stand but misses. Wraps him on the pad, no run.
Yes, this may not take 30 minutes to wrap up the innings.
Zaffa sniffing a 6th wicket, but not on this occasion. Drops it again about leg stump, and Patterson working it to David Payne, who's positioned 45 backward of square. Still 12 runs the deficit. This pair would at least like to rub those off and make it into a 1 innings contest, which it more or less is. Extra cover just been brought up a few strides. Patterson tries the sweep. The ball balloons up in the air. And silly mid off. Didn't know where it had gone, and was obviously told by somebody else it's going to hit you on the head, so ducked very late. Managed to avoid it. Payne just been moved squarer now on the sweep. And they're also bringing across backward point to replace Payne at 45. So they've just taken out the square cover. That's the ultimate effect, and put in the sweep at just backward of square leg. As Patterson steps back to play this latest go-hard delivery, he's switched there to bowling over the wicket, and that was punched over fashion up to mid-off to complete over number 57, with Yorkshire on 178 for 9.
Yes, I suppose Yorkshire got 2 targets here with their last pair at the crease to overtake Gloucestershire's first innings total of 190 and also get to 200 for a batting bonus point. So there's still quite a bit at stake here. And Gloucestershire will want to wrap this innings up as quickly as possible. We've gone over the time we should have taken lunch, so they've taken the extra half hour, Gloucestershire, with 9 wickets down.
Yeah, Tom Price going to continue at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Coming in past umpire James Middlerook then, right arm over the wicket. Fisher negotiates that safely, dropping it into the vacant mid-wicket region, and they're strolling through for 1. A single that takes him on to 16, and Yorkshire to 179 for 9. Meanwhile, it's lunch elsewhere. Canterbury, Somerset made 202. Kent, 144 without loss in response. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire, a game that could still be vital in Yorkshire's season, are 157 for 2 after just 52 overs of that one. That is the lunch break as well. They are, of course, playing second-placed Hampshire. As you know, Lancashire made 512. Surrey are 1 without loss, or were, after 1 over by lunch. Champions. Price is in. That's carved away down to 3rd man by Patterson. There was a bit of a feeling of outside edge about it. His first boundary takes him on to 6. Yorkshire to 183 for 9 and are now 7 behind.
Yes, it's still a 4 in the scorebook, isn't it? But it wasn't a convincing shot by Patterson. But, yep, the Yorkshire trail by 7 runs now. They're creeping ever closer to this Gloucestershire total with the last pair at the crease.
Start delayed by rain at Northampton. Don't think that we've seen any play. Yeah, no play before lunch there. 220 for 8 Essex were overnight. That remains the case then. Price bowling to Patterson, solidly behind this, opening the face and running it out to point. In Div 2 at New Road, Worcester, the home side 225. Middlesex 58 for 1 in response there. That is still in play, as is the match at Hove, where Glamorgan are 338 for 6. Sussex yet to bat. Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 399 for 3 against Durham, having chosen to bat yesterday. That also in play. It's lunch at Derby, where Derbyshire are 146 without loss. As Patterson has gone, he's chopped one to second slip. Price takes his second wicket. Yorkshire lose their last wicket, and they're all out for 183. The catch taken by Ollie Price, a third one of the morning for him. And well, it only took 9 of those 30 allotted minutes to try and take that final wicket. Stephen Patterson caught Ollie Price, bowled Tom Price for 6 of 24 deliveries. Yorkshire 183 all out, finished their first innings with a deficit of 7 runs.
Yeah, that's it. It's a disappointing morning for Yorkshire, having started the day in a decent position, but they've not batted all that well this morning, and Gloucestershire have ended up with a first innings lead. So well done to them, and it's all in the second innings now for these two sides, and Gloucestershire will be having a nice lunch now, knowing that they're doing a very good job on the Yorkshire batsmen, and this game is so evenly poised now.
Yep. So basically a 1 innings match. Gloucestershire have got that 7-run advantage, as Graham says. How vital might that be in a day, or who knows, so's time. And an indication really of the parity between the sides. 190 all out Gloucestershire in 57.2 overs. Yorkshire 183 all out in 57.4 overs. So only a couple of balls difference in terms of how long they batted for. An excellent effort with the ball, it's got to be said, by Zafar Gohar, who, well, you thought this morning that Yorkshire might be cruising into a lead here, but he came on with his first ball. He made an impact, taking the wicket of Tom Kohler-Cadmore, caught by Graham Van Buren. Good catch as well, back-pedalling at mid-wicket from high in the Headingley skies to catch TKC for 46 from 45 deliveries. And from that moment, the rot set in. Harry Duke, LBW to Gohar for 4. Johnny Tattersall caught by Ollie Price off Gohar for 33. Just a slight interruption with Ajit Dale taking the wicket of Dom Bess for just the 4 runs, caught behind by James Bracey, a leg side strangle. Jordan Thompson's travails with the bat in the second half of the season in red ball cricket continue. Another single figure score, caught Ollie Price, bowled Gohar for 9. Ben Code caught by Miles Hammond off Gohar for 1. And then Stephen Patterson, well, the price was right, wasn't it? Ollie took the catch, Tom was the bowler, and he was out for 6. The undefeated batter was Matthew Fisher, who finished with 16 runs against his name, not out. There were 8 extras, and Yorkshire are 183 all out then. We'll be back after the lunch break, as I say, with James Carr of the Northern Diamonds to just have a reflection on what went on over the weekend, as we continue to bring you ball by ball coverage from here at Headingley. So do please stick with us and come back in just under 40 minutes time. Yeah, beautiful sunny day here at Headingley, but not a beautiful day for Yorkshire, who lost their last 7 wickets for just 62 runs this morning, largely at the hands of Zafar Gohar, Gloucestershire's left-arm spinner, who claimed 5 for 40. Tom Kohler-Cadmore made 46. Jonathan Tattersall, celebrating the award of his cap yesterday, 33. But nobody else for Yorkshire made it into double figures except the not-out batter, Matthew Fisher. There were 183 all out, and Gloucestershire lead by 7 runs going into their second innings. Welcome back then from Headingley for part 2 on day 2, as Yorkshire were bowled out for 183 this morning, a 7-run lead after both teams have batted first for Gloucestershire, who are back out and batting for a second time then. Ben Charlesworth and Chris Dent. It's going to be Ben Code opening from the Howard stand end. Ed Seaborn of BBC Bristol, Graham Orange, our third voice, myself, Jonathan Doidge, and joining us, I'm pleased to say, for this just this first little part of the afternoon session is Northern Diamonds Director of Cricket. Got that one right after several commentary stints within this year, James Carr, who I am pleased to say is alongside. I'll bring in a moment because Ben Code, with 3 slips in place and a ring field, is in and bowling to Charlesworth, who's immediately off the mark, pushing into the covers where Don Bess will field, and they'll get 1 run. James Carr, many congratulations on an epic game, an epic final in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy at Lord's on Sunday. The Southern Vipers defeated at last the Diamonds with, well, third time lucky, 2-run win. I think the question after Ben Code's bowled this delivery is how's the head, first of all? And it's a good delivery as well to Chris Dent, who solidly blocks it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think everyone is possibly on day 2 of a hangover. We certainly enjoyed Sunday late evening, and maybe a bit of Monday morning as well. But yeah, great to have the monkey off our backs, if you like, of third time lucky at trying to secure the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy, and thankfully it's back in the north at last.
Is that one of those back where it belongs type comments? Yeah, back where it belongs in north. As Ben Code is in, and again aiming at the stumps, and Chris Dent has to defend that. It wasn't probably never was going to be the smoothest of passages against that team and the way that the 2 previous finals have gone. But Lauren Winfield Hill's obviously added something, not playing internationally but playing for the Diamonds this year. She batted superbly and everything seemed to be going swimmingly at the point that she was one of several wickets that fell quite quickly during your innings. As a good delivery from Code, and that is that for Chris Dent, who has gone without scoring in the second innings. A feather through to Johnny Tattersall. High fives all around from Yorkshire. And in the first over of Gloucestershire's second innings, they're 1 for 1.
Yeah, what a start. Coming round the wicket and just getting it to tail to the slipcord, and just a little feather there, and Yorkshire have certainly come out with a bit of intent and need all 10 Gloucestershire wickets here at ideally a decent rate to try and enforce the points for a win. But yeah, on Lauren Winfield Hill, what a player, what a person. She's been in and out of the England side. She's looked great for 30s and 40s and just not quite gone on. And she'd admit that herself, but she's come back into domestic cricket. It's fantastic around, what's been a developing game. Some developing young players have come into the senior squad, and Lauren's just a true pro that leads by example in everything she does. And if her England career is finished, what a yardstick for every other young female batter in the country, because if Lauren's not going to play for England, you've got to basically trump what Lauren's doing, and no one's doing that. So it's a real good yardstick, I think, and a measure of what is going to be required to play for England.
She looked completely untroubled and was just pushing the ball around at will and rotating the strike, and as I say, everything seems to be going swimmingly. What did you feel like when that run out came?
Well, I thought that was the nail in the coffin. We were set fair, weren't we, at 100 for 1, and then even 114 for 1, and then 119 for 5, and it looked like we were on for probably a 250 plus score. And then I didn't think we'd make 150. Paige Schofield, to be fair to her, got the ball to cut around off the slope at Lord's, and then a calamitous run out. Yeah.
James Bracey, new batter for Gloucestershire. Ben Code, not too dissimilar to the ball that got Dent out before, but Bracey leaves this one.
But what I would say about, and this is what I'm really proud about, is the character in the Diamond side. So we were in a crisis, but we batted deep. Bess Heath felt terrible for running out such a quality performer in Lauren. But Bess and Leah Dobson joined her at the crease, and they were able to put it out the mines and build another partnership and get us a competitive score.
Going in, that's down the leg side this time, flickered it by Bracey, but Tattersall takes it. End of the first over, Gloucestershire then 1-4-1. And so 215 for 9. I'm sitting at home watching and thinking, yeah, after the way it was going, they've done well to get there in the end, but it's still probably short of what you wanted on the board. Have they got enough to defend that? Well, turns out it must be. I mean, you must be delighted with the character, having lost a couple of finals, and you must be feeling like these players are, learning and putting that into practice now and on the big stage.
Yeah, well, I think if we'd have lost the final, by being 30, 40 runs short and getting done by Georgia Adams once again and losing, them knocking it off 6 or 7 down, then it would have been, we've not really learned anything here. But just incredible opening spell from Lizzie Scott and Lindsay Smith. They were 18 for 2 off the first 10. Not a boundary conceded in the power play. So it became a 40 over game pretty quickly, needing 200 off 40, and the run rate just continued to creep up really.
Here's Matthew Fisher round the wicket, opening from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling to Ben Charlesworth. Chops that into the pitch in front of him, no run.
And then the funny thing was, we probably didn't bowl well for the next 25 overs. Georgia Adams came to the crease. She, got herself in and got accustomed to what was quite a slow wicket. Ball seemed to stick into the wicket a little bit, but she was able to nudge and nurdle it around, and she got the Vipers back in the game actually.
Here's Fisher in again, past umpire Blackwell, who's now standing at this Kirkstall Lane end. Charlesworth just pushes out squarish on the offside. Best fielding. They're through for 1. 2 for 1 then, both to Charlesworth.
And then, yeah, I've not got a nail left on my fingers because that last 10, 15 overs, the run chase, no one was allowed to move in the dressing room, and after a wicket you were allowed to move again, and people were taking credit for sitting there and a wicket falling, and it was agonising and kind of exciting at the same time, but we got there in the end, thankfully.
Bracey's going to face Fisher for the first time. 3 slips, point. Largely Ringfield. James Wharton's been brought in just off the cut strip as he was in the first innings at a straight short mid-off. Inside edge on this by Bracey. He's got it away square on the leg side. Duke will field, and they're through for 1. Bracey off the mark. Gloucestershire 3 for 1 and 10 runs ahead. And what about talked about the character. What about the characters at that point, when the back end of the match, when the tension's there? Who are the ones who are, cats on hot bricks, and who are the ones who are kind of not wanting to watch? Who are the ones who are still quite serene about the whole thing?
Well, I thought our head coach Danny Hazel was probably the most calm, but she's a seasoned campaigner, hasn't she? She's won Ashes and World Cups for England, and that's why she's our great leader, to be fair.
Fisher to Charlesworth, dot ball.
She actually left the dressing room and went and sat on the benches at the side of the boundary edge. I think that's because we were probably all doing her head in, and she went and probably created a bit of calm amongst the drinks runners, got a few messages on. But the thing that really impressed me was the calmness of the playing 11 on the pitch. Holly Armitage leading as immaculate as she always does, and young Emma Marlowe, an academy graduate, underneath a catch that came down with snow on it and holding on to it.
Yeah, Fisher in wide of Charlesworth off stump on a leave.
And I know it's just another game at the end of the day. It's 11 v 11, it's bat v ball, but when it's at Lords and it's the Rachel Hayhoe Flint final, you can't. It's an invention, is pressure, but you can't hide from it because that's what the mind does. But the desire in the field, the dive in for the boundaries, the bowling changes from Holly, it was fantastic. It really was.
Matthew Fisher in again, right arm round the wicket, straightens things up. Charlesworth picks him off for a single down to long leg to complete the second over then. Fisher going for 3 in that, and Gloucestershire 4 for 1. And obviously got to make special mention for my occasional commentary colleague, Katie Lev, who describes her own bowling action as frog in a blender, bowling the last over with that pressure. I was absolutely willing her on. Come on, Lev, you can do this, you can do it. And fantastic for her. I think she needed several. I think she needs to be sponsored by Kleenex or some other tissue manufacturer next year. You need to get onto that one, James Carr, because there was a bit of blubbing going on afterwards.
Yeah, there was, and rightly so. I would be lying if I said my eyes weren't very wet as well.
Going into Charlesworth, who drops that into the offside dot ball.
It's been a big journey, not just this 2.5 years of turning the game professional, but for someone like Katie Levick, who's been on an England academy 10, 15 years ago, when it was harder to get on an England programme, the accessibility, the travel, balancing work and studying, and only having 15 or 18 central contracts. Lev probably thought that professional cricket career had passed her by.
Yes, Ben Code again past umpire Middlebrook, but wide of off stump and a leave by Charlesworth.
So to be able to kind of be 30 and taking a professional contract and giving a job up across the road to concentrate full time on being a professional, being even more consistent with the ball, developing different balls, improving her batting, improving her fitness. She's took that opportunity with both hands, and I wouldn't have expected anything less from Lev to bowl the last over at Lords, because that's just the epitome of her character.
Code in and wide of off stump again, another leave for Charlesworth. Yeah, it was great to see after some of the ribbons she's given me. Well, giving a bit back as well, of course, on these commentaries. But yeah, just fab to see somebody out there and able to achieve that, as you say, getting that professional contract so late, realistically, in her career. What a great story it was. As the leading wicket taker in the women's game, as Cody's in, that's punched back up the pitch by Charlesworth to the bowler, no run.
Ultimately, we're just trying to give the best players the playing opportunity. Lev's not going to play for England, but Holly Armitage might do, through playing with Jenny Gunn, through playing with Beth Langston and playing with Katie Levick. So, and then we can naturally bed these academy graduates in as and when they're old enough and good enough as well. And we've seen that with Phoebe Turner, Emma Marlowe, Lizzie Scott and Jess Woolston.
Going in again, straightens things up to Charlesworth, who turns it leg side. Harry Duke enthusiastically down to field. Dot ball. Yeah, and the Hollies of this world, for example, they've still got that ambition to make the step up. They've proved now, big game, I've got what it takes to handle the pressure, because there will be that if she plays on the next level.
Exactly that. And to do it at Lords, to do it, with the surroundings and the history and the heritage of that ground, the conditions, the pressure. Yeah, it won't surprise me if Holly's on an England Day tour this winter.
Ben Code bowling to Charlesworth again, straight, and just pushed to Wharton, just off the cut strip into the offside to complete that over, with Gloucestershire on 4 for 1. Charlesworth has 3 of them, Bracey the other 1. The 1 wicket to fall, and if you're just a little bit late returning from the lunch break, and where have you been, if that's the case? There's Chris Dent caught by Johnny Tattersall, feathered one through off Ben Code. 4th ball of this Gloucestershire second innings. He was out for a 3rd ball duck. So, I suppose where that leads us, James Carr, is to 2023, defending champions in that respect. Different kind of pressure.
Yeah, well, I think it's always better to be, how does it go? Be hunted than the hunters.
Is this a bit of management speak now? Here's Fisher in, that's off the Bracey pad, square on the leg side. I thought you were better than that.
No, I always thought, I grew up on Steve Waugh Australia, and it was almost an obsession to not lose rather than to win. And I think that's very much what we want to be, is holders of something and be chased than be constantly chasing something. Well, that doesn't mean we can rest on our laurels. We're going to have to find a way to switch ourselves on and continue to churn out these results.
Fisher in again. Bracey opens the face, runs it to point, no run. So you've got the pressure that everybody now wants to come and knock you off that perch. Everybody in every game. you're the champs. Even if they're not having a great season, there's always that incentive, isn't there? They want to beat you. But you know, to be fair to the team this year, they didn't really put much of a foot wrong in the build up to the final either.
Well, in 50 over cricket, we've not lost a game this year, have we? You know, thankfully, and you know, so I guess there's still areas to improve in the T20 format.
Fisher in and pushed into the covers where Wharton fields, no run.
So there's probably two answers to your question. You know, we're very much the hunted in the 50 over cricket, but our form, you know, speaks for itself. So if you want to come and try and beat us on a Headingley track, then you know, good luck to you. But you're going to get, you know, the northern hospitality of, you know, bring your A game. But we now want to, you know, get the Charlotte Edwards Cup in our possession as well. So there's something to keep us hungry for the winter.
Here's Matthew Fisher bowling to Bracey, who pushes back past the bowler in his follow through. Dot ball. We welcome back listeners from 5 Sports Extra. Jonathan Dodge with you, and alongside me is Northern Diamonds Director of Cricket, James Carr. We've just been celebrating the fact that the Diamonds won the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy in that thriller against the Southern Vipers at Lord's just a couple of days ago. James has been on the paracetamols for the last couple of days by the sound of things. I think one or two of the girls have also. Matthew Fisher is in and bowling here to James Bracey, who pushes into the covers where James Wharton does the fielding, and there's no run. 4 for 1 Gloucestershire, that's the story second time around. So Yorkshire finished off with that extended morning session. Went to lunch with them 183 all out. Gloucestershire with a 7-run first innings lead. But then the early loss of Chris Dent second time around, who was caught behind by Jonathan Tattersall off a good delivery by Ben Code without scoring. Third ball duck for him. 1 for 1 at that stage. 4 for 1 at the moment, and Fisher bowling here to Bracey, who turns that one down to long leg where Code will field, and they pick up another single. 2 to Bracey, then 5 for 1 at the completion of 4 overs. And so what else, you know, you think about, we've talked about the match itself now for those who weren't with us, and we've talked about the pressure, the added pressure next year in the 50 over comp in particular, but still ambitions in the T20 comp. What else does it mean for the future of the Diamonds that you've won this in terms of, you know, developing the game in this part of the world?
Well, it's a question that gets asked a lot on these podcasts that kind of became very popular, in particular during the lockdowns and the pandemic. But ultimately, we need to create a regional legacy. You know, it's very clear now for young women and girls that cricket can be a career, both on the field or as a member of the support staff.
Code to Bracey, flicking to mid-wicket where Duke fields, no run.
Young county players are seeing some of their fellow colleagues getting onto academies, and some academy players are seeing their colleagues go into the senior team. So the pathway is organically starting to connect, and you know, you're seeing someone like Danny Hazel or Courtney Winfield Hill, you know, hold their own as coaches. So it's just a really exciting time to create that legacy. You know, and get people excited and wanting to play for the Diamonds.
As Bracey pushes forward to Ben Code's latest delivery into the pitch, no run. And you mentioned Courtney Winfield Hill. I mean, you know, Lauren Winfield Hill, Courtney Winfield, what a story that is with Courtney, England Rugby League team now. We know that she played both sports down under.
Yeah.
Well, I think she'd played rugby league as a younger player, hadn't she? But since coming over here, has now been playing for the Rhinos at that. She was a Woman of Steel, wasn't she, a couple of years ago for the best player in the competition. Cody's in and Bracey pushes that just in front of point where Don Best is round to field. So she's got that individual accolade. They've won the Super League this year themselves, the Women's Super League, and now England honours for her. Who knows? Lauren, international cricketer, Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy winner, and possible World Cup winner in Rugby League, Courtney.
Well, they're just an absolute power couple, aren't they? The achievements they've had this year.
Code in. Oh, good delivery. Bracey has a flash at that one just outside off stump. Through to Tattersall. And on another day, that might have been a nick.
And through their careers, Courtney's obviously got the domestic honour this year. Lauren's already won a World Cup with England, so if England Rugby League can go on further, then that will probably complete the set on the domestic and on the global stage for the pair of them. But what a pair they are.
Here's Code to Bracey, who's shouldering arms this time. Yeah, you can see the Hello magazines and all of that, can't you?
Yeah, I think Lauren will enjoy that a bit more than Courtney, but yeah, you never know. They've done some interviews before as a couple on various outlets, shall we say, and you know, they're great advocates for women's sport. And Courtney, incredible. She packs a punch on the rugby field, pound for pound. You know, the smallest lady on the field. But
here's Code. Bracey working that one down to long leg, and we'll pick up 1, taking him on to 3. The score on to 6 for 1, and a lead of 13. Yeah, I think I'm going to get him. I'm going to ask them both if they'll come on my pod and have a chat with me.
Oh, that would be good.
Sporting Lives.
That would be very good. Yeah, you might. Yeah, you might struggle to get a word in edgeways with them two, to be honest. So that would be.
Yeah, I mean, Courtney did come on commentary just one match I was covering here earlier this season, and she can play rugby league for England. She can certainly talk as well for England. I was on a course a couple of years ago with Paul Shaw, who sometimes commentates with us, of course, Northwest Thunder coach, and Courtney was on that, and I would think was very definitely the major contributor vocally during the day, as Matthew Fisher is in and Bracey pushes into the offside, and there's no run. We'll have a change in the com box when this over is done, as Ed and Graham both chomping at the bit.
I need a crane to get these two into
Graham
the
Orange
chairs.
like a coiled spring waiting to be unleashed with a headset. 3 slips waiting, a couple of them with hands in pockets here. Hopefully they'll take those out before Fisher bowls this now. And Bracey drives that up to mid-off, and there is no run. Just a quick check-in before I depart on what's going on elsewhere. Somerset, Kent 165 without loss on their home patch against Somerset, who made 202. Match delayed by rain down at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 157 for 2, and of course are Yorkshire's chief threat in many senses in terms of this relegation potential. As Fisher is in, that's pushed into the offside again, no run. At Old Trafford, Lancs made 512, Surrey 27 without loss. They're back in play there after lunch. Further inspection at 2 o'clock after a delayed start. They haven't played yet today at Northampton, where Essex were 220 for 8 overnight. Second division, Worcestershire 225, Middlesex 66 for 1 in response. At Hove, Glamorgan, still the first innings of the match there. They're 364 for 6 against Sussex. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire, first innings of the match there as well. 421 for 3 against Durham, as Fisher's latest delivery is pushed into the offside by Bracey to short extra cover. Wharton Fields, no run. And at Derby, Leicestershire 249 all out, as you know. Derbyshire are 175 without loss. That's your latest roundup from everywhere else. Anything further to add, James, on the Diamonds before we let you go back and get on with the day job?
Just a big thanks for your support this year, and anyone listening, you know, it's been an incredible journey, and you know, I look forward to hopefully having you on a few more Diamonds games in the future, and you know, keep inspiring the next generation.
We'd love to do that, as Bracey just drags this one to Harry Duke at mid-wicket. And a few words, perhaps, from Matthew Fisher, whose follow-through was a little bit further than normal. Well, I'll say cheers, JC.
Cheers, bud.
James Carr, Director of Cricket of the Northern Diamonds. Got lots of important paperwork, I'm sure, to do, and many phone calls to answer, interview opportunities now. One ball left in the 6th. We'll bring Ed back in alongside. Many congratulations once again to the Northern Diamonds. Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy winners, as Fisher is in, and that's pushed by Bracey, up to Jordan Thompson at mid-off. End of the 6th then, 60 overs remaining in the day. Very much doubt we're going to get all of those in, but conditions at the moment are glorious here at Headingley. Gloucestershire 6 for 1, leading by 13 runs in their second innings. Ed Seaborn is back alongside. Few words from him, and he'll be joined then by Graham Orange.
Thanks, Dodgy. Yeah, I could have heard you two for a lot longer. Nothing to do with the pie at lunchtime settling or anything to do with that, I promise you. It's just great to hear. And as I said, I think briefly yesterday, I think the win for the Northern Diamonds to a certain extent was a win for women's regional cricket as well. It was nice to see somebody knock off the Vipers. In comes Code, bowls around the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth, who is forward and pushing this one to the fielder at short, straight, mid-off. That was James Wharton, and Graham Orange is now alongside me.
Yeah, I was told that women's cricket, it's the biggest growing sport in women's sport. You know, yeah. And the opportunities now for women in cricket it's fantastic, isn't it? And it's great to see.
In comes Code. There now bowls to Charlesworth, who has been completely done by that one. It was lucky to drive. I'm not actually sure if he wasn't beaten on the inside edge potentially there, but the ball's gone between his bat and the off stump and through to Johnny Tattersall. He didn't know a huge amount about that one.
He didn't, and it's always going back to the women's game. It's always a pleasure to umpire the ladies, and because their manners are usually pretty impeccable.
Code charging in once more there and bowls, and this time Charlesworth leaves the exact same delivery that he played and missed at the previous ball.
I suppose, yeah, I think that was a little bit wider, I think.
Probably just a bit wide.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
But he still could have played at it.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
He didn't. So
yeah, okay.
Yeah. They've been watchful though. Gloucestershire 6 from 6.5 overs, but it's in stark contrast to Yorkshire's approach in the second half of their innings, although much more like how Yorkshire started off their innings, because they were, when Wharton's wicket fell, break off as Code is in. Charlesworth has edged that one, but it was down and wide of the slip cordon and down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, my pet hate. Yeah. Why isn't there a third man at the start of an innings? And it's not just in county cricket, it's also, when I umpire in the Yorkshire Premier League, I suppose any league, runs go down to third man. They're cheap runs for me. And it's a position that seems to be neglected these days. But I have to say that Gloucestershire didn't neglect their position.
Particularly towards the end of the innings, 10 for 1. Code bowls to Charlesworth, who is well in behind that one. And again, it's Wharton who fields up at straight mid-off, short straight mid-off. When Wharton was out in the first innings, Yorkshire were 13 for 1 after 10.5 overs. Yeah. So it was a slow start, but actually, I suppose you could argue that they probably got further with that approach than they did with the approach this morning. Although,
you certainly could argue that way. Yes, absolutely.
There you go. You never know what would have happened if it had been reversed. Code bowls to Charlesworth, who this time can play that one off more of the back foot, and it's played back to the bowler. End of the over, and Gloucestershire 10 for 1, and add that to their meagre first innings lead of 7. They lead by 17.
Yeah, this is a fascinating match now as far as I'm concerned. This could go right down to the wire. It really could. It's in the balance, this match now, isn't it? 10 for 1, lead of 17 runs. Already we've had both first innings. It's bubbling up.
Fisher starts a new over. He's in and bowls, and that's left alone by James Bracey.
And that's the beauty about 4-day cricket at times. You remember those close finishes, whether you came out on top or you just fell short. Just like Yorkshire against Essex here a couple of weeks ago. A lot of one-day matches, both T20s and 50-over matches, they're not close matches. A lot of them are not close, but it's amazing how many 4-day matches and indeed test matches can produce close finishes.
Yeah, I think it's also just, I guess it's partly the nature of one-day cricket and T20 cricket as Fisher bowls to Bracey. He's looking for a single here towards a very short mid-off, and there's a shot at the stumps which hits, but I think Bracey was home. It was an athletic effort by Jordan Thompson. I didn't think he was going to manage to make that as close as he did. I thought it was a good single from Bracey, but actually, the ball barely made it off the 22 yards.
Yes, but the good thing is that they both went straight away.
I think
if there'd been a hesitation, I think it would have been curtains.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a good bit of fielding from Thompson to get to the ball. Probably shouldn't be missing from that close, but you see them missed as well. But I'm
pretty sure he was home anyway.
Yeah, I think given the fact that Bracey had decided so quickly to go for it, it was a good single, but a tight one. 11 for 1. Fisher into Charlesworth, who might have thought about having a drive at that one, but decided just to check the shot, and it goes up to mid-off, and there is no run. But yeah, I actually just going back a couple of steps to the women's game, and I'm proud to cover the Western Storm for their home games, and watching how the Northern Diamonds have built through the 3 seasons of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy is a great example. As Fisher is in, Charlesworth has driven at that one. He's squirted it down towards third man. It's gone into the shadows, and it's gone for 4 runs. Even with my sunglasses off, I'm afraid the ball becomes rather difficult to see in the shadow of that Howard stand there, but it is 4, and that's another boundary for Charlesworth down to third man. 15 for 1, with Charlesworth on to 11 and lead up to 22. But as I look at the Western Storm, who they're at kind of a different stage of where they are. They have a very young team, and of course a lot of the regional sides are young, but you look at the experience and the international experience as well that the Northern Diamonds can call upon, as Fisher is in and bowls, and Charlesworth plays straight up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And I think it's a great strength actually of the system that a team like the Northern Diamonds have been able to hold on to these experienced international players, and it just raises the level of the players that they're playing against as well. It's what you want in a domestic system, isn't it?
Yes, it brings the younger players through as well, doesn't it? That's the whole point. And umpiring I umpired an academy match, Northern Diamonds academy match.
Fisher bowls full and wide, but Charlesworth's not tempted, and it goes through to Tattersall. That's the end of the over. Fisher is through 4 overs. 4, he says, as the sun becomes so bright he can't even see his laptop. 4 overs for 9, I believe that is.
It is, that's correct. I did an academy match at Harrogate back in early August, and I remember Emma Marlowe playing in that match, and she played at Lord's, and it's fantastic to see.
Yeah,
she's a good young player, and she's been given the chance, and she's certainly taken it as well.
Yeah, it is great to see the academy systems already producing such good cricketers, and the level that they're at compared with. They're so close to the level of the experienced players in the side already, and it just shows you how you can look at those 2 players sort of side by side and think this is where professionalisation can get you.
Yes.
As far as eventually, albeit this is not the be all and end all, improving the standard of the England women's team, which of course is already extremely high, but.
Yes.
There's every reason to suggest that it could get higher. Right, we've got Stephen Patterson coming in from the Howard stand end. He's in now and bowls to Bracey, who drives and gets it away for 4 runs through cover. Disrespectful drive from James Bracey to the Yorkshire veteran in what could be his final first-class bowling innings, and he's been driven for 4 first ball. Bracey's first boundary, it's 19 for 1.
Yes, and again, going back to the women's game, I mean, it's pretty clear that the opportunities are there for the women now, from a young age to come through. If they really want it, it's there for them.
Patterson round the wicket, bowls to Bracey, drops that one into the ground and out towards short extra. There is no run, and you look at from a Western Storm point of view, you look at a cricketer like Sophia Smale, who's gone from academy player to star of the 100 in one season, or in a matter of months. This is what can happen.
Absolutely.
And some of the players that she got out, the likes of Alyssa Healy, Smriti Mandana, etc. Patterson bowls that's gone past the outside edge of Bracey, and it looked for all money as if he'd nicked it.
Absolutely.
From this angle, it nipped away from him.
It did nip away, didn't it? And it carried on through to the keeper as well, nipping away. He had to take it well to his left. That looked a really good ball.
Yeah, it was on a good length. It wasn't massively full, and it just bounced enough and nipped away from James Bracey's outside prod. Gets a short ball here, which he pulls away high in the air out towards mid-wicket, and it's gone for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's gone for 4.
I'm afraid, I lost that ball quite early on in its flight, but it certainly looked as if he'd hit it up. And I just had a brief thought of just how far has he hit that, but obviously plenty far enough, and he's got 4 more. He's on to 12, 23 for 1.
Yes, it was a fairly safe shot, that one. He knew where the fielders were, and he committed totally to it, which you've got to do, of course. And another 4 in this over for Bracey.
Seems odd to see Stephen Patterson go for 2 boundaries
Absolutely.
in the same,
Yeah.
in the same over, in the same 5 over period. In comes Patterson now, bowls to Bracey, left alone, with a little bit of a hop from James Bracey as it passes him through to Johnny Tattersall. But yeah, just a final congratulations again from me for the Northern Diamonds, and very much looking forward to start of next season. It feels as if almost there's a case that I wish that the women's regional setup could play more.
Yes.
Patterson bowls to Bracey forward in defence, and it goes to short extra. That's the end of Patterson's first over of his spell, 23 for 1. But I guess it will be back probably in May next year. Didn't start quite so early. But yeah, very much looking forward to that.
Who knows what the fixture list will look like next year, and even more so in 2024.
Yes, that old business.
Yeah, there we are. I think our views have been aired, and I don't think they'll probably listen to us, though, Ed, will
No, sadly not. No. We've got a change of bowling as well from the Kirkstall Lane end. It will be Jordan Thompson into the attack. So 4 over spells for both Code and Fisher. Code 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. And Fisher 9 runs conceded from his 4 overs. And Gloucestershire, after Fisher took the first 4 wickets to fall in the first innings, and be glad you would think to see him out of the attack, but then Jordan Thompson has had a terrific season with the ball, so he's not exactly going to be an easy customer to face either.
But Matthew Fisher, you've got to think he's managing his workload, really.
Yeah. Thompson bowls, and there's an outside edge, or it might have even been a toe ender, actually, the way that it came off his bat. It went off his bat straight into the ground and then rolled at actually some pace to first slip. Kola Cadmore is now wringing his hands after stopping it. Not really expecting to have to field a ball quite like that at first slip. Like it might drop short of you, but it's usually sort of bobbling, so that one just shot straight along the floor. So I wonder if it was a toe ender from Charlesworth. In comes Thompson, bowls over the wicket to Charlesworth. It's down the leg side. Charlesworth tries to work it away fine, but misses it.
You talk about academy players coming through. In my first or second season umpiring in the Yorkshire Premier League, the Yorkshire Academy were in the Yorkshire Premier League then, and Jordan Thompson was captain of the Yorkshire Academy, and you could tell at close quarters what a quality player he was, or he is.
Thompson bowls, and another one down leg, and another one that Charlesworth has missed. Well, I suppose from a Yorkshire point of view, they're thinking, well, this deserves to be 1-1 as far as strangles down the leg side, or to even itself out.
Well,
Tom Best was caught down the leg side this morning.
He was, yeah, strangle. It doesn't work like that, though, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And you don't want to be bowling on the leg side for that, because you'll concede quite a few runs before you do get one, I think.
No, and you'll also waste the new ball.
Yes.
Thompson bowls. That's a much better delivery, which brings Charlesworth forward as he's looking to drive, but mid-off does the fielding. Mid-off has been busy with Charlesworth on strike.
Yeah, the umpires signal to each other, 2 to go.
Yes, I remember that old conversation. You always used to have that. I don't know whether it's been made official now that it should be 2 to go, but there are some umpires who just, I don't like that. It's got to be 1 to go.
No,
in the over.
he should signal 2 to go.
He should do.
Yeah.
Thompson bowls to Charlesworth, defended up the pitch, picked up by Thompson, no run.
That was the old way of signalling 1 to go, but if you do that, you've got more chances, as it were, of going wrong, as it were.
Exactly. Yeah.
And also, we signal after a no ball or a wide how many's to go. So it's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I like the way you did 4.
Yeah.
Very carefully.
Yeah, there we are.
With both hands putting the fingers the right way round. In comes Thompson and bowls, hints back in to Charlesworth this time, but once more he covers up in defence. But a good start that from Jordan Thompson. Well, I say a good start. I mean, it was a maiden over, albeit there were a couple down the leg side, but he seemed to get his line more sorted towards the end of the over, and a couple of good balls to finish with. 23 for 1.
He did, and but the players know this is a very important phase of the game.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I'll be unhappy to hear, but Warwickshire are back out and playing again against Hampshire. Warwickshire 175 for 2 in the 55th over. So, I mean, they're going to have to accelerate a bit, I suppose, if they want the maximum amount of points, but they know they've just got to win, really. Patterson starts another over, his second, bowling to Bracey, who again is brought onto the front foot and defends to extra cover.
You can't be worrying about what the sides are doing, because you've got no control over that whatsoever. All you can do is concentrate on your game, your team, and what you can possibly do. Yes, I know we have to keep monitoring the situation, but you can only control the controllable, can't you?
And Yorkshire do have a fair controllable here. I mean, it's a 1 innings shootout. Patterson bowls to Bracey, worked away straight to mid-wicket though, and there's no run. Opportunity to score there, but he picks out Matthew Fisher. So, yeah, exactly. Yorkshire just be purely focused on this game, but I can tell you that Kent are 191 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 202. So Kent are marching towards safety. Zach Crawley made 79. Patterson, bowls. That's edged and has been dropped at second slip, judging by Patterson's reaction.
Yeah, well, it looks like it, yeah.
It seemed to get to him at a fairly decent height.
Was that live who potentially put it down?
Replay up. Now, no, it's short. Short.
Right, okay.
I was going to say, I wasn't entirely certain because I couldn't see from the angle of Lythe's body where the ball had bounced. Bracey has a really loose flash at that one. It almost was out the previous ball, and then very nearly next ball played a loose shot and got the outside edge, but he didn't, and Tattersall took it. Yeah, it was just parried by Lythe at second slip.
Yes, I mean, the rest of the slips weren't all that animated, were they? The problem is, to the listeners, we've got the slips have got their back to us, so we can't tell for sure if it carries.
Patterson bowls. Bracey opens the face on this one and pushes it out towards backward point, but Patterson is certainly settled in very much this over and is causing Bracey some issues. There's movement out there.
He's he's had 1 or 2 moral victories over Bracey, and can he convert it into a wicket?
Wondering if I dare try to put these lines down a touch. No, I've just put them up rather than down. That was
We'll try the
successful.
other one.
I'll
There
go
we
the other
are.
way.
That's it.
Bracey with another defensive shot up towards mid-on. That will help things substantially now that I don't have the sun directly in my eyes, so I can take my sunglasses off. Right, 23 for 1 after 11 overs. Bracey 12, Charlesworth 11. Well, early loss of Chris Dent, 4th ball of this Gloucestershire innings. You thought, well, I mean, you still wonder whether this might not turn out to be the last day of the season. I don't know if that's quite
I think that's
favourite at this point. But
I think that prospect is receding at the moment, isn't it?
But we did have that discussion at lunch as to whether it could all be over today. In comes Thompson now, and bowls full and straight. Charlesworth is once more playing defensively to mid-off.
Oh, and he does a hat-trick now, isn't it, really? So
I've seen a couple this season.
Have you really?
Tom Price took one
yeah.
at Canterbury, and then Kyle Abbott took one at the Cheltenham Festival.
Yeah.
And just the way that cricket goes, the third player out in that hat-trick was Tom Price.
Oh, there we are, yes, yes.
Thompson in and bowls, driven away by Charlesworth. He's had a go at that one and will get, I think,
That's
4
4.
runs. Yeah, it's not going quite over the practice pitches, so it's not running away quite as quickly as it might have done, but it still makes it, and the score up to 27 for 1. Charlesworth onto 15, but I don't think Thompson will be massively disappointed with that because he's got Charlesworth driving. It wasn't an out-and-out half volley, I didn't think.
No. It's better to be driven for 4 than bowl short and be hooked or pulled.
Yeah. Thompson there, bowls. Charlesworth plays it nice and late, right underneath his eye line, plays it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Plane seems to be making an awful lot of extra noise. It's a little bit offline or something. We're just having to slow down. Seems to be louder than the others. We've had most part a fairly sedate start here to this Gloucestershire reply, but Charlesworth onto 15 with a nice looking drive. He's now leaving that one alone with a little bit of a flick of the wrists to indicate he might have thought about playing at it for a moment, but you know, in the same way as at one stage you're kind of talking about Lythe, Wharton potentially setting the platform for Hill and Kohler Cadmore to come out and play a little more aggressively yesterday evening. Gloucestershire will think along the same lines of, we want the likes of Van Buren, Jack Taylor in particular, Zaffer, Tom Price, that you want them in against the older ball where they can do more damage, they can counter-attack, and then they can play with more freedom. So doesn't really matter too much about the runs at the moment. They've just got to see these overs off. Gloucestershire, easier said than done, of course, as Charlesworth gets a ball that swings a little into him. Thompson having switched around the wicket. Charlesworth plays it back up the pitch again.
Yes, but they have to establish a base here, Gloucestershire, for that to be achieved, and these two are doing the right thing. There's 1 or 2 false shots, but you'd expect that early in the innings,
yeah.
And especially after losing, you know, being 1 for 1.
Thompson bowls. Oh, that one's come back as well at Charlesworth. Bat and pad were quite close together. I wonder whether it was inside edge first. The ball went out towards mid-wicket. Yeah. Thompson liked it. I'm not sure that every fielder did, but they certainly had an inquiry of umpire Blackwell there, but it wasn't answered in the affirmative. 27 for 1 at the end of the over.
I think there's a little tickle on the bat there. I think so. I mean, obviously we can't tell from up here, but that looked to be the case. And but that was another probing over from Jordan Thompson, and presumably there's going to be another probing over coming here from the Howard stand end from Steve Patterson.
Yeah, if it's anything like his last one. Patterson bowls, work towards mid-on by Bracey for no run. Now, we're talking about this BBC Cricket County Championship team of 2022 that you can vote for on the BBC Sport website. So voting closes tomorrow. I think I mentioned that, but tomorrow at midday.
Yes.
So get onto
Okay.
the BBC Cricket page
Yeah.
and put yours in. I thought we might potentially do ours.
Okay.
Patterson bowls now. Bracey pushes up the pitch and there's no run. I've already done mine, so I can as we go.
Well, do you want to impart
One
your,
by the other.
your knowledge to us?
Well,
or?
I'm not necessarily. I'm just so it's done by rough batting order
Yeah, okay.
position.
Yes.
So we can start with number 1. So there are 8 options there for
Right.
who might be at 1. It lists various figures for the season, as Bracey has chopped that one away and will get 4 runs for this. It's more runs down to third man. He opened the face, kind of played a late back foot drive to it and got 4, 16 to him now, 31 for 1. So the choice is Alistair Cook, Ben Compton, Emilio Gay, Hasib Hamid, Keaton Jennings, Luke Wells, Rory Burns and Shan Masood.
So is that one position?
That's just so
Yeah.
you 2 of those will be your openers. Patterson bowls, and that's really done Bracey there. He's played across the line of that one, trying I think to, by the looks of things, work it through mid wicket,
Yeah,
and
squared
actually
up.
it's completely squared up. It nipped past his edge, and at the moment Gloucestershire are managing to find a way not to nick these ones. So the leading run scorer would be, out of the lot of those, would be Ben Compton.
Yeah.
Albeit Keaton Jennings has actually scored a 199 now. So these aren't updated for this round. Bracey will get more runs here, and more runs fine on the offside. It was an edge which he kept down. It was half stopped by third slip, and so they'll get 2 runs. Wharton got down, but they get more runs. Gloucestershire up to 33 for 1, so the lead is 40.
I'm going straight into this.
Okay, yeah, please
Yep.
do.
Okay, I'll have Keaton Jennings.
Yeah.
I think he could well play for England again.
Okay, so Keaton Jennings, and then
and Shan Masood.
Shan Masood. So those are your
Those have been
your opening
my opening
pair.
It's a fair pair, that isn't
It
it?
is.
Yeah.
Patterson bowls now, and Bracey opens the face again and pushes to backward point. There is no run. So those are your openers.
Yeah.
I've gone for Keaton Jennings
Ah, right. Okay, so we agree
as
on
well.
that one.
So we agree on
Yeah,
that
yeah,
one.
yeah.
But I have gone with Ben Compton rather than Shan Masood.
Because of the amount of runs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but also because and I daren't sound too much as if I'm devaluing, but Shan Masood has scored 2 double centuries, one against Sussex and one against Leicestershire, and admittedly he's played fewer games than Ben Compton. So it's just it is
I understand.
it's just
Yeah.
whatever you decide to
Yeah.
go for personally. I don't think there's not really a wrong choice. So
No.
I went with Jennings and Compton.
Yeah.
Personally, just Division 1 runs important for his county, etc. Thompson round the wicket, bowls, flicked away through mid-wicket by Charlesworth, and I think he's going to get 4 here because that's going over those practice pitches, and it has gone to the boundary, and Charlesworth is on to 19, Gloucestershire up to 37 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, what I like to find in an opening pair, if possible, is a left-hander and a right-hander. I mean, that's being very simplistic,
Yeah.
but
There's a lot of left-handers about in that list, aren't there? In
Yeah,
fact, there's only Hamid is the only right-hander in that particular
yeah.
list of choices out
Yeah.
of all 8 of them. Others are all lefties.
And what about number 3? Number 3.
Number
then?
3, right. I'll come back to that after
Yeah.
this ball. Thompson bowls. Charlesworth jabs at that one a little away from his body, but played it down and towards backward point, and a good piece of fielding by backward point. Dom Bess, it's just a single for Charlesworth when it might have been 2 or 3. So their choices for 3, Ben Duckett, Brooke Guest, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Harry Brooke, Josh Bohannon and Tom Abel. Some of these choices will come up again for the next
Yes, I understand
positions.
that.
In comes Jordan Thompson round the wicket, bowls. Bracey's forward looking for a single towards extra cover. Just for a moment, James Wharton thought he might be able to effect a run out, but he was having to slide away to his right and would have had to have effected a superhuman pick up and throw to prevent that single. So it's 39 for 1.
I'd put Harry Brooke in there.
So I'll tell you.
Who have you gone for?
Well, I've gone for Brook. I stuck Brook at 4.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll reveal my picks now. This is the problem. This is on the leg stump and push towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Maybe we break off after 5 and then we can do the others later. Because I think the sort of 3, 4, 5 tend to be a lot of the same names.
Yes, absolutely.
So if I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll reveal my 3, 4, 5 all in one go.
Okay.
So I've gone with Abel,
Okay.
Brook, and Sam Hain becomes an option for numbers 4 and 5, I think, rather than 3. But that's my 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Thompson bowls now. Drive from Charlesworth is a pleasant drive, and it's beaten the left hand of Wharton at extra cover. It's running towards the wide long off boundary and won't get there, but they should be able to take a third run here on the arm and do. So 42 for 1. Our Gloucestershire lead is up to 49.
My word, these two are doing well for Gloucestershire, aren't they?
They've had some fortune at times, not getting the outside edge, but as you've said, that's what you need.
Absolutely.
And they're just starting, it seems, to expand the repertoire of shots a little bit.
Especially when they were 1 for 1.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, the alarm bells aren't ringing at that point. I don't know when they are. Thompson bowls now. Bracey drops that one away out towards point. There's no run. So
are we going down? So I'll stick with Harry Brook for me for third. I want him in early.
Okay.
Yep.
So now we've got lots of extra options actually for 4. So in addition to all the ones that we had before, you've got Pujara, Bohannon, Luke Proctor, Sam Northeast, and Wayne Madsen. It becomes some additional choices. Duckett, Guest, Bell Drummond. Did I say James Bracey? I didn't say James Bracey in terms of those additional choices. So James Bracey is there as a choice for number 4, even though I'm not actually sure if he's batted at number 4 this season. But
it's rather strange. I like Sam Northeast. I do.
The quadruple centurion. Patterson round the wicket, bowls. Charlesworth drops that one out towards point, and there's no run. Yeah. So I mean, I think.
But you went for.
I went for Brook. I think I can't remember if I stuck him at 4. I think I would have. I actually would have stuck him at 5 if I could have done. But I think Brook isn't an option for 5.
No.
I just thought more attacking player in that 11. I would have. I mean, it doesn't really matter about the order anyway.
No.
To be honest. Patterson is in and bowls. Charlesworth gets a full delivery, gasps of anguish as the ball is deflected out towards backward point and there's no run. So I think Hain was second leading run scorer coming into this round of matches in the Championship. So I kind of felt as if, sorry, the Division 1 of the Championship. I'm not sure if I said Division 1, but so that was why I picked him. I felt Tom Abel's basically the difference between Somerset being Division 1 and Division 2 as it stood, as another full delivery pushed up the pitch for no run.
Yeah, it's a good point because we're talking, just to make it clear, we're talking about First Division and Second Division, obviously. And I think that really has to be taken into account. But Sam Northeast would be the one for me.
Yep, so picking Northeast at 4, and then at 5, we've got Pujara, Bracey, Cox, Proctor, Hain and Madsen then to choose from. Patterson running in from the Howard stand end, bowls to Charlesworth. Charlesworth drives pleasantly on the bounce back to Patterson, who tosses the ball away to extra cover in some annoyance.
I like Jordan Cox.
That
one.
Jordan Cox.
Yep. Kent.
Right. We're diverging somewhat then, aren't we?
Are we? Well, we are, aren't we?
That's good though. I mean, I think it shows you how many different choices there are, and everybody's.
It might mean that I'm right and you're wrong.
Well,
vice versa, of
there
course.
We go.
Yeah.
Patterson bowls. Charlesworth punches that one off the back foot out to a fairly deep set cover position, and it's fielded by Duke there for no run. Have we overstayed things? Have I overstayed things? I've been so wrapped up in all this that I think the commentary rotor might have been thrown out of whack. suddenly looked at the clock and realised it was nearly 20 past 2. Jonathan Deutsch has been sitting there for a few minutes. Patterson bowls to Charlesworth, who guides that one away again to Duke at that cover position, probably on the edge of what would be a 30-yard circle in one-day cricket. And that is the end of that over. So 15 bowled in this Gloucestershire second innings. They're 42 for 1, lead by 49. Hello again, Jonathan Deutsch.
I'm used to being insignificant. Mark Taylor has emailed in and says, when I've got this microphone right, great reception for Pato, fully deserved. Has been an amazing player for Yorkshire throughout his whole career. Very poor batting performance this morning from Yorkshire. Can't wait for the season to end, to be honest. Overall, a very disappointing season. That's Mark Taylor down in Thetford in Norfolk. And we've got a change of bowling at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground then. With Gloucestershire having recovered from 1 for 1 to 42 for 1. It's Ben Code round the wicket here. And that's pushed into the offside by James Bracey and fielded by Dominic Bess. Into the 16th over now. Lead 49. It can often improve at Headingley as the match wears on. And of course you would expect, given that we've pretty much had unbroken sunshine on day 2, that any moisture in the pitch will be pretty much out of it by now, and batting conditions good at the moment. As Code is in round the wicket again, keeps it straight. Bracey turns it to leg. Harry Duke fields at mid-wicket. No run.
Graham and I I'd just been thinking out what Graham has just shown me on his notepad there, which is, when is it time for Dom Bess? Given what we've seen Zafar Gohar do today, there's clearly wickets out there for the spinners, and you've got 2 left-handers out there at the moment as well.
Code in. Bracey has to be watchful in pushing that out to Wharton in the offside. No run.
You've got a lot of left-handers at the top of that Gloucestershire order. I can see why you would want to give all 4 of your main seamers a decent go with the new ball, but I wonder when it's time to kind of think of Dom Bess as potentially the main damage causer.
Yeah, here's Code again. Once more straightens things up, and this time is driven by James Bracey. A good shot as well, right over the top of it. Gets it inside Matthew Fisher, who is wideish at mid-off. Just a little bit straighter than him, and brings him 4 runs, 23 apiece to these 2 batsmen. 46 for 1. Gloucestershire. Lily sent us a photograph in of her view from the top of the Emerald stand opposite. In fact, Lily, it's now called the Howard stand. Code is in, and that is straight and flicked wide of mid-on, where Patterson will give chase in vain, and another lovely shot by Bracey. Ben Code is trying to keep things straight here just to ask some questions, but he can't beat the bat of James Bracey. And 95 balls it's taken them to get to 50. Gloucestershire.
I was thinking, especially after that drive past mid-off, that who knows, he may get a wicket in the last ball of this over. But when you see a shot like that driven past mid-off, I can't help but imagine it disheartens you a little bit as a fast bowler.
Code again, once more straight.
Good response.
Bracey, yeah, with good response from Code. Bracey doesn't play that convincingly out to point. Dominic Bess doing the fielding. End of the 16th over, the end of this Gloucestershire second innings. 50 for 1, the lead 57. Stephen Patterson removes his cap and his sweater. This, the last innings he'll be bowling here at Headingley in first-class cricket. Unless he decides he's going somewhere else and happens to come back here. But if you were a betting person, I think you'd be favouring that Pato will probably end up pulling up stumps on his career this week, because he's only ever wanted to play for Yorkshire, and You wonder what the point would be in him extending his career somewhere else just to pick up those final few wickets that he desires to get to the 500 first-class wicket mark.
Yeah, and then you also start to think, does, you know, especially if the options were Division 2 cricket or nothing, then that's another potential consideration. Patterson bowls now to Charlesworth, who works that one into the onside, and Fisher fields at mid-wicket. There is no run to be had there. Would you like to do your top 5 then, Mr. Doidge, for the season? Not particularly.
I think I'll let you two have that fun, that honour.
Okay, right. We'll complete our 11s later on. Patterson in, bowls. Charlesworth once again plays to the leg side. Be fielded up at mid-on for no run. We've still got bright sunshine here.
My top 11 for the season.
Oh no.
FS Truman, number 1. Marvellous player. Owning the batting with FS Truman. Wonderful player, particularly through the offside.
Right, in comes Patterson, bowls to Charlesworth, defends to short extra cover, and there's no run. What about number 2?
You said that, lad. You're not listening.
I thought you said 1.
I said 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Okay.
At 3, FS Truman.
Yeah.
Marvellous gutter of the ball. When they're bowling back of a length, marvellous.
All right. 4.
4, well, the swash and buckle of FS Truman, I think, at 4. Marvellous.
Patterson is in, and Charlesworth off the back foot looks to drive, doesn't really time it at all, goes to extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, we could keep doing this all the way through to 11, but I'll just ask who's keeping wicket.
Jimmy Binks, marvellous. only one Jimmy.
I thought you were going to say that you didn't need a keeper because it's not as if you'll be missing those stumps. Patterson in now, bowls to Charlesworth, who plays off the back foot to mid-on, and it's a dot again.
Now, don't be facetious, that'd be ridiculous. Stupid boy.
Fred Truman was in Dad's army, wasn't he? It was. I forget the name of the cricketer that he was playing, but yeah, the cricket match. Fred Truman was the star player that they brought in for the opposition for Mannering's lot, as Charlesworth gets a full delivery, who defends out into the offside, and there is no run. 50 for 1, Gloucestershire after 17 overs. Bracey and Charlesworth partnership is 49. Yes. I've stupidly have forgotten the name of that episode. I think it involves the word test, but no, it is just the test. There we go. E.C. Egan was his name in that.
Very good, crack on.
Is your over?
My sister Dolly made
Yeah.
some wonderful cakes.
I think Godfrey hits the winning runs with the 6.
We're all
From memory.
doomed. We're all doomed. Yorkshire could be here if they don't win this one, as Ben Cody's in. Good delivery. He's appealing for caught behind here, which would be an inside edge of James Bracey's bat as he pulled it from off to leg. Tattersall took it cleanly, but not out, says umpire Ian Blackwell.
I think Yorkshire knew that just from the Corden's body language. There tends to be a lot of standing about and staring after a decision that they thought was definitely wrong, and they did walk back to their marks.
It's taken clean by Captain Mannering. 50 for 1 here. Bancode round the wicket. Straight. Bracey turns that into the leg side where Harry Duke does the fielding. And there is no run.
Yeah, but he gets injured, does Fred Truman, so it was clearly not an accurate portrayal at all.
Rubbish.
I'm sure that was probably the most difficult thing that Fred Truman had to do in his career, that was pretend to be injured after one ball.
Never happened. In comes Code, bowling to Bracey, who pushes this between mid-off, where Fisher is round to field and extra cover. They get a single. Bracey 28, Gloucestershire 51 for 1. Injury.
Oh, it's raining again at Edgbaston. Assuming that this isn't just my scorecard getting stuck again. No, it's not. Raining again at 185 for 2. That weather down south, isn't it?
Yeah, that southern weather. A bit of a rain dance going on among Yorkshire spectators, hoping that one drags out into a draw. And then pretty much irrespective of what happens here, well, yeah, it will be enough, wouldn't it, with Yorkshire's points already. BBC Radio Leeds update coming up in a moment as Code's latest delivery is pushed into the offside by Charlesworth for a single. 24 to him, 52 for 1. And Gloucestershire leading by 59. Yorkshire then striving for a second breakthrough. Ben Code, the man who's bowling, got that wicket precisely 17 over to go, the 4th ball of this Gloucestershire second innings. Code into Bracey again, who drops that into the offside. And there is no run. Brace yourselves for an update in a moment or two. I seem to have lost the programme now. Richard Stead from BBC Radio Leeds. Coming across at some point. Here we go. Gloucestershire 52 for 1 in their second innings, leading by 59 runs, Richard, which will tell you that it's not been a great day for Yorkshire so far. They were probably in the ascendancy in the match, having bowled Gloucestershire out for 190 yesterday and 80 for 3 overnight, but then lost their last 7 wickets for just 62 runs earlier today. Tom Kohler-Cadmore top scoring with 46. There were 33 also for captain Jonathan Tattersall and 16 not out for Matthew Fisher. But excellent bowling from Gloucestershire's left armour, Zafar Gohar, who took 5 for 40, his 5th 5-fer of the season. Yorkshire started well second time around with the ball. Ben Code got a wicket, 4th ball of the Gloucestershire second innings. Chris Dent was caught behind by Jonathan Tattersall without scoring. It was 1 for 1 at that stage, and Gloucester with a lead of just the 8. But a second wicket partnership now of 51 from 104 deliveries by Ben Charlesworth with 24 of them, and his partner out there, James Bracey, who's got 28 of them, and so they've increased that lead at the moment to 59 runs. Don Best just coming into the attack, Yorkshire's first offering of spin in this Gloucestershire second innings, and after Gohar got wickets earlier today, there'll probably be a little bit of pressure on Dom to try and repeat the dose in Yorkshire's colours. Gloucestershire then 52 for 1 in their second innings, leading by 59. There we go then.
Lovely.
Over to you.
So we had Jones as always earlier, and then now you're Jonna. Thank you, Jonna. In comes Bess and bowls to Charlesworth, who's forward, and that one is going to be flicked by the boot of Bess up into his hand.
I can assure you, I've been called worse.
The first ball of this Bess over, Charlesworth almost seemed to put his bat there as he, that's inside edge this time. Meanwhile, as the third delivery is being bowled, and it's been inside edge down to short fine leg for a single. There is no short fine leg, but another moment of fortune there for Gloucestershire, with Charlesworth moving to 25, 53 for 1. The first ball, it was almost as if Charlesworth knew exactly where the ball was going to be bowled, because it was as if he had his bat there ready to defend the ball almost before the ball was bowled. It wasn't quite, but put his bat there very early.
Yeah, you see premeditated attacking shots, but you don't often see premeditated defensive shots, do you?
Yeah. Bracey to face. There's a deep cover out for James Bracey, and he had a couple of thoughts seemingly about whether to play or leave that one. And in the end, he's played it quite nicely along the ground out to said fielder on the boundary, and so it's another single, 54 for one. Just for the first time today, there are some darker clouds approaching. I'm not sure that necessarily that particular one is going to hit us. Bess is in to Charlesworth, forward defence. Bess will pick up. But it does, I think, mean that we might have our first, potentially, a little bit of a period without the sunshine, which I think for spectators at least is not such great news. The temperature's not that warm. Bess bowls to Charlesworth, who again gets a good stride in forward and defends to Adam Lythe in the covers. So tidy enough start that from Dom Bess. Just a couple of singles off the over. Gloucestershire are 54 for one. Charlesworth and Bracey trying to build this partnership up. It's done well, but they would love for it to go on and do a lot more. I wonder what sort of a total Gloucestershire would settle for. I mean, we've had a bit of a chat about it over the lunch break, but I don't know, sort of the way that they're going here and the way that Yorkshire started against Seam this morning, you start to wonder actually whether Gloucestershire might not need a fairly sizable total to defend in the final innings.
They've been all out, been out foul bowling. Ben Code going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. 6 overs, 1 maidens, 1 for 16. One that made 50. James Bracey on strike. Just let me state for the record, by the way, that Graham Orange is one of those people who's called me all sorts of other names than those that you and Richard Stead have called me today. Ben Code coming round the wicket past umpire Ian Blackwell from the Kirkstall Lane end, then bowling to James Bracey, who turns that one backward of square leg. The enthusiastic Jordan Thompson round and fires that one in over the top, but not able to prevent a second run. Bracey on to 31 now, partnership worth 55 at 56 for one. Just let me state for the record, by the way, that when I said that, I just had one of those deja vu moments. Peter Kay with his stand-up act, when he talks about when you're listening to a song and you don't know the lyrics, you can't understand what they are, so you kind of make them up in your head, and then sometimes they stick. Going in again, and Bracey chops that down into the turf, the bowler fields. And I think he said, just let me state for the record, which is what Sister Sledge lyrics to We Are Family, he thought it said, just let me staple the vicar. Just let me staple the vicar. We're giving love in a family dose.
Wow, that is a good one.
Any of those folks that you can't remember? Well, you can remember, I should say, that where you couldn't fathom out the lyrics to start with. Code in, that's pushed into the offside by Bracey. There's no, and I can remember one from youth, not me, but a friend of mine, when the song Abracadabra was in the charts by the Steve Miller Band. And the opening line is, I heat up, I can't cool down. And he clearly didn't understand that bit and said, Taida, I can't cool down. Oh, here we go. Code into Bracey, who works out to mid-wicket. Harry Duke does the fielding, and there's no run. Any lyrics you've not understood, you've made him up, and then you've seen him on paper later and thought, how was I possibly saying that?
I remember...
Taida, I can't cool down.
I remember when I was at school, there was a video doing the rounds from one of these kind of reality-type song contest things from somewhere, I think, somewhere out in Eastern Europe anyway. And the song was, I can't live if living is without you, etc.
This is going to be funny, but Code to Bracey, who opens the face and runs it out to point where Bess feels no run. Go on.
So just basically the entire song, it was as if the singer was just going on what it sounded like rather than the actual words. So it was something like, can lead to live without you. And I've just done something I told myself I would never do, which is sing on cricket commentary.
I'm just going to look up the description of the word sing after that.
Yeah.
Here's Code coming into Bracey, who's solidly behind it, pushing up to James Wharton coming in from mid-off. No run, end of the over, 20 gone. 56 for 1. Gloucestershire in their second innings, leading by 63 runs here, and at the moment, quite comfortable.
One of the other things that can happen is if you listen to far too much I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue like I do, you end up singing the wrong lyrics to the song, one song to a tune of another. And also when they do those censored songs as well, where they put the burps in for various words, you just can't help but hear those beeps in. As Bess bowls now to Charlesworth, there's a big appeal for something. I assume LBW. It's a bit difficult to tell, really. I mean, I heard a clunk of ball on bat, so I assumed that he'd hit it, but actually, perhaps they were hoping it was pad first. As 5 Sports Extra listeners rejoin us, welcome to Headingley once more, and Charlesworth has gone here. He's gone LBW, and James Middlebrook has sent him on his way. 56 for 2. Dom Bess strikes early. We talked about Dom Bess potentially being the key for Yorkshire's bowling, with Zafar Gohar having done so much damage this morning with his left arm spin taking the 5-wicket haul, and it hasn't taken Dom Bess too long to get his first wicket. Charlesworth played well for his 25, but he has gone now, and Gloucestershire are 56 for 2, leading by 63 runs.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to have a second look at that, and of course Ben Charlesworth had his back to us when that was bowled from the other end, the Howard stand end of the ground. But in terms of where he was positioned at point of contact, not being able to see the point of contact, he just looked like it was well worth a shout type of thing.
Yeah, I think, looking at the replay, it's definitely going on to hit. The question is, has it pitched in line with leg? It's one of those ones which is very close. And of course, that's one of those things with, you know, with umpires' call on a lot of things. You don't get umpires' call on pitching outside leg. It's either pitched outside or it hasn't, and yeah, it's close. I think it may have just pitched outside leg, would be my just slight leaning towards, but the camera may not be totally right behind the umpire, so yeah, very close, but James Middlebrook has given the decision, and Gloucestershire have lost a second. It was a really good partnership that between Charlesworth and Bracey, and just seemed to be building, but I think it was definitely the right time to go to Dom Bess, and he's got the breakthrough. So out comes another left-hander, Miles Hammond, who was out without scoring in the first innings, was the third of Matthew Fisher's wickets in the first innings. Deep squares come up. There's a strange bit of black and yellow tape down there, where he just walked past, as Bess bowls to Hammond and bowls a perler to him first up. There looked as if there was a bit of turn there, and Hammond played forward and tried to defend, and the ball has beaten him. So already Bess is looking rather dangerous here. Bess to Hammond, bowls. Hammond comes down the pitch, drives away past extra cover for 4 runs. Doesn't tend really to take a backward step against the spinners, Miles Hammond. He does like to be positive. I thought as he was coming down the pitch there that he was going to decide to try to hit that one in the air, and he just thought, oh boy, if he gets out like this. But actually played it along the ground, and between mid-off and extra cover, it was a superb shot.
Yeah, got over the top of it well. Taking on the spinner, as you say, and backing himself.
60 for 2, Hammond off the mark and off the pair. Bess bowls to Hammond, he's come down again and has driven it this time on the bump and then the bounce, I assume, to Adam Lyth at short extra, and there's no run.
Yeah, Adam Lyth always looks pristine in his whites, doesn't he? As opposed to our bowler here, who's usually mucky.
Here's Bess, bowls, flatter, Hammond on the back foot, forces to backward point. Bess has his hands on his head, but Hammond just about jabbed down on top of that one in time. But a round of applause from the Headingley crowd for that over from Dom Bess. Gloucestershire are 60 for 2 after 21 overs and could be set for a tasty battle, as we've had a few of those in this match so far. Could be set for a tasty battle between Hammond and Dom Bess.
Yeah, bubbling up into a good game of Championship cricket. I was going to say 4-day cricket then, but I'm not sure it's going to last the 4 unless weather intervenes here. This is going to be win or lose, isn't it? It's down to 1 innings. Gloucestershire effectively 67 for 2. That's the lead, 67. Actually 60 for 2 in their second innings, having lost Chris Dent, caught behind by Johnny Tattersall off Ben Code without scoring the 4th ball of this second innings. As Code is in and bowling here to Bracey from the Kirkstall Lane end, and Bracey turning that one square on the leg side where Harry Duke fields. And there is a single, 32 to Bracey, 61 for 2, and then that second wicket in the previous over that of Ben Charlesworth, LBW to Dom Bess. 25 or 58 deliveries. He batted for 81 minutes and hit 4 fours. Bracey has played positively. He's hit 5 boundaries in his 31 from 61 deliveries so far, but it's Hammond with his innings in its infancy who drops that out to point where Bess does the fielding, and again no run. Matthew Fisher has bowled just the 4 overs in this second innings so far, perhaps significantly. Remember, he's on his way back from a long-term injury. They won't want any reoccurrences of that, so you may see Ben Code bowl the significantly greater part of the opening pair's overs here. He's got 1 for 19 to his name so far in his 8th. And he turns again at the end of his run, leaves our commentary position behind. And big looping top edge here from Hammond, and he has gone. Dom Bess making some good ground in from backward point to take a diving catch going forward. Code has a second wicket to his name. Gloucestershire have lost a 3rd. They're 61 for 3 in the 22nd.
My word, this match is marching on, isn't it? We've had 2 completed innings, and now Gloucestershire have lost their 3rd wicket for 61, so their lead is 68. There could still be a thrilling finish to this match, but that was an important wicket there, Miles Hammond. He was out for naught in the first innings, only got 4 in the second innings. In fact, just a 1 scoring shot. It was a 4, and Gloucestershire will need to regroup here, and Yorkshire cock a hoop with that.
So 21 overs and 3 balls have been bowled in this Gloucestershire second innings. Just 7 balls between wickets there, 6 of which were faced by Miles Hammond for those 4 runs. But yeah, gets a top edge on it, the left-hander, and it just looped up in the air to start with, which was part of the laboured commentary, I think. There, it looked like it was probably just going to drop short, and then it seemed to hang in the air, and Dom Bess managed to find the legs and the dive to get underneath that and take the catch. So Ollie Price coming out at number 3, had a good morning as a fielder, having taken 3 catches in that Yorkshire collapse. So played a significant part in that. Now we want to play a significant part with bat in hand here, coming in at number 5. As Graham said, 68 run lead. I was looking at the Yorkshire bowling elsewhere with their analysis so far. Stephen Patterson 5 overs for 14, 3 of them maidens, yet to take a wicket. Same goes for Jordan Thompson, 3 overs for 13 in his case from 1 maiden. And Dom Bess, well, as far as we're aware, is continuing at the Howard Stand end next over, 2 overs 1 for 6. And it's going to be Ben Code continuing in this over with 3 balls remaining to Ollie Price, right-handed. So the field has reset, 3 slips. 3rd man very wide and a few metres in from the boundary down by the Taverner stand. Southeastern corner of the ground. James Wharton in the covers. Matthew Fisher at mid-off, Stephen Patterson mid-on. Bess has been moved round to mid-wicket, straightish. And Harry Duke is over at wide, long leg, gone deep backward square. And again, 10-15 in from the boundary there as Code's latest delivery pushed into the offside. Ollie Price's first ball, safely negotiated.
Yes, I mean, Yorkshire will not want to be chasing too many runs. It's an obvious thing to say, but after what we've seen in the first 2 innings, they want to keep their target as low as possible.
Code in past Blackwell, bowling from wide on the crease in towards the right-hander. He's right over the top of that with an exemplary forward defensive push. Ken Lashley, good afternoon to you. He says, I don't recall a Dad's Army episode in which Frederick Seward's Truman appeared, but he did appear in an episode of All Creatures Great and Small. I remember that. Back to the cricket, it was great to see the reception Pato got when he came out to bat. Sad couple of days seeing the end of the Yorkshire career of a fine servant to the club, he says. If you speak to him before he departs, please tell him that many of us supporters will be sad to see him go. Code in and bowling to Price, who offers to push at that one and then leaves well alone. End of the 22nd, a wicket taken over then for Ben Code, who has 2 for 19 from 8 overs and 1 maiden. 61 for 3 Gloucestershire, a lead of 68. And just to respond to what you said there, Ken, it's been our pleasure to bring you the calls once again this year. Simon McIntyre still stuck in Kent. Says Jonathan, certainly getting the autumn blues as another season draws to a close. Thanks for another great year of comms from yourself and the team around the country. Let's share that with the rest of the boys and girls around the place. Pato approaching a bowling milestone in his last match puts me in mind of the late lamented Phil Carrick. Here's Bess bowling at Bracey, who steps away to open up the offside and gets it away to point where Jordan Thompson is sweeping, so they'll get the 1 run. So back to the late lamented Phil Carrick. Am I dreaming, or did he agonisingly fall short of a major milestone in his last match? And there was criticism of Martin Moxon for underbowling him in the last innings. Is your memory better than mine? No, it's not. I'm really good at remembering things when up to the age of leaving school. And after that bit, Simon, I need to rely on record books. I had the Yorkshire coach last night asking me the makeup of the Yorkshire team that went down in 2011. And I'm going, no, I'm going to need some help from the books from that one, Otis. As that is pushed back to Bess by Price. And there is no run. We can check out the Phil Carrick stats when we got the opportunity. Bess is in, nicely swept this time by Ollie Price. Gets it away once again to Thompson for a single.
Yes, I just wonder if that could be a tactic for the Gloucestershire batsmen, you know, sweeping Bess now and again.
Bess again, round the wicket to the left-hander, silly mid-off, slip in place. Neither come into play here because Bracey turns it round the corner to Ben Code. John Logan, good afternoon to you. Says, afternoon JD. Welcome return for Matthew Fisher, receiving his county cap together with his 4 first innings wickets. A major positive for Yorkshire, and also a long overdue county cap for Johnny Tattersall in his opinion. Bracey pushes forward. James Wharton is almost shaking hands with him. He's so close in at silly bit off and does the fielding there. And having taken one in the forehead once fielding that position in the days pre-helmet, then I can probably feel his apprehension as the ball gets delivered. And there he goes, 2-footed jump off the deck as Bracey steps back and gives that a clout square on the offside for a single. 34 to him at the end of the 23rd over. Gloucestershire 64 for 3 and 71 in front. Just to continue with John's email, he says, despite a good bowling performance by Zafar Gohar again this season, it's been yet another chaotic and insipid batting display by Yorkshire. I do fear that whatever second innings target is required, Gohar could well define the division Yorkshire end up in next season. As regards Stephen Patterson, what an absolute legend he's been for the Tykes, an unsung hero who has over the years earned his wickets by keeping it simple, but also, in my opinion, allowing his bowling partner at the other end to get their wickets, with Pato's miserly bowling keeping it very tight. I wish him well in his retirement. If he doesn't find another opportunity elsewhere, I'm sure there's a Division 2 county who'll value a senior statesman in Pato, a la Michael Hogan at Glamorgan. Maybe Yorkshire may want to keep him if they're relegated. Cody's in. That's turned to mid-wicket by Bracey, with Best doing the fielding. No run. Anyone been onto the Phil Carrick stats yet? You two? Just sit there and put your feet up, why don't you, fellas? That's fine. It's all right. I'll just crack on my own.
It would explain a lot, though, wouldn't it? You fielding at short leg. We've uncovered the truth.
It's Code, and that's pulled by Bracey, and he's going to pick up 4 runs through mid-wicket. Nicely played, just dropping it a little bit too short, un-Ben Code-like, but very much Bracey-like to get that away for a boundary. And he's on to 38, 68 for 3. I said silly mid-off.
Well, same difference then, isn't it? In terms of being hit.
If you're going to poke fun at somebody, get your facts right.
Do you ever see Brian Closefield?
Marvellous fielder there. Marvellous. Wonderful fielder. Marvellous.
Fearless. Absolutely fearless.
Bracey on strike on 38. Code coming round the wicket to him, and gets this one away past Harry Duke, who's missed with his dive coming round from point. James Wharton cleans up. They get a single. Bracey on to 39, 69 for 3.
I once said to Closey, get in there, lad. I said, I'm going to bowl this one short of a length. I want you to head it back to me. I'll catch it in my follow through. Marvellous it was. One of the best wickets ever taken at Headingley.
Oh dear. 1949, Close made his debut for England as an 18-year-old.
I think they're brave these days, wearing helmets. Not Closey. Not in them days.
And that epic innings he played with Edrich against West Indies, 76. Oh, that was something, wasn't it?
Marvellous.
Here's Code over the wicket, then bowling to the right-handed Ollie Price, who has steered that one along the deck, and it's a good piece of fielding at third slip by George Hill, who is getting to his feet slowly. Depressed as ever has tweeted with regard to misheard lyrics. We've just been mentioning one or two of these. Peter Kay with his just let me staple the vicar from the Sister Sledge, We Are Family, just let me state for the record. Here's Ben Code in, and Price pushes into the offside, and Don Best does the fielding, and there's no run. Depressed as ever says, in what a wonderful world, I thought it was the dogs say good night instead of the dark sacred night. And Neil Allett says, here you go, pal. I can see clearly now Lorena's gone.
Oh, dear me. Boom, boom.
He's on all week. One to come in the 24th over then. Ben Code has 2 for 24, and he's in over the wicket here, bowling to Price, who pushes out to Bess in the offside. And again, there's no run. Money for nothing and chips for free, he follows up.
You remember that single by was it Paul Young? Every time you go away, you take
I'll take a piece of meat.
Meat, yeah, that's right, absolutely.
Yeah, the Butcher's song.
Yeah, that's it.
69 for 3 then Gloucestershire at the end of that 24th over, a 76-run lead. And also on the misheard lyrics front from Andy in Cottingham, who's sitting within the confines of the Headingley Stadium today. How do again? My offerings. Adam and the Ants, Stan and his liver. Sue Lawley, the correct lyric, of course, being So Lonely. I think that was done, wasn't it, back in the days as a bit of a spoof. Sue Lawley. By the Police. Don Best going to continue. He's got 1 for 9 from 3 overs. He's bowling to the left-handed Bracey, who is pushing correctly forward, back to the bowler. No run. .69 for 3 as Best turns again, wide on the crease, right arm round the wicket. He's got him. Caught and bowled. James Bracey with a bit of a nothing shot, really. It's dying on its way to Don Best, but he gets down low and takes the catch. Bracey gone for 39. Yorkshire have begun to find a way into this Gloucestershire second innings in recent minutes. In fact, in the last 19 minutes, they've now taken 3 wickets, and Gloucestershire are 69 for 4.
And as in the first innings, Bracey was the one to get for Yorkshire, and in his second innings, it's exactly the same. He's gone 39, and so that's a very important wicket for Yorkshire. He's batting pretty well, and but he's gone now. Cotton Bowl Bess, 71 balls. Yep, 6 fours. So Gloucestershire, it's amazing how this match seesaws, isn't it? They're in a spot of trouble now. 69 for 4.
Yep, looking comfortable at one stage at 56 for 1. That 50-odd partnership, 55-run partnership for the second wicket between Ben Charlesworth and James Bracey, who has now gone then 39 off 71, as Graham says. He hit 6 fours in his 94-minute stay at the crease. But the Gloucestershire wicket-keeper has been replaced by the Gloucestershire captain, the diminutive Graham Van Buren, walking out to the middle with number 12 on his back. Yorkshire will be just feeling a little bit better about life with that fillip of 4 wickets now, 3 in fairly quick succession, 2 of them to Don Bess, 2 for 9, 2 balls into his 4th over, and 2 also for Ben Code. We did, I was suggesting, wasn't there, back end of the Yorkshire innings that pressed a few wickets, go hard, done up, wicket Gloucestershire. Van Buren out, has gone back over the wicket, floats one for ball, he's driven.
Good job. Been down this form is red.
That's a for second, who got the hiking hikes are mid kick. Sweet from Buren's squad out. So you feel that hit for years also back forward. From lose now.
No, that it's the backs to the position. That's good. I got some.
Testing and encouragement.
Yeah, good.
We grew just wins so far. He's get well. Got it. And five for the late says. I'll dumb still be pushed. No.
Work says good.
His team 5-0 now. In over the wicket. That'll be just team. It's second return. All him February some more doctor. Mainly if you catch the off.
Yeah, I played wrong there. And that's a blow to lose their skipper, Van Buren.
Tail up to Gloucestershire. I will fire it. Was just in the that material much and off all of it. Read. Got 4 5 to silver. Fit with that things 4 and 5 with you in a second.
Telling you that was it?
Yes, Colin South.
Right, see. And that looked ominous for you.
Yeah, 56-1 at
yeah, beautiful.
Still got top right after hard day paint. Here's Bess Price, who doesn't tie that all thing into the coverage base down. Whitler dies on back 3. On the 4 5. Coverage com box at the end of this over. The end back. Tom Bess. By Millbrook, track that down so sweep. Into use by Ollie Price, but timed it pretty well. He pinged it straight to Ben. Well, Bass again in over the wicket, punched into the offside where Duke fields by Ollie Price. No run. Neil Alec follows up with, how about then I saw her face. Now I'm going to leave her.
The monkeys.
Here's Bess again. Oh, good shot. Steps back, Ollie Price opens up the offside and has carved that away through extra cover. And although it is slowing up, it's got the legs to get over the boundary rope out on the western side of the ground for 4.
Yes, Yorkshire can't afford to give away too many boundaries here. They've got to keep the pressure on as much as they possibly can.
Last ball of the over. And Stephen Badger Jackson says, don't know if you control the stream, but it's on haywire. Come on, Mighty Dykes, it's raining in Birmingham. As Bess is in, and he's run down to 3rd man by Price, who's going to get 3 here. Ben Code, a long chase, put it in just a yard short of the boundary rope. So Price should be moving on to 12 as a result of that. Or have they added it on already? I'll let... yeah, he has gone on to 12. 89 for 5. 96 runs the lead. No, to answer your question, Stephen, the BBC commentators don't control the stream. And here's one of them. Ed Seaborn.
Thanks very much. Yeah, what a bizarre match this has been. I mean, just when you thought things might be settling down with Charlesworth and Bracey, another clattering of wickets. 89 for 5. Fisher continues. 1 for 14. He's in now and bowls as a drive from Ollie Price. Goes on the bounce back to Matthew Fisher, who fields in his follow through. Can tell you, by the way, that it appears to be, well, just looking at the score from Edgbaston, they're just back out playing. Warwickshire 214 for 3 there. Rob Yates out for 104. Fisher bowls on the back foot, punched away out towards a deep backward point. It was actually third man who came in to do the fielding. Ollie Price gets a single. He's on to 13, 90 for 5, lead up to 97. So Warwickshire have lost a third, 214 for 3. Ian Holland has got all 3 wickets to fall for Hampshire. None to Barker, none to Abbas. Kyle Abbott is not playing in that one. It's 3 for 46 for Holland. Brad Wheel and James Fuller making up that Hampshire attack. Jack Taylor will get a run at least here. He should get 2 here because there's no point in position at all. So it's gone all the way out to the deep point boundary where third man has to come across. So it's 2 more runs. 92 for 5. Jack Taylor moves on to 6.
Yeah, these are all good runs, as it were, for Gloucestershire. Much needed for Gloucestershire. And I said before, the lead is, well, 1 short of 100 runs. You know, Yorkshire, I said before, don't want to be chasing too many.
We're at tea at Canterbury, where Kent are 265 for 3. Fisher bowls, that's clipped aerially by Taylor, but short of mid-on. It bounced twice in the end before it got to Stephen Patterson, but Jack Taylor was not in control there.
Yeah, a bit of a lazy shot, I think, that, wasn't it? And Yorkshire striving for this next wicket.
Yeah, well, it's going to take a special effort, really, for Gloucestershire to set Yorkshire even 200 from here, even 180. You would think the way it's gone as Fisher strikes Jack Taylor on the pads, but I have to say that one looked as if it was going down the leg side.
I'd agree with that. I think it was going down the leg.
Just moved in probably a bit too much, actually, from Fisher's point of view.
They're obviously very keyed up, aren't they? As you would expect.
Well, like you say, every run's vital, and you could see that from the way that Jack Taylor does like to go over the top early and target the straight boundary against Dom Bess. But even before he'd shown any signs of doing that, so he was even the first ball that Bess bowled to Jack Taylor had a long on already and a fairly deep set mid-off. Fisher bowls to Jack Taylor, who winds up for a big booming drive and has got it 180 degrees from where he'd intended it to go. Goes out towards long leg in the end for a single.
I don't know how he's got it there playing that shot, but that wasn't a great shot. Heart in mouth time for Gloucestershire supporters there.
Looks as if Jack Taylor has decided to go on the attack. He's on to 7, and that means that Gloucestershire's lead is up to 100 with that run. 93 for 5.
Absolutely. You know, what a glorious afternoon here at Headingley. Last week in September, there seem to be more people in the ground now, actually.
Yeah, people have filtered in as the weather's good and there's a chance of a Yorkshire victory. Who knows, maybe even today, although... well, we'll see. Bess bowls. Jack Taylor drives, will beat the dive of cover. Harry Duke then springs up to charge after the ball, but it'll be the deep set mid-off who will field it, but not before they get 3 runs out to that long extra cover boundary. Johnny Tattersall trying to shield his eyes from the sun as he takes the throw. And 93 for 5 is the score. 96 for 5, pardon me. I think that will be once the ball catches up. There it is, 96 for 5. Jack Taylor moves on to 10. Long off and long on come up now as Ollie Price gets a delivery which turns a bit and is worked towards square leg. They thought about a single, which they decide in the end not to go for. So I mentioned Kent 265 for 3 at tee. It's a lead of 63, 85 for Tawanda Muyeye, 79 to Zach Crawley. Best bowls full and straight. Ollie Price blocks it and keeps it out. Surrey are 79 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 512. A couple of wickets for Tom Bailey, 1 for Will Williams. Hashim Amla batting there at the moment for Surrey, 26 not out. Best bowls to Ollie Price, gets a quicker delivery which he works to short leg. It's well knocked down by Wharton there. He wore it and it saved a run. Getting the encouragement of his teammates for that. It's raining again at Northampton. Essex 230 for 9. They've barely had any play there today. Ollie Price with the turn again, works to mid-wicket. There is no run. That's the state of play in Division 1. It's tea at Derby with Derbyshire 253 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 249. So that's a lead of 4. Notts 555 for 4 against Durham. Bess in. Gets a short ball which he cuts away, does Ollie Price, through extra cover. It won't go to the boundary. They'll be thinking about trying to push hard for a third again here, and I think they'll get it. Ball just doesn't seem to slow down too much as it gets out towards that cover boundary, and as quick as Duke is, he can't prevent that third run. 99 for 5, end of the over. Ollie Price has 16 now.
Yeah, very useful runs for Gloucestershire, these, aren't they? And these two have batted pretty well. They've put on 25 already in fairly quick time. Just what
fallen now. James Fuller has removed Sam Hain. That's what you do if you put him in your championship team of the year.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, 44's all right. 44's decent
44,
score.
absolutely.
Average 44, you'd take it.
Yeah,
anyway, Warwickshire 216 for 4 there. Fisher starts another over, and Ollie Price, the firm flick of the wrist with that shot, sends it up to mid-on. There's no run, so Will Rhodes and Dan Mosley at the crease now for Warwickshire. I suppose in some ways they actually do need that game to move on a little bit, so maybe a couple of wickets wouldn't be the worst thing for them as they look to try and come from behind and stay up. Be keeping a very close eye on what's going on here down at Edgbaston, that is for sure. Fisher is in, tight leave from Ollie Price. I think a good one. The ball did come back in at him, but was maybe a stump's width away from that off stump. Glamorgan 448 for 8 against Sussex. Glamorgan do need some help from Middlesex, potentially might not do the same. Fisher bowls, and that's flicked by Ollie Price towards long leg. That will be 1 run, and that brings up the Gloucestershire 100 for the innings. Ollie Price on to 17. It's one of those milestones, really. It's almost like bringing up the 100 in a T20. It almost feels slightly immaterial at this stage, because it's really the lead that's the pertinent number.
Yes. Well, the lead is almost like the total, isn't it? In this case,
exactly.
There's only 7 runs difference.
Fisher to Jack Taylor, are 3 slips in place. Fisher is in, and by delivery, a flash and a miss from Jack Taylor. He threw everything at that and got nothing.
That didn't look too pretty, actually. He wasn't the best of deliveries from Fisher, and just a big flash outside the off stump.
It's actually going to seemingly prompt Yorkshire to send out the deep extra cover. So obviously just going to get the ball had got
ball,
away. I was going to
yeah.
say, it seemed like it's like a strange move to me to put a deep extra cover and leave mid-off wide open, but yes, that's what was happening. I missed the fact that the ball had got away. Fisher's now rubbing the ball on his shirt and is coming in to bowl to Jack Taylor. It's a short ball. It's absolutely horribly shanked by Jack Taylor. He was trying to mow that one into the Western Terrace,
Yes,
and instead it's dribbled up to mid-off. Oh dear. I don't think that would have felt particularly nice on a cold day either. He seems to be okay with the hands, but that's the kind of shot where you feel those horrid vibrations through the bat. And for all the effort Jack Taylor's put into the last couple of deliveries, he's got nothing for them. Fisher bowls to Jack Taylor. This time looks to guide the ball into a gap in the offside, but can't find it. It's picked up at mid-off, and that is the end of the over. Gloucestershire 100 for 5. Actually didn't mention that Middlesex score, so I should do so. Middlesex are 111 for 2 at tea in reply to Worcestershire's 225. So the gap coming into this final round of matches was 9 between Middlesex and Glamorgan. Middlesex ahead of Glamorgan. Same number of wins. Glamorgan have lost a game more. Middlesex have more batting points. So at the moment, Glamorgan have gained a couple, but it's all on the results now, really.
The actual result of the games, yeah. And Best continues from the Howard stand end, bowling to Ollie Price.
Leg slip in place, as well as a conventional slip. He does like a sweep, as Ollie Price. We've seen him play the reverse sweep a couple of times. This time just defends off the back foot. Somebody will have to go and pick the ball up because Bess is just backing away from it. In the end, it's Tattersall who's got to go and do it.
You don't often see leg slip these days. Again, in the sort of 50s, 60s, 70s, leg slip was a usual position, as it were.
I have to say, I've always been a big fan of a leg slip. So it's played late by Ollie Price out into the offside, with Bess coming round the wicket. I suppose if he can sort of angle one across,
If it turns,
get one to turn,
yeah.
exactly, and so often you just see that blind flick, thinking,
Yes.
oh, I could put this away. Oh, there's a leg slip there. This is defended softly again by Ollie Price to where a short leg would be, but there isn't one, so Wharton has to come out from leg slip to field. 3.5 overs remaining until the tea break, and Gloucestershire would love to get through those and take some stock of the situation as Ollie Price works the ball with the turn out to mid-wicket, or to square leg I should say, and again there is no run. Set their stall out to be positive, both of these two. Jack Taylor perhaps more so than Ollie Price, who's defending again out towards mid-wicket, but I liked Ollie Price's, I use Graham Van Buren's word, busyness when he came to the crease.
Or intent or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it's the way to go, but you know, you mustn't be reckless.
Yes. It's a fine line, isn't it? Bess in, and again a full ball which Ollie Price reaches forward to and defends back towards the bowler. That is the end of that over. Gloucestershire 100 for 5 still. 107 runs is their lead. Surrey have lost a 4th wicket against Lancashire. They're now 84 for 4 in reply to Lancashire's 512.
Yes, this match is ebbing and flowing, and it'll be Fisher to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. Is really rubbing the ball, putting sweat on the ball, rubbing on his shirt. Of course, these days you're not allowed to use saliva.
No. Never again, I suppose.
No, never again. Apparently, no. That's going to be in the laws.
You can put a bit of Vaseline on it. That's all right. Fisher bowls to Jack Taylor, whipped through a conventional mid-wicket by Jack Taylor. The field was just a bit straighter than that, so they'll get 2. They'll think about a third. Oh, Ollie Price has gone for the 3rd, and Jack Taylor hasn't moved a muscle. But fortunately for the Gloucestershire pair, the throw came into the striker's end where Jack Taylor hadn't moved at all. And then Ollie Price put his hand up in apology, but it was the hand carrying his bat, so it looked rather as if Ollie Price had just raised his hand for his,
Yes.
well, it not even would be his 17 because it was already there, but anyway, it sort of did look as if he was raising his bat to the crowd. 2 runs to Jack Taylor. He's on to 12 from 12 deliveries, hasn't he, hit a boundary. Fisher to Jack Taylor, who leaves alone outside the off stump. There's movement there going into the right-hander, though. Got to watch that.
Bit of shape there from Fisher.
Yeah, seemed to have some good in-swing bowling, actually, in this match. And I get back to what you said. Have we misread this pitch?
I just wonder if we have a little bit.
I wonder if I'm certainly wondering if I have. I'll just put me in that.
But you'd have thought with all the sun today that the pitch would be getting better, wouldn't you? Really?
Yeah. I mean, there's been more turn in it than I thought.
Yes.
We did only see those couple of overs of Zafar yesterday evening, but it felt so much like a seamer's evening yesterday. Fisher bowls to Jack Taylor. It's back of a length, and Jack Taylor tucks that one off the hip down towards long leg, and we'll get another run. 13 to him, 103 for 5, the lead up to 110. But I suppose, you know, not only have we seen both sides bat on it, but we've seen another side lose half their wickets on it, and we haven't seen very many runs. And I suppose, you know, we've had to have some partnerships, but then you get partnerships usually you get partnerships even on surfaces which aren't that great to bat on.
I have to say, I don't think I've been tremendously impressed with the batting on either side.
In comes Fisher to Ollie Price, bowls, and a decent leave that from Ollie Price. He got a good stride in to be able to judge where the ball was going. It was outside the line of his pads, even though it was swinging in, and so he didn't play a shot. Yeah, we've seen some wickets thrown away, haven't we?
I think some batsmen have got to look at themselves and think, well, could I have done better?
Yeah.
Really.
We have seen some sort of, even never mind sort of the poor shot variety, we have seen some quite soft dismissals
we have really.
Of varying descriptions as well. In comes Fisher. He's there now and bowls, full and straight. Ollie Price is brought forward in defence, and Fisher will, in sprightly fashion, field off his own bowling to his right, and there is no run. But, yeah, I don't know. I think that, I'm not sure if I talked about this or not, but James Bracey mentioned about hammering the wicket last night.
You mentioned last night when I was asking you about what it actually said.
In some ways, actually, I think we've seen more of that maybe today than we have before from the seamers. When you think about, for example, that Hammond wicket where Fisher bowled more of a kind of a good length, got bounced, took the shoulder of the bat and was caught. As Fisher bowls well wide of off stump that time, that's an easy leave for Ollie Price. End of the over, 103 for 5. So there's now one more over from each end remaining before it's time for tea.
Yep, indeed. And Gloucestershire will be hoping to survive these last 2 overs before tea. And conversely, Yorkshire will be hoping to take one more wicket.
You always want one more, don't you?
You always want one more.
One more.
Yeah, you're 6 down, let's have 7. Well, let's have 8. Absolutely. But you tend to find in cricket these days that wickets actually do come in clusters, don't they? They tend to do, don't they?
Yeah, it's funny, and I don't know whether it almost seems as if nowadays when a couple fall, that sides just seem to find it very difficult to arrest collapses.
Yes.
And I don't know why that is, whether it's just because of the nature of pitches, technique, etc. Bess round the wicket, continuing. Jack Taylor backs away a little, and that just frees up the hands enough to be able to drive down to a deep set mid-off. He's not quite on the boundary, but he's pretty deep back there, and so it's a comfortable run, 104 for 5.
Yeah, and Bess is striving for this wicket. Bowling to Price now.
He's in, and that's a full ball. Ollie Price reaches forward, plays right back up the pitch. He's not been cheap, actually, so far as Dom Bess, but 2 for 31. He's been good for his wickets, that is for sure, but Still going at over 4 and over, which, as Ollie Price defends up the pitch again, there's no run. I don't think at the moment it's really been a problem at all. It's just that, you know, I think you just tend to look at that economy of over 4 and go, But if you're taking the wickets, it doesn't really matter. Bess bowls, worked leg side by Ollie Price, but not firmly enough that he can think about getting a single wide of George Hill at mid-wicket.
But in the context of this match, with some low scores, you know, you've got to be very careful how many runs you do give away.
Yep.
He's bowling over the wicket now.
Yep, switched back. So bowls now to Ollie Price, and it's another full delivery. Ollie Price is seemingly determined to see things out to the tea break at the moment. Always got to be careful saying such things, but at the moment he does seem to have set his stall out to block things out. Bess to bowl. Fires that one in a little quicker, but Ollie Price plays it fairly comfortably into the leg side. Hill fields from mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. So there's just one more left until the tea break. So I guess from Gloucestershire point of view, they can't lose more than the one more wicket until tea now. But
if they lose a wicket in this over, they would come off the tee. Yeah,
it would be. I mean, it wouldn't quite be a moment potentially of exactly the same significance as when Adam Lyth was out off what turned out to be the last ball of play yesterday, but it would still be pretty significant given the damage that could be caused by these two. Zafar Gohar, Tom Price, David Payne, Ajit Dale to come.
Yeah, the last thing Gloucestershire wants is losing a wicket in this over.
Deep square leg is out. Fisher is in. Wide delivery. It's cracked away by Jack Taylor up towards mid-off.
He's not playing
no
for
run.
tea, is he?
Okay. If it's up there, he's going for it.
Fine. Right.
It looks like it. Yeah, that makes you take notice if you're the Yorkshire fielders. Three slips, all having a chat after that. Whether anything in particular is going to change, I don't know, but that was a drive on the up from Jack Taylor as well. There was width on offer, but yeah, don't edge it, I suppose, if you play that shot. Fisher in, bowls, clipped down towards fine leg by Jack Taylor. That will be a single. So the lead moves to 112, so it's off Nelson. 105 for 5. Jack Taylor on to 15.
I wonder if today's players are sort of superstitious regarding certain scores.
Yeah, I don't know. There's certainly plenty of superstitions about, I think, still.
I suppose so. I just think
but whether it's that...
I think they're waning a little bit now in the modern age. I think I might be wrong.
Here comes Fisher to Ollie Price, and another delivery which is angling onto the leg stump, and Price will get another single out towards deep backward square. 106 for 5, so he's still in the frame of mind to try to score if he gets a delivery like that. Just started off a bit too straight from Matthew Fisher, and so the strike rotated again. So another little discussion here between Ben Code and Matthew Fisher. More waving of hands from the slip cordon. Still can't see anything that's actually changed in the field, but so signalling to Fisher to try something in particular. Bowls to Jack Taylor, digs that one in a little, and Jack Taylor rides the bounce of that one. Gets on top of it, plays it back up the pitch.
Yeah, played it very well.
Yeah, there's been thoughts over the years to Jack Taylor in the Championship that you can attack him by digging it into the ribs, banging it in short. In T20 cricket, you tend to see a kind of a combination of wide Yorkers, slow wide Yorkers, and quick bounces to him. That tends to be the way that teams go after him. Fisher bowls wide, and Jack Taylor flays that one over the top of mid-off and away for 4 runs. That was not too dissimilar, albeit I think Kola Cadmore hit his harder. Isn't too dissimilar, though, to that shot that Kola Cadmore played over the top of mid-off earlier on. Yes,
I mean, I think the ball deserved that treatment, but I go back to my point, he's not playing for tea.
Any time you see that bat get picked up of Jack Taylor's, you think he's you think he is winding up for the big shot, and it was a safe shot as well because of where he placed it. Never mind the fact that he hit it as hard as he did. 110 for 5, and the lead to 117. It's the last ball before the tea break. Fisher's just again chatting with Ben Code about something, and he prepares to bowl the last ball before tea. Fisher is in. It's a full ball, which Jack Taylor, with an on push, sends to mid-on, where it's fielded by Stephen Patterson, and that will do it for the second session of play here on day 2. We've seen another eventful session. Gloucestershire 110 for 5, lead by 117.
Yeah, fascinating day's play so far. I mean, as we said before, that some of these low-scoring matches can still be fascinating, can't they? You know, because you wonder where it's going to end up, as it were.
Well, because you know, one partnership can be so important.
Could change everything, absolutely. And you keep thinking, is this going to be the partnership? And then it's not. And is this going to be the partnership? And it's not. And but yeah, you know, it's this is a. I mean, you know, things have changed all the time today. I mean, you could argue now, Gloucestershire 110 for 5. They're probably just the favourites now. Whereas, you know, half an hour ago, again 3/4 an hour ago, you probably said, well, Yorkshire were the favourites. I think it's great. That's what cricket's all about. It's the ebb and flow of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only taken a partnership of 36 to do that as well. And that's kind of, I mean, you know, it's a one partnership. It's not necessarily one partnership of even 100. It's one partnership of 50 could change things so much. And if Yorkshire get off to a kind of a flying start to their chase when they come out and they're 50 or 60 without loss, then you know, that they could break the back of the chase that way. It's setting up beautifully, but you know, it's these low-scoring games again.
Absolutely,
they are actually great to watch.
Well, yes, and of course Yorkshire's last match here is Headingley against Essex just 2 weeks ago. That was absolutely fascinating, really. Wickets were tumbling, and you're wondering how it was going to end up. Well, even right to the last ball, you didn't know the result. Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. There's plenty of time left in the game, weather permitting. But so far today, as far as the weather's concerned, no complaints
Ollie Price and Jack Taylor continuing the batting for Gloucestershire.
Welcome back from Headingley for session 3 on day 2, as the shadows already beginning to lengthen from the western side of the ground. And Gloucestershire on 110 for 5 for Ollie Price on 18, and Jack Taylor is not out on 19. A partnership so far worth 36 for this 6th wicket, 34 overs in, so 117 runs in front with 5 second innings wickets standing. Ed Seaborn of BBC Bristol, myself, Jonathan Doidge and Graham Orange, continuing to call this one for you. Glorious weather throughout the day today, and Stephen Patterson going to open up the final session from the Howard stand end. You know, at days like this, fellas, you think, why not have a mid-season break? You know, around about August and extend the season to, say, November and play, what, 16 county championship matches?
Yeah, maybe. Not sure about the mid-season break, as Patterson loses his run. Why just keep going?
That was just a bit of irony because, of course, there is an enforced mid-season break.
I know where you were going with it. The shadow of one of the floodlight pylons is going right over the middle of the pitch. Sort of dappled effect as Patterson bowls the first ball of the evening session, strikes Ollie Price on the pad. Patterson was hoping that Ollie Price might have gone too far across his stumps there and he was going to get an LBW decision. I think Patterson quite liked it, but umpire Blackwell did not.
As we welcome back listeners to 5 Sports Extra with the news that we just had the 1 ball in this final session. Dot ball. Gloucestershire remain 110 for 5.
Patterson to Ollie Price, drives, mistimes it, it goes out to cover, and there's no run. I say that possibly a little prematurely as the throw overshoots Johnny Tattersall, but he managed to get something of a glove on it, so they didn't come through for a buzzer. So Patterson in what could well be his final first-class innings, or maybe even his final session.
I was going to say, it's his final, probably his final first-class innings.
Patterson in, a little bit of in movement to Ollie Price, who defends out towards mid-off, and there is no run.
And possibly his final first-class spell. He goes to Gloucestershire like the proverbial dose of salts. Or even if he doesn't. His final spell. He's not taken a wicket yet in this second innings. Managed 1 in the first.
Partnership worth 36 between Ollie Price and Jack Taylor as Patterson bowls to Ollie Price, feels for it and misses it. It's a good ball from Patterson. It was tempting enough that Ollie Price felt he had to play at it, but beats the outside edge and goes through to Tattersall. Gloucestershire were in real trouble at 75 for 4. Sorry, 74 for 5. I'll get it the right way around. I thought that didn't sound quite desperate enough. 74 for 5. I suppose technically they were. No, they weren't. I'll shut up. 74 for 5 with Van Buren out. Patterson bowls to Ollie Price, flicked away through mid-wicket for a single, out to the fielder who's once again been positioned out at deep mid-wicket. Ollie Price equals Jack Taylor on 19. It's 111 for 5 for the innings. But at 74 for 5, it looked rather ominous for Gloucestershire, even with the batting that was to come. There is still batting to come with Zafar Gohar, who's had so many useful contributions this year. Gloucestershire will most likely need another one from him this innings. And then Tom Price, who batted well in the first innings. Patterson to Jack Taylor, who defends up to mid-off, and that is the end of the first over after the tea break, with Yorkshire pushing hard for these wickets. They won't have an eye on what's going on at Edgbaston, but we will. Warwickshire 272 for 4 at tea there, so they need the points, but then they need to be getting bowling, really. Rhodes and Mosley accelerating the innings for Warwickshire, so we'll endeavour to keep you up to date with that one. Kent 303 for 4 against Somerset, who made 202 in their first innings, so it kind of looks as if it's coming down to Yorkshire or Warwickshire at this point, but Yorkshire still, for many reasons, in the driver's seat as far as avoiding relegation is concerned.
And on that note, Mighty Mariners said, afternoon all, do Yorkshire need to win to be safe from the drop? Well, before the match started, no, they didn't. They needed 10 points from this match to ensure that whatever Warwickshire got, they would be clear of them. Jordan Thompson bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end, but one swings way down the leg side of Ollie Price due to Tattersall, no run. But as things are going at the moment, obviously that it still feels like a significantly earlier stage of that Warwickshire match, with it being the first innings of the match still, well into day 2. Not sure if a win's going to be possible for Warwickshire or not there. So Yorkshire may not need to win, but as Jordan Thompson is in, and that's turned to mid-wicket where James Wharton fields, dot ball. But if they were to lose this, then obviously it's out of their hands effectively. The other game looks like it's going to last longer, so there's going to be some anxious waiting around, you would think. And so as this game is so far advanced already, feels like unless the weather intervenes, there's going to be a result either way. As Thompson's in, an attempt to carve that one square on the offside by Price. But he misses it over the top edge.
He might have made contact with that if that had been before the break, but the feet just not quite moving the way that they were. It was there for the shot, I think. He just missed it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So this coming down to a result either way, win or loss for one or t'other of these sides. Yorkshire clearly, if they can get on the winning end of that, that's job done. Thompson in and bowling here to Price, pushing back to the bowler. There's no run. He flicked that, I think, onto the stumps, in fact, with his hand. And Blackwell just replacing the bails.
It would have been very much against the spirit of the game, though, if they'd upheld that run-out appeal.
Rain, I'm hearing, in Birmingham. Once again. Not sure if they've actually gone off or if it's just raining while they're out there in play. That's pushed into the offside by Price. Straight to delivery this time by Jordan Thompson. And, yeah, Warwickshire's 272 for 4. It remains. They are delayed in getting back on the field after tea. I'm reliably informed by Kevin Howells. So no play there at the moment. Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, bowling straight to Ollie Price, who pushes that one just to the onside of straight by Stephen Patterson. Tumbling stop by the old boy. End of the over. 36 now complete in Gloucestershire's second attempt with the bat here. They're 111 for 5. That is a lead of 118. Both batters have 19, and a partnership worth 37 so far since that dismissal of Graham Van Buren, caught by Adam Lythe. Bit of catching practice, just steered off the bowling of Matthew Fisher. He went for 5 off 5 deliveries. And since then, well, they've stopped the rot, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been a, I think, discussed it with Graham before the break. So far, this partnership's built up in a way where they've been positive, but for the most part, it hasn't been reckless. There've been a couple of big swings of the bat from Jack Taylor, but Patterson now bowling to Jack Taylor, who's forward, defending firmly up towards mid-off. There's no run, but just struck that balance between defence and attack, which I think really, for the most part, has been the way that those that have scored runs have got them. Lythe up front in Yorkshire's first innings actually did take a while to get going, but 44 off 88, decent scoring rate. Patterson in, bowls. Jack Taylor goes for a big hit, and he's smacked that one over mid-on, and that has gone for... Well, it's gone into the shadows, and I think it's going to be signalled 6 eventually, I think. We'll see. Jordan Thompson, I thought, put his arms up maybe as he was wandering down towards the tunnel. Yeah, he signals 6. I think the ball has gone into the tunnel, right down it. And in fact, a gentleman in a high-vis jacket and I think a pair of gloves on, because he's standing in the shade, has gone and tossed the ball back. So probably, what placement?
Probably the most useful thing a steward's done at Headingley this season.
Do you want to get out this evening?
Get up back there, mate.
I can see now why I lost the ball, because the ball actually did depart the main area of play. So 6 to Jack Taylor, and he faces now to Patterson, guided away towards cover point, but good bit of fielding from Duke to get across to make sure that there's no run there.
How dare he? With that 6, he's taken Stephen Patterson's economy rate to just over 3 and over. Does he not realise whom he is facing here?
Highly disrespectful. Patterson in and bowls, and a good delivery from Patterson as Jack Taylor leans forward and defends. Stephen Patterson graciously allows the ball to pass by his left hand down to the mid-off fielder, and there's no run. There's a big blow from Jack Taylor though at 6, and we haven't really seen a massive number of 6s in the match, just the 1 in each innings. Patterson in, and that is a flashing drive attempted by Jack Taylor to a ball that was kind of in between needing to play off front and back foot. He tried to play it off the front foot and then it bounced on him and went over his blade, so potentially it wasn't in between and should have been played off the back foot, but again Jack Taylor does not get the edge to it. Tom Price hit 1-6 in Gloucestershire's first innings, and Cola Cadmore in his 46 off 45 balls had 1 as well. Patterson in and bowls, and Jack Taylor treats that one with respect. It goes back up the pitch. Patterson fields, 117 for 5 is the Gloucestershire score. Yeah, I mean, I just made that point about those that, in general, those that have scored runs have done it in a more balanced way. Cola Cadmore's kind of the exception, but not in terms of defence, in terms of attack. When you think of Gloucestershire's first innings, James Bracey scored at a pretty decent rate, around about 3.5 and over. Ben Charlesworth over 3, Van Buren, Tom Price, decent scoring rates. Tattersall likewise. I think it's important not to get bogged down. It's important to play your shots when the ball's there for it, but we have seen a few times in this match that shots have been selected which the ball wasn't there for.
Here's Jordan Thompson bowling to Ollie Price. Played that nicely off his legs through mid-wicket. And Matthew Fisher coming in off the boundary to do the sweeping. They'll get a single. Jordan into his 5th over in this Gloucestershire second innings. 2 maidens, none for 14 so far. Neil Dutton says, afternoon Doidgy, managed to get free for the last session. All getting a bit tense here, isn't it? The tension, the drama, the buzz, the crowd, the atmosphere, it's all happening. Not sure I can take it. Neil's words, not mine. As Ben Coe just has a word with Jordan Thompson here. Is there going to be a change as a result? Just the fact that Don Bess has been brought a few yards straighter at mid-wicket than he was. Thompson in and bowling. Taylor, thickish inside contact, cloths it really to Patterson at mid-on, no run. Yorkshire lad said thanks for the comms, banter and name checks this season. Fingers crossed that Yorkshire can remain in Division 1. Me, I'm off to hibernate.
Where's that? Somewhere in Cornwall?
Bristol, I believe. 118 for 5. Jordan Thompson in again. Once more, cloth this time a little bit wider to James Wharton at mid-wicket. And again, no run. No sign of a return just yet at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 272 for 4, but match has been delayed. They're on an extended tea break there because of rain. Kent have reached 330 for 4 and lead by 128 with 6 first innings wickets in hand at Canterbury. Jordan Thompson bowling here to Jack Taylor. He turns it down to long leg where Harry Duke scuttles in and does the fielding. At Old Trafford, Lancashire of course made 512, their main feature being Keaton Jennings 199. Surely got to be firmly in thoughts for a place on tour to Pakistan with his notable ability to play slow bowling. Surrey 100 for 4 in reply, the champions in a spot of bother. Jordan Thompson's in again, a little bit leg-sideish and worked that way by Price, but Wharton fields, and there's no run there. Finally playing at Northampton. Essex have moved on to 258 for 9 there against Northamptonshire.
I've had a more detailed weather report, by the way, from Edgbaston. This is not just rain, this is heavy rain.
A bit like the lunch here, wasn't it? This is not just food. This is pie, new potatoes and marrowfat and mushy peas as Thompson's in. That's pushed out to mid-off by Taylor to Ben Code. No run.
What was that on the way to being?
I don't know.
Marinara sauce or something. I don't think I got that with my pie.
This is not just food. This is pie, new potatoes and mushy peas. Proper Yorkshire. Stephen Patterson's going to continue at the Howard stand end. It must be a little bit on the parky side for those who are fielding in the deep. Jordan Thompson will be warm enough, having just bowled an over, but he's the one fielder, perhaps two, who might be in the shadow of the Howard stand. And you can imagine being out there, fellas, on a day like this. It looks beautiful and sunny. We're quite warm in the commentary box. But if you have to wander off into the wilderness, in the shadows out there in the deep, it probably drops a few degrees.
Yeah, especially judging by that security guard who had his gloves on, like it was December back there. Patterson in and bowls. Jack Taylor guides that one into the offside. Won't get a run though, as it's fielded at point. There are 2 short mid-wickets. There's a deep mid-wicket. There's not a deep straight mid-wicket, which is a shame because we could have the full set. There's a long on though, and a deep backward square. So a pretty heavy leg side field, and plenty of cover out there for the big shot. Mid-off, extra cover and backward point, and just the one slip on the offside. Patterson to Jack Taylor, who works that one through mid-wicket out towards the fielder in the deep. And it's a single to Jack Taylor, 27 to him, 120 for 5 are Gloucestershire. Because if we're still set for some good sunshine for a while, the forecast at the start of the day suggested there might be a little bit of rain, potentially, at around about 4 or 5 o'clock, but they've got rid of that now. As far as tomorrow goes, there's rain potentially coming overnight, I think. Patterson in, bowls. Ollie Price in behind that one, defending up to mid-off, no run.
Overnight tonight into tomorrow,
Sorry,
or
yes,
overnight tomorrow to the day after?
Overnight tomorrow to the day after.
All right,
yeah,
it's not going to last that long, is it?
No, exactly. So I think we'll be pretty good as far as the weather's concerned. Looks to be a clear night, but 9 degrees with a west-northwesterly breeze.
Throw me that ball and not say 4:30 this inning.
Patterson is in to Ollie Price, inside edge onto pad, and it rolls out towards backward point. It's still a case that bat is not really on top of ball at the moment. It's just one of those periods where we've got the even contest going. We've had plenty of periods of the match where it's been ball very much on top. It's been a A keen contest this, and a vital partnership you'd feel for Gloucestershire's hopes of a second consecutive win to end the season. Ollie Price forward in studied defence, goes up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
But even when you're in this match, you're kind of not, are you? There's only James Bracey with 77 who's got past 50.
Yeah.
So even the players who look like they're in the 40s and 30s have faced quite a lot of deliveries, have still found that there will be a bit of nibble, a bit of something that may help the bowler.
Patterson bowls. Ollie Price gets another full ball, which he defends out into the covers to end that particular over. Patterson through 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 22. Gloucestershire 120 for 5, lead by 127. But yeah, it's always felt as if at some point there would be a ball with your name on it. There's been potentially some, at times, kind of sporadic movement. Sometimes it seems to go, sometimes it doesn't. But what there has tended to be in this pitch, which is great to see actually, is a bit of bounce, which there hasn't been in many of the pitches that I've seen this season. There's been bounce for both the seamers off quite a full length and for the spinners, which I think is actually how it should be.
Yep, also throwing a few injudicious strokes, as we tend to get in most matches. And we are where we are. Gloucestershire 120 for 5, leading by 127. Jordan Thompson in and bowling to Taylor. Ooh, that's going to hurt. A short ball. Taylor does not play that well at all, and he's okay. He'll be bracing himself at the moment and gritting those teeth, because that caught him. Looked like on the elbow. It might have been just a little bit lower and dropped into the leg side. And at around about 80, Jordan Thompson. That is going to hurt.
Yeah, and it is a ball like that, which is why teams have tried to attack Jack Taylor with a short ball in the past.
There he is, facing up again. Thompson again goes short of length, not quite as short as the previous delivery. And he manages to get the willow out and play it into the leg side. Patterson doing a bit of ball shining. Yorkshire have still got the 2 slips in place. They'll continue to attack. They've set 2 men back deep on the leg side, one in front of square just. It'd be 5 yards or so in from the boundary. He starts walking in, and Harry Duke down at long leg, similar position in from the boundary rope. Short ball again here by Jordan Thompson. Not the worst either. An attempt at a ramp by Taylor, but he misses.
Does like that shot, Jack Taylor, over the top of the slips, and I mean, it looks good when it comes off, but I can't actually recall him having been caught that way, but just always have the heart in the mouth a little bit when he does that, because it is also possible to guide it into the hands of the wicketkeeper as well as over the top of him.
Thompson in again, this time goes fuller. See what he was trying to do there after a couple of short ones, but just started it a little bit too straight. It cannons off the pad down the leg side. Neil Dutton says, with regard to the rain, which continues at Edgbaston, Warwickshire, if you're just joining us, 272 for 4 when they went to tea, but they haven't got back on yet because of rain. Neil saying if Carlsberg did rain, other lagers are available. Nice shot of Jordan Thompson running into bowl as well, sent by Lilly from the other end of the ground. As Jordan Thompson's in again, and once more just strayed a little bit too leg stumpish, and is picked off for a single by Taylor, who moves on to 28. Partnership now worth 47 for this 6th wicket. Valuable stuff as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. Reminder, they made 190 first time around, having won the toss and batted, and then bowled Yorkshire all out for 183. Finishing off the last 7 wickets earlier on this 2nd day. Thompson flips the ball from left hand to right and comes striding in again past umpire Blackwell. Once more roundabout leg stump and picked off down to long leg where Harry Duke fields and keeps them to 1. Jordan Thompson 6 overs 2 maidens, none for 17. Not a bad over at all. Just striving for that spot on accuracy with those fuller deliveries, having tried the short one earlier in the over, and he was just that that, what, a couple of inches in it probably, if that. As he's just got a little bit too close to the leg stump and has been worked round the corner, but not so far away from bringing in to play other possible dismissals. 122 for 5.
Yeah, it's all in swing at the moment, which I would guess, I don't know. I mean, we've got a ball which is in its 40th over. There's not much live grass on the pitch, and I've seen balls reversing even earlier than this. I think it's more reverse swing already. There's a full ball from Patterson, who begins another set of 6, and that's pushed back to the bowler for no run.
Mark Kidger emailed specifically for you, Ed. Talking about the recent relative improvement in the Gloucestershire ranks, even though relegation is imminent. More in a moment.
Patterson moves in now and bowls to Ollie Price, who drives pleasantly enough towards wide mid-off, but can't get it past the fielder there, who motions as if he's going to throw down the stumps, but nobody's moved.
So I'd want your opinion on what do you think the reason is for the recent improvements? Is it down to the side getting some confidence back in the Royal London Cup? Was change of personnel also a factor, or was it the side relaxing when relegation became inevitable and unfreezing? And basically also asking, do you think they'll bounce back straight away next season?
Patterson to Ollie Price, full and straight, defended correctly up to mid-off by Ollie Price for no run. So yeah, I think you can really cite both those things as reasons, and without kind of expressly asking them. And to be honest, even if you were to ask them, you wouldn't necessarily get the real reasoning anyway. But it's easy to come up with a narrative for why the Royal London campaign helped. Patterson bowls. Another full delivery, which Ollie Price, with a nice sound off the middle of his bat, defends up to mid-off, and there's no run. They've kept a lot of the same components to that side, and the success of it in this particular side. Jack Taylor coming back in, being probably the biggest kind of bit of continuity there, with Jack Taylor having a tremendous Royal London campaign. Patterson in, drags the length back a little bit that time. Ollie Price off the back foot once more, just treats it with respect, sends it out towards extra cover for no run. But you know, pretty much everybody in that side built some confidence through that campaign, and so I don't know. You think back to that Northamptonshire game where they knew realistically that Northamptonshire game at Cheltenham was their last chance to survive, really. They had to win that one. Patterson bowls to Ollie Price. It's more played up the pitch. That's no run, 122 for 5. And the lead, 129. So, yeah, you could say that the sort of the relaxation, in a way, may have happened after that. But they did still look a little bit like the same sort of side for the first, at least, game of that Royal London campaign. Then they got a win against Somerset at Bristol, so a local derby win, no less. It wasn't the prettiest win, it was a low chase, but they got over the line, and you know, it's easy to point to that as a potential turning point, but they did build confidence through that, and they seem to have had more confidence in the final 3 matches. But where that's come from, I'm not entirely sure. I think it was looking back on just one particular comment that Dale Benkenstein made after the Sussex game in the Royal London. I think even then it was fairly clear that the strategy was that Ryan Higgins in particular, who's potentially could have been a part of the Championship side even now, wasn't going to be. So you know, yes, you could say that the pressure in a way of fighting to stay up wasn't there, and actually the players may be just bought into the kind of the narrative which there was before that Somerset Championship match of, we are looking ahead to next year now, try and build some confidence ahead of it? I don't know. It will be a question that I will ask, but probably at the end of the match rather than in the middle of it. And then as far as break off.
Update time. They are indeed, 122 for 5 in their second innings, Richard. That means a lead of 129, 130 now, because they've just pulled a single. Ollie Price moving on to 22 and Jack Taylor not out on 29. Story of the day, Yorkshire resuming on 80 for 3. Were bowled all out for 183. Top scorer there was Tom Kohler-Cadmore with 46 in what, of course, is his final game for Yorkshire. And then Gloucestershire, well, 1 for 1 at one stage, got to 56 before losing a second wicket. And then Yorkshire took 4 of those in the space of 25 minutes or so before the tea break. But since then, they haven't been able to add further to the wickets column. Gloucestershire, as I say, 123 for 5, and that means a lead of 130 runs in their second innings. Yep, there's a possibility, Richard, that if they lose this match, they could be relegated if Warwickshire win elsewhere. As far as that goes, just at this moment in time, they're not on the field down at Edgbaston in their match against Hampshire, and that game's still in its relatively early stages, just in the first innings of the match. Now, of course, here the game has moved on at pace. We're into the third innings of the match. It looks like it's going to be a result either way, and Yorkshire clearly would want to be on the right end of that, because if they lose, they do lay themselves open to possible relegation.
Right.
There we go. I quite like the fact that Richard is very quick when he comes over. It's all done and dusted, packaged up, and there we go. We moved on. So, 50-run partnership for this 6th wicket now between this pair. Price 22, Taylor 29. Jordan Thompson bowling. And for the first time, I was going to say before, Richard suddenly appeared there. Yorkshire going a little bit more defensive here, Ed, as well. Just the one slip in place for the first time in this Gloucestershire second innings. Short ball by Thompson, smashed away through mid-wicket by Jack Taylor. And they're going well, these two. And they want to bring this partnership to an end, Yorkshire, because they've got to get these. And they're 135 runs behind now with still these 5 wickets in hand. So they've gone one slip, third man, long leg, short leg as well. It's kind of an attack and defensive field at the same time, trying to block a few gaps. Trying to take wickets. There's a man out deep backward square, Matthew Fisher. Adam Lyth is at mid-wicket. Patterson mid-on. Code mid-off. And also Dom Bess in the covers. As Jordan Thompson comes in again, goes short and right over the top of this Taylor. Pulls it, not entirely convincingly, to Adam Lyth. Dot ball.
Just before I hand over to Graham, because I should be doing so, just briefly then on that second sort of part to the email, I think a fair bit probably depends on these signings, which Gloucestershire has said in multiple outlets that they have made. I think much will depend on them, because they've I think been shown that they need more depth in the seam department, and probably an extra batter wouldn't hurt either. So if they can pick up somebody that fills those areas, then the way that they're playing here surely would lead you to believe that they do have every chance.
Short ball again by Jordan Thompson at Jack Taylor. Final ball of the over. Remember, of course, didn't negotiate one of those particularly well in Jordan's previous over from this Kirkstall Lane end, but he managed to just about get out of the way of that one. 42 overs complete in Gloucestershire's second innings then. 128 for 5. A lead of 135 runs. Listening on BBC Sport website and app. 5 Sports Extra. BBC Bristol, BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations. Ed Seaborn taking a bit of a breather. Back in the chair. Heavy breathing is Graham Orange.
Heavy breathing? What do you mean?
Just a heavy breathing then.
All right.
Was it hard work getting across from the chair on the left of the commentary box to the one to my right?
No more than usual.
Dominic Bess back into the attack. Stephen Patterson takes a breather. He's struggled to impose himself on this second innings of Gloucestershire so far. And Bess, 2 for 31, hasn't struggled. 8 overs and a maiden. Remember, of course, David Payne bowling left arm over at stages. Will have given him probably a little bit to work with, bowling his off spin to the right hander here. Doesn't particularly come into play if he has roughed it up there, as that was safely negotiated by Price. James Walton is under the helmet at Boot Hill, short leg. Tom Kohler-Cadmore first slip. And they've gone mid-on, mid-off. Straightish men at both extra cover and mid-wicket. Sweepers out towards point and coming into play here at mid-wicket as Price sweeps a one. Ben Cody's backward of square leg, round about 45 degrees, a little bit wider than that. So single takes Gloucestershire to 129 for 5, 136 runs in front, and brings Jack Taylor on 33 back onto strike. He'll recheck his guard with umpire James Middlebrook. Just about as good a day as we've had weather-wise all season in matches here at Headingley. There have been a few good ones. And what's been a tremendous summer, hasn't it? Taylor pushes back to Bess, no run. Into the autumn, of course, now. Bess turns again. Floats this one up noticeably slower. And, well, Taylor has used his feet. Got the feeling he clothed that. I've got to say, Graham, I lost the ball when it disappeared into the lengthening shadow of the Howard stand, but it didn't feel like he'd got the contact he wanted on it, but he's got 4.
Yes, he did cloth it really, but with Best coming back into the attack, I think this is now a crucial stage of the game. There'll be a bit of pressure on him now to take some wickets.
2 for 36 now for Bess. Again, just holds that back pace-wise.
Oh.
It's flicked into the leg side. Adam Lyth will not want to see a replay of that because he's missed it coming round with a slide towards mid-on, and they've got a run from it. Taylor 38 now. Bess coming over the wicket here to bowl to the right-handed Price, who turns it round the corner. There's a yelp of catch, but although James Walton is tall and lanky, even his lengthy arms were not able to get across and catch that. So 43 overs now complete, 134 for 5, lead of 141. Yeah, concerning times for White Rose supporters.
Just going to say that, JD, it's is this match starting to get away from Yorkshire a little bit? I know it's only 141, but in the context of this match, that's quite a significant lead, really. When you consider that they were 74 for 5, now 134 for 5, these two have done extremely well for Gloucestershire, and Yorkshire will be concerned now.
They will. And they'd like to break this partnership pretty quickly. 60 runs it's worth. Taylor has 38 of them. And will be on strike here, the red dot on the scoreboard against his name. Those that have been in throughout the day, spectator-wise, remain. Getting plenty of sunshine as well. The majority of the east stand, right round to the northeast to our left, which is well populated. As is this Kirkstall Lane end. As Jordan Thompson is in. And that was short of length and crashed away into the covers by Taylor. Don Bess will have some warmer hands after fielding that. A couple of yards either side, that was 4.
I think more people have come into the ground, you know, JD, to watch this match because, well, the weather's nice and maybe they think there's going to be some sort of result. Maybe not today now, but, you know, it's certainly a results match, isn't it, weather permitting.
Yeah, still 22 overs and 5 balls left scheduled to be bowled in the day. Short ball by Thompson, pulled away. Fisher out there. Makes a bit of a meal of fielding that towards the western terrace side of the ground. To be fair to any of the fielders here, we've seen it in 1 or 2 matches this season when the ball has run away around those practice wicket ends. It's clearly not the smoothest of passages. There's been 1 or 2 fumbles. They got a single there, by the way, so 135 for 5. Third man just been moved wider by Jordan Thompson, who's coming in again to bowl here to Ollie Price, who just dabs this away into no man's land, wide of gully. Coley Cadmore out from first slip field, and they're through for another one.
Spin-wise, JD, obviously Don Bess is the senior spinner. Anyone? What about Adam Lyth for spin? I'm not saying he should come on, but I'm just thinking the options as the game goes on.
Because he can't come on, can he? Because he's suspended at the moment by the ECB
course,
because of
yes,
his bowling
absolutely,
action.
Yes.
So
yes.
that won't be the case. Jonathan Tattersall's, of course, taken the pads off recently. And
Yes.
had a bowl himself. Just moving Matthew Fisher square, backward of square, in fact. Jordan Thompson is going to come round the wicket now to Taylor, who's struggled a little bit with that short ball. First slip has been taken out and placed at gully. Here is Thompson, short again, and a waft from Taylor, who's definitely uncomfortable with the short bowling, but the aim wasn't quite there, a little bit too short, and that's gone through for a bye, according to umpire Ian Blackwell.
Yes, I'm not sure that these are the tactics really. He's always set a field for it, but I'm not sure this is the way to go. We need to get them out, and you know, it's a risky business trying to get them caught on the boundary, or maybe miscuing a hook.
Thompson switches back to over the wicket to bowl to Price. Ball that shapes in on him, but he safely negotiates. Yeah, if you're going to bowl short, obviously you're wasting a lot of energy if you don't get it right.
Yeah.
In that sense.
Yeah.
So radar-wise, you probably just want to be honing that a little bit if you're Jordan. The effort's there as usual. 137 for 5. Price 24, Taylor 39. Partnership now worth 63 for this 6th wicket. Gloucestershire 74 for 5. About an hour and 35 minutes ago. Thompson in short now, then cue ended here by Price, who was trying to pull that himself and has ended up getting it right off the toe of the bat, and it's gone out backward of point for a single.
Very fortunate there.
That was the end of the 44th then, 138 for 5. The lead 145. Still no play at Edgbaston since tea, where Warwickshire remain 272 for 4. If they can't get any further play in today, 2 days left, and still the completion of the first innings, plus whatever else is to come to try and work out a result there. It's getting tight, isn't it, with potential weather and
It's getting
bad light possibly in the next couple of days.
It is, JD, but could there possibly be a contrived declaration along the way?
Well, there's always that possibility. Kevin Howells down there at Edgbaston, kindly telling us, keeping us up to date, says the covers are coming off there as Bess is in. Swept here by Ollie Price. Bess hands to his head in disappointment. And, yeah, swept for 2. Price moving on to 27, and it's 140 for 5, a lead of 147. So if the covers are coming off, you would assume that means an inspection relatively soon, but obviously time running out already anyway on day 2. 4:45 as it is. Bess floats one up a little slower. Price dropping into the offside and Duke fielding.
Yeah, you've got to admire these two batters, Price and Taylor. They've done very, very well.
Bess in again. Stepping across outside off stump and pulling here is Price once again. That's super stuff from him. And Dominic Bess, disappointment really that he's been pulled or swept from that wide. But you've got to give credit to Price taking his chances. He's got right across and covered it. And he's been good enough now. He's been in there for quite some time. 77 deliveries to get that away exactly where he wanted it, just backward of square. The sweeper out there has been moved backward of square now. He was in front of square, and the sweep comes out again. Appeal for LBW here because he's missed this one. James Middlebrook, who always, when he stands there, James Middlebrook, his stance as an umpire, it feels like he's going to go for the holster. There's something about it, isn't there?
Yeah, there
more than
is,
any
yeah.
other umpire, I think. When
Yeah.
you look at him, he's just
Yeah.
about ready. Draw. But he doesn't draw on this occasion. 144 for 5. Bess in, and this time wide of off stump, and has been picked off down to third man by Price, who is going to pick up at least 3 for this. Matthew Fisher with a lengthy run from square on the offside, and just pulls it up a couple of feet in from the boundary rope down at third man, so they get 3 more. Piling on the agony for Yorkshire here. Gloucestershire at the moment. Dominic Bess swept, and then goes a little wider, and that's very good play by Ollie Price. He's got the bowler to bowl him one a little bit wider, and then he's laid the bat on it and got it away through third man. Excellent stuff by him. Last ball of the over. Jack Taylor back on strike, uses his feet, and he smashed this one away a long, long way into the Taverners stand. And James Middlebrook raises both arms aloft and indicates that that is 6 runs to complete. Pretty dismal over, it's got to be said, from Don Bess. 45 now to Taylor, 150 up for Gloucestershire, 153 for 5 from 45 overs, a 160 run lead. And Dominic Bess, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 52 now.
Yes, as you said, it's a disappointing over from Don Bess. And these two Gloucestershire middle-order batsmen are doing extremely well. As you say, partnership of 79. And I suggest they're taking the game away from Yorkshire here.
And what do you want when you've had the ball smashed out of the park for 6? A new ball. And right on cue, secret agent Ben Code with his briefcase comes on from the side of the field. Not sure where that ball went. It went a long way back, and in fact, one of the Yorkshire fielders, it could be George Hill, is it, up there?
He's right in the stand.
Yeah, George Hill is climbing.
He's climbing.
Clambering up through the stand. Unless he's just leaving, he's had enough of this, possibly. George is going off to the Taverners bar.
He's got it. He's got it.
He's got that from 3 rows back
Yeah.
on the second tier of the Taverners stand. Well done, George. It was an uphill climb for him.
Well retrieved, that man.
Ba-bum. I'm just wasted in this commentary box at times.
Yeah.
So, Ian Blackwell is going to get together with James Middlebrook at this stage, and we're having a chat about something, presumably the ball. It has been recovered. Ben Code, the fastest you've seen him move all season, with it straight off. I'll go get a new ball. I'll go get a new ball umps. Let's try a new one. Now then, not sure if they have retained this, because with the attention turned to George Hill clambering up the stand, I wasn't privy to what was going on down on the field. They've had a chat about the ball. There has been one lobbed back to Ben Code. I don't know if either of you two picked up whether or not there was a change there.
I don't think there was, but oh, wait a minute.
There is going to be a change,
Yes.
because George Hill, the man who fetched the ball, he's going to come on here at the Kirkstall Lane end. It's quite late in the piece to be bringing on George, isn't it, at this stage? We've tried every other option second time around. 5 other bowlers, 46 overs in. A man who's been bowling pretty well lately. But there you go. Warm applause from the home support. Don't often get to see George bowl at this Kirkstall Lane end either. He's tended to bowl a lot of his spells up the hill from the Howard Stand end. First time around, his figures were 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 14. Made an immediate impact,
He
of
did.
course.
Yeah, the man with the golden arm. Can he do it again?
Can he do the same again? So the remaining, they're staying with 1 slip in place. Tom Kohler-Cowmore, hands in pockets. And George Hill bowling here to Ollie Price. Oh, he's got him
Oh.
first up, surely here. Good. Oh, he's not given that out. Dear me, that unless that's hit the bat, that looked like a very good shout, Graham.
Oh, he did, absolutely.
Everybody up, and you just felt it was inevitable that the finger would be raised.
Unless he got a little edge on it.
Maybe that's a really good decision by Ian Blackwell,
Yeah.
and maybe it was inside edge, but a long way from it. But everything else about that looked absolutely stone dead.
George Hill was very disappointed there, wasn't he? When he didn't get the decision.
And it looked like it made an immediate impact second time around. So 153 for 5. And this one is again straight. Asks the batter to play. And whether he got an edge on the previous one or not, he certainly played it with the willow this time. Backward of square leg for a single to Harry Duke.
Yeah, so interesting start to the over. As Taylor takes guard. Well, takes a new guard, should I say.
What's George Hill got up his sleeve here? If there is any swing, and he usually exploits it over the wicket. Similar delivery to the previous one. Batsman has to play. Taylor pushes it to mid-on, no run. Yorkshire's bowling figures so far: 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 24, Ben Code. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28, Matthew Fisher. Stephen Patterson, 9 overs for 22. And Jordan Thompson, 8 overs for 26. Neither have taken a wicket just yet. And then 2 for 52 by Dom Bess. George Hill over the wicket once again, and again asks Taylor to play. Turns that to Adam Lyth at straight mid-wicket, no run.
What I like about George Hill and his bowling is that something's happening, if you see what I mean, JD. Something tends to happen when he bowls.
Figures for the season with the ball: 18 wickets as he is in again, and Taylor trying to turn that to leg and almost gets a leading edge back to the bowler. 18 wickets at 22.77 is a very useful contribution, is it, for somebody who's only bowled the 142 overs, used relatively sparingly. Just those 4 overs in the first innings. Shirt flapping in the fairly brisk westerly Headingley breeze, and again bowls it straight, asks the batter to play. Taylor is good enough to get that one away. Backward of square leg for a single to complete George Hill's first over for the concession of 2. So 155 for 5 after 46. Gloucestershire leading by 162 runs. No further news just at the moment from down at Edgbaston and the other vital game as far as Yorkshire are concerned. Still seeing on the websites match delayed by rain, but last we heard from Kevin Howells, covers were coming off down there. Dom Bess is going to get to continue here. What has he got to do then, Graham, that he didn't do in his previous over?
Well, I think he's going to be a little bit more accurate for a start. And obviously he's hit for 6 in his previous over, and you know, maybe bowl it just hold it back a little bit as well to try and get a stumping, for example. Or he can go the other way and push it through. But he's got to be aware of what these batsmen are trying to do. And Taylor's instinct is to attack, isn't it?
Yeah, here's Bess then to Taylor, who of course whacked him out of the park and into the Taverner stand in the previous over. This one more circumspect little push into the offside. The field is more out than in now, shall we say, as that's a lovely cut shot executed by Taylor again. 47 to him now with that single. Matthew Fisher round to do the sweeping, but having been only just really started to go on the defensive in the last half dozen overs or so, Much more defensive feel to things here. They just need somebody to find a wicket-taking delivery. That's what Jonathan Tattersall needs. He just lobs the helmet to James Wharton, who's brought in at short leg with Ollie Price on strike, and Best going over the wicket is swept again. Code, a little bit of a fumble fielding that, but it's not going to cost any more than the 1 run they were going to get already.
Yeah, I like to see him just vary his pace a little bit. Don Bess.
I think he was trying that in his previous over, wasn't he? I can remember remarking that he'd held a couple back.
Mm.
And he's varying it from over and round.
That's too
to
short.
round the wicket. Short ball again, yeah, pulled. Taylor will be a bit disappointed he couldn't get it central, because that would have brought him the 4 that he needed to get to his half century. He's on to 48 with a single. 2 to come in the over. Price back on strike. Here's Middlebrook, just holds the arm horizontal and says, just hang fire a minute, Mr. Bess. As Price gets himself sorted and then flicks one off the legs. Again, Bess straying down the leg side here. Nicely played by Price. He's got enough on that to pick up another boundary through mid-wicket. He'll move on to 40. And Dominic Bess has gone for 59 now from almost 11 overs, 162 for 5. But you'd have to say, when you see him bowl well and you see this particular spell at least, it's not coming out how he wants it. And he's not yet found the answer to these two taking him on. Price, 40 and on strike for the final ball of the over. Tries a reverse sweep this time, but well, he's going to pick up runs here, one of them at least. Didn't execute it particularly well, but he got enough on it to get it away from the field. So 47 overs in. Gloucestershire 163 for 5 and lead by 170, and that is starting to look ominous from Yorkshire's point of view.
It is, because Don Bess hasn't really got one to turn and grip and bounce yet, has he? And we saw that from Zafar, the Gloucestershire left-arm spinner. So he's not really exploiting the conditions at the moment, or the conditions aren't working for him, as it were. Although I have to say, I thought we had a wicket in the last over when a very confident LBW appeal was turned down from George Hill's first ball of his last over, and he's bowling now from the Kurtzville Lane end to Ollie Price.
And he comes in, right arm over, just outside off stump and firmly pushed up to mid-off. No run. Price, well built, 41 here, partnership 89. What have Yorkshire got? Been crying out for the returns, first of all, of Ben Code, been back a little while now, and then Matthew Fisher. Both involved in this one, of course, and both have made contributions. 2 wickets for Ben, 1 for Matt. As George Hill is in, and that's turned to leg where Adam Lyth does the fielding. Don Bess picked up a couple of wickets earlier, but has found things a little bit more difficult in this final session of the day.
I just wonder if this pitch is really flattening out a little bit now. I mean, it's only the second day, isn't it? So it should be, in theory, still okay for batting.
Yep, not uncommon here, particularly when there's been no rain. I know there was some overnight, as Hill's latest ball is pushed to mid-on by Price. Patterson Fields. There's some rain around last night, but there's been nothing at all today. It's been subjected to almost unbroken sunshine, I think.
Absolutely.
So no surprise if it is feeling flatter out there. The lads reported back yesterday that they thought it was already on the slow side, but Hill is in. And, Price pushes that one back to him, getting no run. It may be that, although you won't imagine this time of year it's going to be quick, it might just improve a little bit pace-wise with it drying out.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're not talking about a third or a foot. Well, not talking about a 4th day pitch, how are we? We're talking about this is still the second day.
Yeah, 163 for the loss of 5s. 170 lead. George Hill in again, goes short of length. And nicely played by Price, who stepped across to the offside and then guided it round. Backward of square leg. Harry Duke into field. Another single. Another one on the total. Partnership now worth 90. One more delivery and I'll step out at the end of this over and we'll make the change in the com box. Taylor on strike. George Hill in the Headingley sunshine. Just strays down leg side this final ball. There's a very, very optimistic appeal from Tom Kohler-Cadmore at slip for a leg side strangle. And that is that for over number 48 then. Bang on 5 o'clock. Gloucestershire 164 for 5, leading by 171 runs. Jack Taylor on the brink of another first-class half century. He's made 10 of those previously, to go with a few tons as well, I'm sure. The man next to me, Ed Seaborn, will talk you through all of that.
Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, I've been impressed with this partnership, that is for sure, because I've said it before, but at the time it came together at 74 for 5, it really did look as if Yorkshire were firm favourites. But they've given Yorkshire plenty to think about, and they forced them to go back to one of their opening bowlers now, with Ben Code looking as if he's going to come back in and bowl from the Howard stand end. So Dom Bess, for the moment, has been hit out of the attack.
Yes, they're searching for answers, Yorkshire, here, aren't they? And I presume that this stand is the biggest of the match.
It's worth 90 now. So
it's got to be, hasn't it?
I think you must be right. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's probably by a little way as well, the largest of the match. Code then to Ollie Price, who's on 42. Did have a look back at that LBW shout, and you need to. One of the problems, the inside edge is one of the toughest things to see on those replays, even as much as you can slow it down. As Code bowls to Ollie Price for defence towards mid-off, I think it's safe to say, as we all saw it, I think real time, there was nothing that could have saved him other than the inside edge. And I just wondered whether actually it hadn't potentially struck both pads, and that might have been the source of potentially two noises as well, because it as much as you could slow it down, it had the suggestions of a ball that might have done that. Code in and bowls, work towards mid-wicket by Ollie Price. Just signals there was a bit of bounce on that one, but I don't think Jack Taylor was watching anyway. It's just one of those things that batters do, just randomly start waving their gloves about and signalling to nobody.
Yes, I mean, obviously the umpire's got the best view in the house. We haven't, but even then, as an umpire, especially with a fairly quick bowler, it's sometimes very difficult to detect a slight edge onto the pad. It really is. Well, you'll know that.
Yeah, those double pads. Code in and driven by Ollie Price. Not a perfect amount of timing on that one, and it's stopped at cover, and there's no run. Still a nice looking movement, transfer of weight into the shot, but doesn't get a run. He's sort of entering this period now, and I'm sure people are bored of me talking about it, but it's the 40s and the 50s for Ollie Price. If he can just go on and get that really big score. Code in and pushed away into the covers again by Ollie Price off the front foot for no run, and really kind of underline the potential that I think most people feel there is with Ollie Price. It's not easy being a young batter, but I'm sure he would have loved to have gone on from one of his 50s. Of course, he's not even at a 50 yet, but yeah, he's got a. It feels like he's got a good opportunity here.
It certainly has. He's done a great job for his county. There's no question about that.
Code moves in, bowls, And down the ground this time, Ollie Price is looking, but Code will get down to field in his follow-through, and there is no run. Dom Bess, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 60. I mean, it said, I think, around about 2 for 30, something like that, when he was going at 4 and over. That it didn't really matter as long as he was taking wickets. But
yeah, I think he'd be disappointed with that.
Yeah, I think, you get to 2 for 60, economy of 5.5. Yeah, hasn't found it easy today. Code in, and Ollie Price once again meeting that one in defence. The ball will trickle up to mid-on, and that is the end of a tidy over from Ben Code to start his new spell. And 164 for 5 remains the score, lead of 171.
Yeah, it seems to me, though, that now with all this sunshine, this is probably the best part of the day to bat anyway. That's taking nothing away, of course, from these batsmen. They've done exactly what they needed to do. And Yorkshire have been just a little bit, they haven't really gone on. I mean, 74 for 5, and they're in big trouble with Gloucestershire. But Yorkshire just couldn't keep their foot on the throat, as it were.
Yeah, I think they've also, whilst I don't mean to direct too much criticism towards Dom Best, but I think they played him very well.
Yes.
Also, these two, they took on the right deliveries, they took on the right areas of the field, and they put him under the pump. Hill then in and bowls, bit of in swing as he's been getting, but Jack Taylor on drives it as far as mid-on, and there is no run. But George Hill is, I think he's come on and provided something different, even though it's not extra pace. I think he's just that bit more skiddy than some of the others.
And as I said when Jonathan was on commentary, I think he's one of those bowlers where something seems to happen.
Yeah. Hill bowls, and off the back foot, that's punched away down towards wide third man by Jack Taylor. Thinking about 2, but they'll have to settle for a single, which means Jack Taylor will be 1 shy of his half-century, 165 for 5. Yeah, and it's difficult, isn't it? Sometimes you just come across one of these bowlers who are it's sort of like that. And in a way, I can, albeit Tom Price has been more of a front-line bowler, it sort of things just seem to happen. Hill bowls, and Ollie Price with another on push, which will find the hands of Stephen Patterson at mid-on. There's no run.
Yes, I mean, George Hill is a genuine all-rounder. I mean, he's opened the batting for Yorkshire on many occasions, and he's a genuine all-rounder, and he's still very young, and I think he's improving all the time, and he's certainly one to look out for the future.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, how many young cricketers are batting where he does and are taking the wickets that he's got, as Ollie Price again meets that one in defence, and Bess will field in the covers. Long shadows out there.
What certainly helps is that that he enjoys his cricket. He likes a laugh, and he enjoys his cricket.
Yeah. I mean, it's I don't know. Some people will say it's not important at all, but it's I don't know. It's infectious to watch. I think.
Yeah.
As Hill bowls, and Ollie Price again meeting that one in defence as it goes towards mid-wicket this time. Admittedly, it doesn't help score your runs, but equally, if you're able to do that, I think it tends to show you your attitude is probably of one which is in a good place.
Yeah, and he obviously enjoys the game and being out there.
Certainly enjoying himself clambering all over that stand earlier on. Hill is in, little hint of inside edge that time from Ollie Price, but there doesn't seem to be too many gasps from out on the field, so actually maybe I've misread that one. He'll get a single for it and we'll keep the strike. So Ollie Price 43, 166 for 5. He was clambering up into the second tier of that, hurdling railings.
That was brilliant, wasn't it?
Managed
Really?
to find the ball in the end, right in front of the doors on that second tier.
Yep,
I found it from Jack Taylor.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's one thing to hit it into the second tier of the Howard stand, but to hit it as wide as that,
yes,
and up that high. That's a sizable blow from Jack Taylor. Got a bit of a discussion going on here between the Yorkshire fielders, and a drink has come out for the two Gloucestershire batters, so there's no cricket that you're missing.
Little conflab there. It was Captain Tattersall, Adam Lythe, I think it was, and Steve Patterson.
You don't want a full-on drinks break at this point if you're Gloucestershire, because you know what happens with those drinks breaks.
Absolutely. The concentration goes.
Just kept it nice and short. Dom Goodman, I think it was, who brought the drinks out for these two. Dom Goodman's somebody that you wonder what we'll see of next season in a Gloucestershire shirt. In comes Code, starts a new over, bowls to Ollie Price, who defends up the pitch. Mid-on will do the fielding. He only played in the one championship match this season, Goodman, down at the Aegeus Bowl, where the previous season he'd held out with Josh Shaw for a famous draw which frustrated Hampshire supporters no end, so whether they just thought bring him back in to repeat the dose. But he's also been studying at Exeter University, Tom Goodman, so that's one of the reasons why he hasn't played so much this season. Code in and bowls, and a nice looking shot from Ollie Price as he looks to drive that one to the onside of the stumps, manages to do so but doesn't hit it hard enough for runs.
Yes, and while these two batters have done extremely well for their county, it's clear to me that this pitch is flattening out, really. But it's a sizable lead now, really, in the context of the match. 173 runs ahead. I
think also you'd have to say we're now in the 51st over of this ball, as Code is in, and Ollie Price has been hit on the knee by the looks of things. That's
just inside the pad. That's very, very painful. Yeah.
Unhappy dance from Ollie Price over towards mid-wicket. He's smiling now back up towards Jack Taylor, so he's all right, but that's just found that nasty spot where there's not a lot of protection, either from padding or from the human body. Ben Code's not wasting any time, understandably, as he's in and bowls. And another shot played right in the V by Ollie Price. He does play very straight. And it's fielded up at mid-on, and there's no run. Right, I think we've got to do the rest of Graham Orange's County 11 of the season. We did the top 5 earlier on.
So this is number 6.
Yep. So far we've got Keaton Jennings, Shan Massoud, Harry Brook, Sam Northeast and Jordan Cox.
I'm happy with that.
Code, bowls, and an on drive this time to the right of mid-on, but the same result, there is no run. So
we're coming to the all-rounders now, aren't we?
Yes,
really?
all-rounders and wicket-keepers.
Yes, of course.
So we've got, of course, Jordan Cox could keep wicket. But whether he will or not, we'll find out. So the number 6 options, this is just as a reminder, this is on the BBC Sport website, where until midday tomorrow you can vote for your County 11 of the season. You'll find it in the features section of the cricket page. Code, bowls, Ollie Price again plays onto the onside, fielded at mid-on, there is no run. So the options for number 6, you've got Ben Brown, Ben Folkes, Chris Cook, John Simpson, Jordan Cox, although you've already picked him, even though actually I deleted them because I thought Dodgy was going to do an 11, and then he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Michael Burgess, Ryan Higgins and Stephen Mullaney. What leaps out to you there?
I'm not. I think Simpson of Middlesex. The only thing is, of course, it's in the 2nd division. I'd want, for example, Folkes. He'd be my keeper, but I'd want him in number 7.
I suppose the other thing is, are you going on best player or output? Because Folkes has missed so much, but when he's been playing, he's been
well, yes, but
fantastic.
as I say, I'd like Folkes in there at number 7. as my keeper.
Like, I'll check and see whether that's an option for you.
Well, I hope it is.
He'll start you over.
If not,
There's a full delivery, which is flicked away through mid-wicket by Jack Taylor, and that's the single that he needs to get to his half-century. Waits just until the ball is dead, and then raises his bat towards the Gloucestershire dressing room, and then around to the spectators in the East Stand as well. And that is another important 50 for Jack Taylor. Mentioned his tremendous form in the Royal London. He got vital runs in the first innings against Warwickshire last week, and arguably these runs, well, are certainly at least as important. Gloucestershire up to 167 for 5. Hill bowls to Ollie Price, opens the face, dabs that one away towards backward point. He was looking for third man, but couldn't find the gap.
Tremendous innings by Taylor in the context of this match. Brilliant. Well done to him.
There you go. You can have Ben Folkes as your number 7.
Will he be number 7 then? Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Right.
We've sorted that bit then.
Right. So going back to 6. All right.
6. Yep. So you're
Ah.
every other options. You've still
Well,
got.
I mentioned Simpson, didn't I?
Yes, you
But
did.
he's a keeper, isn't he?
Hill bowls wide delivery, which is driven away by Ollie Price, and that's 4 runs out towards cover. Flowing cover drive there from Ollie Price. Maybe the shot of his innings so far. He's on to 47, and Gloucestershire 171 now for 5.
You see, you've got a keeper there in Ben Brown, Hampshire, John Simpson. As you say, Jordan Cox could, but I've got him anyway.
Well, yeah, but you could change and have a different 5 now, though. I suppose you could have Pujara or Hayne potentially, or Madsen. You could put Cox down a position.
I've had North East, haven't I?
Yes, North East was at
4.
I've I need to put these back in.
It's all right.
This is all falling apart.
Right. So
in comes Hill, bowls, back of a length, punched away into the covers. Well fielded there by Dom Bess, still energetic, throwing the ball into the gloves of Tattersall, but nobody'd moved.
Oh, there's a bit of anger in that throw, I think.
Yes,
But
I think so.
Right, going back to 5th, there may be Hayne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got Jennings, Masood, Brooke, North East, Hayne, Cox and Folkes so far. Pretty strong. So now we're on to some bowlers / all-rounders, and there's a couple of names playing in this match.
Absolutely.
Hill bowls to Ollie Price, another firm, correct defensive shot, and Dom Bess hurls the ball again into the gloves of Johnny Tattersall. Speaking of Dom Bess, he's there as one of the options for number 8. Dom Bess, Ed Barnard, who's had a tremendous season with the bat, especially 3 centuries and 5 50s. Jamie Overton, who's been so effective for Surrey when he's been in the side, 33 wickets and some useful runs as well. Jordan Thompson is an option. Keith Barker, 52 wickets on the season and 515 runs. It's another full straight delivery this time from George Hill, is defended back to the bowler, and Hill's turn to toss the ball away in slightly frustrated fashion after that over. He's bowled 4 overs for 10. Gloucestershire 171 for 5, lead by 178.
So in 8th place, I'd have a spinner there.
Okay,
and I'd have Simon Harmer there.
Harmer, yeah. So the other options were Zafar Gohar, and Dom Bess.
Yeah.
So Harmer's locked in, as number 8, and now I guess we're on to seamers, but you never know, because Zafar is an option for 9 as well. We've got Toby Rowland-Jones, Kyle Abbott, Keith Barker, Dylan Pennington, and then Jamie Overton and Dom Bess again as potential options.
Yeah, I like Kyle Abbott actually. He's had a good season.
Yeah,
well, so has Toby Rowland-Jones. And actually, I just wonder.
Well, I think you'll be able to select some of these as your other options as well.
Yeah. Okay. Where are we now? 10.
Yes. There are a lot of options. Change of bowling from the Howard Stand end. It's going to be Stephen Patterson to bowl and Jack Taylor to drive the ball aerially between point and extra cover. He'll get 2 for this, as Harry Duke flings the throw into the gloves of Johnny Tattersall. A particularly convincing drive that time from Jack Taylor, but the most important thing he did there was find the gap. So he's on to 52, 173 for 5. An option to... I've had a little bit of time to have a look at some of the options.
This is interesting, isn't it? I mean, you've got a former Yorkshire player, Oliver Hannon-Dalby there, and he's had a good season, hasn't he?
He's been a big part of that Warwickshire attack. It's stood out from them at times, really, as that's turned off the hit by Jack Taylor for another single, down towards long leg. 174 for 5, and the applause is because that is the 100-run partnership between these two. Hasn't been a single one of them in extras. 47 to Ollie Price, 53 to Jack Taylor. Tremendous effort from both of them, coming out under seemingly a lot of pressure. But Jack Taylor, as he's done, this has been his trademark really since the Royal London campaign. He's come out in these situations a lot and seemingly not felt the pressure. Patterson is in, and Ollie Price, who's on 47, defends to mid-off.
Okay, well, I want to go for a young man who has made his made a real mark in Test match cricket this season, so that'll be Matthew Potts.
Potts 54 wickets, and of course he's not even played in all the matches.
No,
so
that's right. That's right.
Been tremendous for Durham. So we just got one left then. Patterson bowls, full delivery once again, is met in stout defence by Ollie Price. He goes off on a wander towards square leg. There's more general milling about and chatting in the field from Yorkshire as they try to put their collective brains together and
absolutely. It's
think how they might break this partnership.
A real conundrum, isn't it?
Yeah. In comes Stephen Patterson. He's there now and bowls, and Ollie Price with the movement sends it into the mid-wicket region where they've got 2 short mid-wickets. It's picked up by the wider of the 2, and there's no run.
They seem to have plenty of time, don't they? There are not many false strokes now, really. I think that's probably an indication of the pitch sort of flattening out a little bit anyway. I tell you, I'm going for someone for number 11 who's maybe not taken as many wickets as the others, but I saw him bowl. Just hang on a second.
Patterson in, back foot this time. In defence goes Ollie Price, goes out towards mid-wicket. That's the end of another over. Patterson 10 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 25. Gloucestershire 174 for 5.
I saw him bowl for his county against Yorkshire at Scarborough. He plays for Surrey. That's Dan Worrell, and I thought he bowled very well at Scarborough. Having said that, it's a sort of a pitch at Scarborough that does aid quicker bowlers, quite a bit of bounce.
Yeah.
But I'll go for Dan Worrell.
So we have our 11, and I think it's safe to say we had some agreement at the start, we've diverged a little bit, because I don't think after number 5 I've gone for anybody the same, which is again I say I think it's great. I think it's great that we can come up with so many different 11s. It'd be fantastic to see them play each other.
Have you gone for Ben Foakes as your keeper?
No, I haven't. I actually did go for John Simpson.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just think he's been. I mean, he has had a magnificent season for Middlesex.
Yeah.
Change of bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. It's Ben Code switching to that end, and there'll be a leg bye to the first ball. There was a brief inquiry for LBW, but that one certainly looked to be heading down the leg side, even from this position. So 175 for 5, with Gloucestershire up to 182.
The only thing about my team there...
that is, sorry, I should say.
Sorry. Yep. My team there is, I always like to have a left-arm spinner. I've not got one, apart from...
Right.
The one playing in this match.
Well, I had to go for him.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously,
yes,
I had to.
Yes. Well, that's probably a good decision. As I say, I do like a left-arm spinner in my side.
Code in and bowls. To take maybe a little bit of pace off that one. Ollie Price waits for it and works it to mid-wicket for no run. The reason I went for Zafar, and it is total bias. I'm not going to make any.
He's had a good season.
He's had a tremendous season with ball and bat. And the thing is, I just wonder also. Simon Harmer. I talked about the Chelmsford pitches not turning a great deal, but the pitches do get prepared for Simon Harmer more than the pitches for Zafar Gohar. The only pitch that's really been prepared for Zafar was the last match against Warwickshire, when it did turn from early on, and lo and behold, Gloucestershire won the game.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
So that even though he doesn't have quite the volume of wickets Harmer does, albeit he's catching up with him in this match, that was why he ended up going for him. Code bowls to Ollie Price, head over the ball, defended to mid-off.
It's like, you know, the Essex seamers Cook and Porter. You know, their records are very, very good, but a lot of it is achieved at Chelmsford. And although they did pretty well here when Essex won by 1 wicket.
Yeah.
So that just clouded my judgment a little bit in terms of why I didn't select. Well, I don't think Porter was on the list, but Cook was, wasn't he?
Yes. Yep, he was. Code bowls wide of the crease. It's clipped through backward square by Ollie Price out to the fielder in the deep for a single. Wasn't too far off sneaking through there, Ben Code.
Well, if you watched Code's reaction, he thought that had got through.
Yeah, I thought it had for a moment as well. Cause the other thing is with the shadows, you kind of lose the ball for a fraction of a second right before it gets to the point where the batter is striking it. So I thought he might have got through there because there was just a bit of a gap between bat and pad, but bat made contact with ball. 176 for 5, Ollie Price to 48. Code bowls to Jack Taylor, an on drive which actually will be cut off by mid-wicket, cutting in front of mid-on. That is Adam Lyth doing the fielding there. So I went for Simpson. I put him at 6 actually, and then I put Barnard at 7 to be a kind of a potential 4th seamer if one's needed. Tom Abel can bowl as well, so you know that kind of balances the side. Yeah,
you see
a little bit.
Also, in my selection, you could criticise it for being I've got Harmer as the spinner. Who else could spin the ball?
Code bowls on drive, hit firmly by Jack Taylor, but they've set mid on just a little bit deeper now. So Patterson, well, in fact, he probably would have been able to cut that one off anyway, but it just gives him more time to line the ball up. That's the end of another over. There are 12 overs left in the day's play as we approach a scheduled close of play. 176 for 5 is the score, lead of 183. Yeah, and as far as seamers go, I've gone, and I didn't do this deliberately. I just sort of went for it as it came along. But I've gone with all of the Hampshire seamers. I've gone with Barker, Abbott, and Abbas.
Yes. I went with Abbott, didn't I, as well?
Yes. Yes, actually, that's true. Yes, so we did have one bowler.
I thought hard and long about Abbas, I have to say.
Yeah, and I also think it's quite... I don't know exactly what it says. Patterson bowls to Ollie Price, who just played that one as if it kept a touch low. Whether he just hadn't quite moved forward as he had done previously, I don't know, but he certainly lunged downwards to keep that one out. I haven't got a single member of the county championship winning side in there. You've got Ben Folkes in yours.
Yes.
But I haven't got any Surrey players in mine.
And I've got, who did go for number 11? Was that Surrey? Yeah, Dan
you went for Worrell as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's down the leg side from Patterson. No touch on it from Ollie Price. Good diving take, actually, by Johnny Tattersall. It was down quite low as well as to his left.
Yeah, I just feel that as the champions, they have to be represented some way. You know.
I think it's also great because there are so many different ways that you can select the side on, you know, because... Come back to that. Patterson bowls. Full ball, driven away through cover point by Ollie Price. He'll get 1 for this. He'll come back for the second run. He'll have to hurry potentially. Lyth has the ball in his hand, but realises he's got no chance to get Ollie Price, and that's a 50 for Ollie Price. It's another one for him. His 5th 50 of the season. And this one has come in 120 deliveries with 5 fours. He's defended well. That's been the foundation of his innings. He's played a few nice sweep shots against Dom Bess, but as usual with Ollie Price, he's played very straight. Patterson to Ollie Price, forward in defence, out towards wide mid-off it goes. Duke will field in energetic fashion from extra cover, and there is no run. So, yeah, There we go. We've had our 11s, and you can do yours as well. I'm curious actually to see what the combined results will be. We'll get those, I guess, around about midday tomorrow. Patterson bowls to Ollie Price, another on drive, which doesn't succeed in beating mid-on, and Jonathan Doidge has replaced Graham Orange.
Yeah, with a heads up that I've got a BBC Humberside update to do in about 4 minutes' time, which you won't get cue for.
No. You've got, I noticed you'd got the headphones, and I didn't think you had a sort of relaxing playlist going.
Just, a bit of Latin jazz
late
on in the background.
Late evening mood starting already. In comes Patterson, bowls to Ollie Price, defended away towards extra cover. That's the end of the over. Gloucestershire 178 for 5. This partnership has now put on 104 runs in around about 30 overs, or 29 and a half to be precise.
Bit of elevator music going on, you know. Bit of Mantovani, something like that. Graham tends to listen to that, I think, when he goes down for the cocoa and pipe and slippers. Them curtains drawn. So 11 overs remaining in the day, Ed, and given the conditions, I know the sun will drop pretty quickly, but right now you'd kind of fancy they're going to get through those, I think.
Yeah, looks like it. I would never have thought that that would be the case on the 27th of September, that we'd potentially still be playing past 6 o'clock.
Here's Ben Code, bowling then to Jack Taylor, who pushes out into the offside. A little bit of a fumble by Dominic Best, but he does the job of stopping any run being scored. Calder Cavmore still at first slip. They've still got a third man down in the shadows, which have now changed because of the position of the sun, and not quite as deep onto the field of play, but it'll still be a little bit chilly way on down. Other Elvis songs are available. Here's Code, and there we go, with Jack Taylor jailhouse rocking and whacking that one wide of mid-on for 4 runs. Ben Code doesn't often get hit back past himself, but Taylor does so. 57 to him, 182 for 5. The lead 189 is pretty sizable, and Yorkshire are going to have to score the highest runs of the match to win this.
Certainly in his half, that one, Jack Taylor, no matter what form of the game he's playing in, tends to like a full delivery angling in towards the pads.
Faces up again to Code. This time he's cut that away very hard through the offside, and he's got it through covers in the end for 4 runs, or through the covers. 61 to him, 112 now the partnership. 186 for 5 and a lead of 193. Yorkshire going round the park in the last, couple of hours now.
Yeah, most batters like it there. Having talked about where Jack Taylor likes it, most batters would like a short wide delivery like that. I just realised actually I haven't said for quite a while, but Warwickshire and Hampshire still off the field. There was an inspection at 5:15, but I can't see any further details than that.
Short ball and cut once again, this time by Taylor. A more orthodox square cut. It's going to be 4 more. And they're piling on the runs, piling on the agony here for Yorkshire. Gloucestershire 190 for 5, the lead 197.
It's not
Humberside cricket update in a moment.
Of course.
So Ben Code, what response has he got here? 2 for 37 from 12 overs and 4 balls. Here we go. Yeah, struggling to do just that at the moment, because Gloucestershire are 190 for 5 in their second innings. That's a lead of 197 runs. And this partnership for the 6th wicket unbroken and worth 116 now. Ollie Price on 50 and Jack Taylor on 65, and no answer from the Yorkshire bowlers in terms of getting through this, having taken 4 wickets in the space of just 25 minutes and 5 overs or so earlier in the afternoon. Conditions looking better for batting. The bowling's not been great either, and Yorkshire at the moment in this match have got just the 3 points, but a saving grace is that Warwickshire, who are their rivals for the drop if you like, are not playing down at Edgbaston. And so Ben Code bowling here to Taylor, who's got that one away again down to third man. There was a third man for long enough, but has been moved. And did he get the one there, or was it 2? 2 runs. Thank you for counting. Edward. I was going to say Edward. Is it just Ed? Is it Edwin? Edward?
Well, no, it is Edward.
Eduardo.
In fact, they decided to put Edward on my pass.
Well done, Edward.
Yes. Thank you. Well, I'm slightly confused as to what the plan was in that over, because it seemed as if Code had decided to bang it in short to Jack Taylor, but I'm not entirely sure whether Code's got the pace to do that at this point with an old ball, and then they bowled 2 short wide deliveries without a deep point in. I mean, the second one, it looked as if he was going for the slower ball bouncer and trying to do Jack Taylor for a change of pace, but yeah, slightly odd over that.
News from Kevin Howells coming in from Edgbaston. Play is going to resume there, and Warwickshire have declared, no surprise, 272 for 4, so they've declared 28 short of another batting point there.
Right, Patterson starting a new over, and Ollie Price drives to mid-off, pleasantly enough, but for no runs. So, yeah, I mean, that's just it's basically an admission that that's going to have to be enough runs. They can't afford to let further time slip away. 15 points was the gap between them and Yorkshire at the start of the round. Patterson in and bowls. Ollie Price squares up a little bit to that one, but plays it right back up the pitch for mid-off to, well, field eventually. Ben Code tried what Dom Bess had done much more successfully and do the flick up off the boot to the hand, but he didn't quite get his footballing skills right. Kent 405 for 7 in reply to Somerset's 202. So I think that seems to be pretty much beyond doubt as far as Kent are concerned. What a couple of weeks it's been for them. And Ollie Price has picked up 4 more runs here as Patterson strays onto the hip and it's flicked away towards long leg, really. Not even fine leg, and down to the boundary for 4, but they only had a deep backward square. So too much work to do for the fielder down at deep backward square. 196 for 5, so the lead is 203. So another significant milestone passed by this pair. That lead up above 200. And now potentially further runs, but no. Terrific stop from backward point. It's Matthew Fisher at backward point who's got down to his left and saved Stephen Patterson from being cut for 4 more.
Yeah, brilliant piece of fielding that, wasn't it? Diving to his left.
I mean, at a time when things potentially might be feeling as if they're getting away from Yorkshire out in the field, if that ball goes for 4 as well, it does start to feel as if, you know, where can they turn for control? That's a better ball from Stephen Patterson, which Ollie Price plays back to the bowler. And there is no run. That was another, and I feel almost ashamed for saying this, but it was another loose delivery from Patterson, which could have been put away to the boundary. It was a bit short. It was kind of sitting there for Ollie Price to put away, and it is a shot that he quite likes. In comes Patterson now, bowls, and another good-looking defensive shot from Ollie Price. Doesn't look as if there's a way through there. We're back to the Tolkien pub again with the "You shall not pass" picture that was up on the wall at the moment. That is Ollie Price, 54 off 128 deliveries, I think it is now. And Gloucestershire 196 for 5, effectively 203 for 5. And there are still 9 overs remaining in the evening. And I think Gloucestershire will be very happy there is that amount of overs left. You never know what happens tomorrow morning. Things could change completely. So they'll be very happy for this evening sunshine to continue and ensure that we get all of those 9 overs in this day's play.
Yeah, Matthew Fisher.
From the Kirkstall Lane, Matthew Fisher.
He's back on at the Kirkstall Lane end then. He's bowled 9 overs so far in this second innings.
This will be a good test now to see what there is in the pitch and with this old ball. See if Fisher suddenly starts to make something happen again.
Here he is then, right arm over the wicket at the Kirkstall Lane end to Jack Taylor, who turns that to leg, where Adam Lyth fields at mid-wicket, and there is no run, just an immediate adjustment in the field. He's going to bring up third man. That's not going to please Graham Orange. Jordan Thompson coming up to point, and George Hill, who was at point, has been moved across to the leg side. Mighty Mariner says, bring yourself on, Jonathan, see if you can get a breakthrough. Well, I have, and I haven't, if you know what I'm saying. And Neil Dutton says, I think I speak for most Yorkshire fans when I say I'm not enjoying this. Better game when the Gloucestershire wickets were tumbling. Very unsporting from Taylor and Price. 196 for 5, a 203-run lead, and still 5 Gloucestershire second innings wickets to take. This partnership fantastic. 122 for Gloucestershire as Taylor steps into this latest Fisher delivery and drives it to Ben Code, who is at mid-off, and there's no run.
I waited until that ball to say this, but the first innings was over 2 deliveries into the 58th over. The second innings was over 4 deliveries into the 58th over, and here we are in the 58th over, but there's only 4 deliveries left in it, and Gloucestershire have got 5 wickets in hand, so I can't be accused of putting the curse on Gloucestershire.
Fisher in, and top of the bounce. This is pushed into the offside by Taylor. Not sure if Don Beth lost that, perhaps. The sun is getting pretty low, although it wouldn't have been directly in his eyes where he is. There was something slightly... Oh, maybe it is actually, looking at the fact that he's got his hand up in front of his face.
Yeah, it just looked as if he'd
just lost
lunged downwards at the last minute, yeah. Can't be particularly easy.
Chat between Code and Fisher. They're bringing Bess in a little closer now at extra cover. He's about 5 strips away from where they're playing, and having come in, he's now stepped back a few strides and then one to the left. Fisher in again over the wicket, and this time another solid forward push up to mid-off. Ben Code doing the fielding. No run.
Trying to get funky with the field settings. I suppose it's all you can really do at the moment if you're Yorkshire, other than hope that the reintroduction of Fisher is the catalyst for a Gloucestershire collapse.
Here is Fisher. Taylor on strike. Miscued pull, not the first we've seen today, but they've got away with those on the occasions they've been played. Patterson fielding this one at mid-on. One to come in the 58th. Matthew Fisher 1 for 28 from 9 overs and 5 balls.
Breeze is getting up a little bit as well. You can see it ruffling the trouser legs and the shirts out there. I can't imagine it's the warmest of breezes.
In comes Fisher again, goes short. Miscued pull once more, bounces short of Adam Lyth. So you can see what they're trying here, Yorkshire, and what Matthew Fisher is trying with the 2-men set in at mid-wicket and straight mid-wicket. But so far, Jack Taylor has not been particularly obliging with his mistimed pulls.
No, and I think you can see that Yorkshire might get the payoff with that strategy. I understand more what it is that they're trying to do with Fisher. Bit of extra pace And so far, he's been much more accurate with his short deliveries than when Code was banging it in. And unfortunately, from Code's point of view, he was banging them in wide, which meant that they were cut away. Probably easier if I let you take over for this one.
I think I better do. BBC Radio York wanting an update in a minute or two. So, Stephen Patterson at the Howard stand end. I've got the strains of Thinking of You by Sister Sledge going on. It's a great backdrop to commentating on a Stephen Patterson over, to be honest with you. Funky mover that he is. What Graham Orange is rolling his eyes at in the commentary box. 196 for 5 then. Patterson bowling here to Ollie Price, who has just dabbed that out to James Wharton. He's again one of two who have been positioned at mid-wicket. Adam Lyth slightly the closer and slightly the straighter of them, both in catching positions. Then they've got two out set deep on the leg side. Don Bess mid-wicket on the boundary or just in from it. Ben Code deep backward square leg. Still a slip, point, cover, and mid-on and mid-off. As Pato comes in again to bowl here to Ollie Price, who's solidly behind it and defending back past the bowler. Just a quiz question for you two while you're waiting for me to do this update. Thinking of You, Sister Sledge, what was the year? Come back for the answer in a moment. Ollie Price waits, he's on 54, and Patterson advancing in past umpire James Middlebrook to bowl to him. It's dropped into the leg side, and there is no run. Here we go with an update. Thanks, Joanita. Yes, I was thinking of you and the things you do as well at that point. But back to the cricket. Gloucestershire 196 for 5 here. Ollie Price not out on 54 and Jack Taylor not out on 67 in a partnership which horrifically, as far as Yorkshire are concerned, for the 6th wicket here in Gloucestershire's second innings, is so far worth 122 runs. That means that the bottom of the table visitors lead this match by 203. And Yorkshire are going to have to score the biggest of the 4 innings to win this match. There's lots and lots of time left, of course. We're not even at the end of day 2. But at one stage, Gloucestershire was 74 for 5 in their second innings when Graham Van Buren was caught by Adam Lyth at slip off the bowling of Matthew Fisher. And at that point, you could have been forgiven for thinking that they might have been swept aside and Yorkshire might have been well on their way to winning this one this evening. But the pitch looks to have flattened out a bit. There's not a lot of juice in it now for the bowlers to work with. And they haven't bowled as well as they might do either, and these two have batted well. So, you mentioned the point system. Well, of course, Yorkshire got 3 bowling points but failed to get a batting point. They need to get 10 from this match to guarantee their safety in Division 1 for next season, or it could come down to what Warwickshire do down at Edgbaston, and I can tell you down there, they've declared at 272 for 4 in their first innings, or on their first innings, and put Hampshire into bat. So trying to advance the game themselves, they of course need to win to have a chance of staying up now that Yorkshire have picked up some points from this. So it's still in the melting pot, but at the moment Gloucestershire here at Headingley leading by 203 runs, and Yorkshire have got a lot of work to do.
It's also, just in the time that you've been doing that update, started sprinkling with rain.
Has it really?
Which is extraordinary, because the sun is still out, but we've got kind of light but steady drizzle. Umpires are certainly not looking as if they're thinking it's going to be anything too substantial, but just a little bit of a sprinkling from above.
So it's going to be Matt Fisher continuing at the Kirkstall lane. Just 7 overs remaining on day 2. Goes short of length. Taylor with 0 foot movement. Tries to work that one backward of point, but can't make a connection. Simon A. Taylor has tweeted, enjoying the commentary, Ed. The recent mention of Edward brought this to mind. And he's put a link to the Monty Python sketch, Eddie Baby.
Yes. Goodness
Do you mind
knows
if we call you Eddie Baby
the
in the combox?
number of times I've heard that one over over the years.
Fisher turns again. And in he comes. Floodlights are on here at Headingley now. Then this could be the wicket. This is the wicket. Anyone for tennis, says Jack Taylor. And he's smashed it straight to Adam Lyth at straight mid-wicket. And the resistance of that 6th wicket partnership has finally ended at 122. That was an excellent knock, though, from Jack Taylor. Caught by Lyth, bowled Fisher for 67, a 2nd wicket in the Gloucestershire 2nd innings for Matthew Fisher. They're 196 for 6, 203 in front.
It was coming, you've got to say. There were a few mistimed pull shots from Jack Taylor off the bowling of Matthew Fisher. He looks utterly disgusted with what he's just done as he walks off. Jack Taylor rehearsing the cut shot, because I think his main problem there was the fact that he tried to fetch it from a little outside the off stump, which meant, in addition to mistiming the shot, the fact that he had to drag it across really did mean that it looped up in the air, and I think that was a catch that you or I might have fancied taking.
Yeah, just wondering, out of devilment here, I've seen Adam Lyth been out yesterday and then no further play. With the rain coming down, would they decide to come off? There is a chat in the middle between the 2 umpires. Adam Lyth, Stephen Patterson, both there.
It's pretty persistent. I think it's just extremely light, but it's not easing off at the moment, and it's still, I mean, from the position we're in, it's almost impossible to see where it's coming from as well. There's sort of very, actually almost dare I say it, wintry clouds above, which looks as if somebody's kind of smudged them. There's really not very much to them, at least from where we are, but the rain continues to fall, and I'm not certain, whilst the umpires are going to try and ride it out for now, I think there's going to come a point, if this continues for another couple of minutes, where this gets too persistent for them to stay out there.
I notice Ian Blackwell has gloves on, doesn't he, at this Kirkstall Lane end, so it might be a bit chillier out there than the sun might be suggesting from this distance. Yorkshire lad said he's out of retirement, sorry, out of hibernation even. If Johnny Tats can get Keaton Jennings out, he should give Duke the gloves and bring himself on to get rid of Price and Taylor. Well, Taylor has gone, as Zafar Gohar is out there, number 77 on his back, batting left-handed and pushing his first ball into the offside. It's a dot.
Well, I said earlier on, I think that more vital runs were going to be needed by Zafar Gohar here, but they're not quite as important as they might have been.
No, and here is Fisher, cut by Gohar. He's going to pick up 4 runs because there is nobody in the deep on the offside. It's pretty heavy now, is this rain, and you've got to be surprised that they're staying out in it, I have to say. If the sun wasn't shining,
yes,
then you'd think they'd be straight off here.
I often find that does make a difference, and you know what? Well, I don't think even they get any jeers from the Yorkshire supporters if they went off, but you can imagine at some grounds it would be rather loud if they went off whilst it was still sunny.
Yeah, Yorkshire supporters would be happy if it rained for the next 2 days solid, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Really? Fisher. Round the wicket again. And Zafar just limboing underneath that one, swaying away from it.
That's a good delivery from Fisher, that one, because Zafar, if he's had a weakness this season, it has been the shorter stuff and playing slightly away from his body. So I think having the third man, well, it's a wide third man really, but having that fielder back there and the gully, I think they're bowling at Zafar the right way from what I've seen this season.
Fisher in again then. Past umpire Blackwell, just strays a little bit too straight and has been picked off square on the leg side. It's going to be 4 more. Yep, bounces over the boundary rope before Harry Duke can get round to it from long leg. So 2 boundaries to Zafar already. He's on to 8, 204 for 6 at the end of the 60th. The lead 211. Still raining, just as it was. but they're staying out there.
The remarkable thing is that I look over at the trees on our left-hand side and I can't see any rain, whereas, I mean, it must just be the reflection of the sun on it, I guess, but it's almost as if it is raining only on one half of the ground.
It's definitely raining on the other half as well. I can see that away to the left with the backdrop
Oh
of
yes,
the
I
tavern
can see it
stand
now
on
in
the
front.
trees.
Yes, in front of that. There you go. But it was quite an illusion for a while, and it continues to come down. But it must be one of the. I mean, it's quite Bristol-like actually. This particular type of fine rain, you get that a lot in Bristol.
Soaks you through, doesn't it?
Well,
Fine
it gives you a little face wash, pleasant little wash of the face. I think the umpires are now going to make a move, and I don't think really that either side would mind this. Gloucestershire have just lost a wicket. Yorkshire are probably feeling a little tired towards the end of the day, and I think almost by mutual agreement, by the looks of things, they're going to go off. Before Ian Blackwell and James Middlebrook actually made any sort of a signal, there were fielders trotting off, and so this persistent sort of hanging rain is going to bring about a stoppage of play, and with only 6 overs remaining after this, it's quite possible we may have seen our last bowl of the day. But it's still sunny, you never know, just have to wait and see really. But so I think both sides be pretty happy just to go off at this point.
Yep, I think that will be that for the day, but of course we'll have to wait for the official announcement on that front. Difficult to see him getting back on at this stage. And, well, I think you've got to say very much Gloucestershire's day, the second day here, Ed. 80 for 3 Yorkshire on resumption, and it was quite a pleasant start, wasn't it? Some brisk runs, 41 added to that overnight score before Tom Kohler-Cadmore went for 46. And then the rot set in. Yorkshire 183 all out. Gloucestershire taking 7. Yorkshire first in his wickets, preventing the batting point, getting a 7-run lead, making it a 1 innings game. And then, although Yorkshire clearly fought pretty hard to get them 74 for 5, that fantastic 122-run partnership really has made it a very difficult task for Yorkshire. And at this moment in time, with 4 wickets remaining, you've got to say Gloucestershire favourites here.
Yeah, I think so at the moment. I mean, a chase of over 200 in the final innings. I mean, forget what England have been doing in recent times. Any time you've got over 200 in the final innings of a match, and a spinner who you're pretty confident in and is on terrific form at the moment, you would fancy that you were favourites, and they've still potentially got runs to add tomorrow with Tom Price still to come, and then whatever David Payne and Ajit Dale can muster with whoever of Ollie Price or Zafar Gohar is still there. If that's the way that it works out, there is still potentially some more runs to add, and Gloucestershire would love to get it up and over 250. I think then they'd start to feel really even more confident. But I think still even then, I think you saw what Fisher brought to the table, and Gloucestershire do have Ajit Dale to provide a bit of extra pace if things don't work out with the opening bowlers, David Payne and Tom Price, and Zafar Gohar they'll be looking to tomorrow. And it has been, I think if you were sort of difficult to know actually for me who I would talk to at the moment, I have to make a decision, but there's been 2 key parts to this day. I think without either part, Gloucestershire would be behind in the game. The Ollie Price-Jack Taylor partnership, but then Zafar's wickets this morning, 5 for 40 from his 14 overs he finished with, and considering his first couple of overs went for, what was it, 23, something like that. Terrific figures from him. And when nothing much really seemed to be happening for the seamers early on, Kohler-Cadmore was flaying the ball to all parts. Tattersall was looking very accomplished and pretty immovable. Zafar then changed all that by getting rid of both those 2 and going on to help mop things up lower down as well, and give Gloucestershire, albeit only 7 runs, give them a lead, which has some psychological effect you would think. But yeah, that Jack Taylor Ollie Price partnership has really been one of the defining things of this game so far. Jack Taylor 67 from just 78 deliveries. Will be frustrated to have got out so close to what may prove to be the close of play. But Ollie Price still there on 54 and a good chance tomorrow to get his highest first-class score. And potentially build that lead up towards the 250 mark. But Zafar Gohar, I suspect, with both bat and ball, and it feels somewhat fitting that really, given what he's done for Gloucestershire this season, it feels as if their final game, as there's a beautiful double rainbow, by the way, to our left. But Zafar Gohar, it feels rather fitting that the third day of this match, which could well prove to be the final day, kind of feels as if it's going to come down in no small part to Zafar Gohar with both bat and ball.
Marvellous, marvellous double rainbow out there. So we do have 6 overs officially left on day 2, but well, there is still some precipitation you can see with the backdrop of the trees, but not a lot. It's certainly not as bad now as it was when they walked off. They haven't put the full covers on. The ground staff are out there, but now also significantly, perhaps the sun is behind a cloud, and so there's a totally different feel in the space of just a few minutes to what there was before. I suspect that it is the last we've seen of play today, and most of the spectators would appear to have agreed with that, because the majority have left Headingley Stadium. It's not yet officially been postponed for the day.
I mean, we've already lost, even now, I thought we've already lost 2 of those 6 overs if they were to go back on immediately. So then, I suppose actually maybe if you are Yorkshire, if it were only 2 overs or something, you'd think, well, we want to go out there for those 2 overs, because there's nothing that Gloucestershire could really achieve. Just Fisher can deliver a barrage and in one of his overs, and whoever else can bowl at the other end. Code could bowl just the 1 over, empty the tank. He's bowled well for the most part this innings, 2 for 39 from his 13. So yeah, I don't know, but I think you do start to think about the light as well. The floodlights are having a fair effect out there. You can see the ground staff's shadows from the floodlights being cast. So I don't know. I don't imagine we're more than a few minutes away from the official abandonment for the day.
Okay, well, we've waffled on enough, I think, of the players have left the field, so getting the nod from Orange behind us as well. And so we'll move things along by saying that we'll come back to you, of course, if there is any further play today, to finish off our ball-by-ball coverage. But if they have finished for the day, and the ground staff are now just walking across towards the covers on the east stand side, as if they may have been given the nod to pull them on. If they have finished for the day, then we'll see you tomorrow morning. Hopefully you'll be all out of bed and had your breakfast and prompt start ship shape Bristol fashion for about 28 minutes past 10, when we will introduce play for day 3 in what could be an absolutely vital day as far as Championship cricket goes for Yorkshire tomorrow. But the larger covers are coming on, so we think that will probably be it for day 2. From Ed, from Graham and myself, Jonathan, thanks for your company today, and we'll see you tomorrow, or possibly in a few minutes, in the very unlikely event they come back out. And just confirmation that the announcement has just come from Howard Ferguson on the PA that play has been abandoned for day 2, so we'll see you tomorrow.